I need this episode finished. I need this episode finished so bad. I can't have this keep going. I can't have this keep going into the next week. It is hanging over my head like the sword of Damocles. I need this done. It's so good. It's so good, but I can't have it lasting so long. It will eat up so much of my mental processing if I even try to stream or read like another... I have like 2 other mystery VNs that I want to go to. I can't have this continue. It's so long. It's good, but oh my god, it's long. Okay. All killer, no filler. I guess all heartbreak, no. Well, can't really come up with like a witty other line for that, but whatever. We'll make do. Or give the devil his due. Don't groan at that. Please. Oh, interesting. The hell is that supposed to mean? Just what I said. You can't enter the crime scene until you pass our security clearances. What are you trying to pull? You've gotta be. You're a drug-pushing lowlife. Why would I need your permission to go anywhere? Icaria Wednesday. There's still enough hours in a Wednesday to make that work. Hi, Bray Bray. I take offense to that. I never worked in pharma. Han, not time to be a smartass. Reyes, it'll only take 30 seconds. You serious? This is reality. The city's expecting blue bloods to keep a crime scene secure. They're the ones committing the goddamn crimes. Wait. You have a lot more issue with this. Hey, if that's your criteria, half the police force should be disqualified. Or is excessive force not a real crime? Or battered spouses not real victims? Guess assault's only assault when it's a real person on the receiving end. Sionis is legitimate, Reyes. All the paperwork's in order and signed by our bosses. These idiots are walking around barehanded and knocking shit over and leaving trash all over the goddamn place. Should we give them badges while we're at it? Let them investigate crimes too? They already investigate crimes. You have any idea how many missing teens there are in the lower wards? No, because we find them. Because we actually give a shit about the people who live down here. Oh, and I'm sure your prices are very generous. Better their parents get a bill from us than a letter of condolences from you. so sorry, ma'am, but he looked suspicious as he was running away. Starting fast. Not helping. Reyes, that's calm. Sorry that I'm not calm when we got actual orcas stomping all over the scene when a cop was murdered. Last I counted, there were 5 bodies upstairs. Are both of your eyes broken, or you just not recognize anyone without a badge as human? Perhaps we've come at a bad time? Nothing for it. Gotta strike while the iron's hot. The iron seems very hot in this instance, hadn't I? Yeah. It's a very awkward situation to walk into. Sorry to interrupt, folks. Don't mind me, I'll just go take another look upstairs. Now you? Hey, why not? You nearly died once already today. Why not let these orcas give you a tour? Was that you giving me permission? No! You and London should both be at a goddamn hospital or whatever getting debriefed. She doesn't need your permission. She has mine. Ma'am, you can go right ahead upstairs. Talk over me again and I'll break your finger. Is that ad recording right now? That sounded like a threat. When I hear a threat, clearly. This isn't gonna work. So, Han, why don't you head upstairs and wait for Morgan? I don't take orders from you. Who do you take orders from? Want me to give them a call? Let them know you're going around kicking hornets' nests and scratching your head over why everyone's getting stoned. Whatever. Think you can just walk away after the shit she said? Turn around and take a walk, sunshine. London, if you think for even one, I'm not kidding, Farah. Take a walk. London's been way more serious this episode. Like, it's giving him a lot more characterization than he got in Zero and episode 1. Like, he's really kind of becoming the star of this episode. I like it. Forget it. You can all go to hell for all I care. Oh, no, not you. Aww. For God's sake. Sorry about the bad timing. No, I was gonna blow up no matter what. Situations like these require composure, and Reyes is uncompromising. At least you're around to balance her out. You might be the most compromised cop I've ever met. That wasn't a very nice thing to say. And it shows that you haven't met that many cops. I'm surprised you're still welcome around here after what happened in the courtroom. Oh, Brenson? Blue Bloods are a big organization, and Bresson was pretty firmly on the other side. Girls like Han, who work in the gray areas, might as well live in a different world. If you say so. I just didn't think the Mafia would allow the death of one of their own to go unanswered. They sent him into a courtroom packed with police with a modded arm that only had one shot. I don't think they're surprised he didn't make it back. Will Detective Reyes be alright? She seems angry. More so than usual. Yeah, she'll be alright. Blowing up, yelling, cursing. That's nothing. Practically healthy. It's the ones who go quiet you gotta worry about. What brings you back here anyway? We're pursuing leads. Sounds serious. Anyone go digging into Chopin after the implications earlier today? Lady Rockford will probably take it seriously, if only to cross it off the list. other than her. I think you mostly just piss people off. Lucky for you, I was able to convince some techs to confirm your soundproof windows theory, but don't expect to be welcome at City Hall anytime soon. Additional analysis of the building has confirmed that the windows and doors are effectively soundproof when closed. Okay. Yeah, you really can't give Emma, like, any... You really can't give Emma any space. She will take it. Hadn't counted on it. Whatever else he's innocent of, Chopin did get here before anyone else, and no one knows how. Look, if he really did get some kind of coded message or secret text, there's no trace of it in any comms logged on his personal devices. So then how did he get that ping? And it didn't come from any tech we've examined on site. Have you found any secret passages on the premises? Afraid not, little lady. But maybe you'll have better luck than me. Secret passages? In what world? Was that your whole story back in the courtroom? You and Reyes happened to be in the area. If you don't want to take my word for it, Reyes will tell you the same thing. It doesn't seem like she'd want to talk to Adonai at the moment. Can you tell me exactly what you two saw when you arrived? 10999 went out around 10:15 p.m., telling us the Chopin's heart had stopped. So we dashed across the street to an elevator. We were descending at 10:17 p.m. when Rogers reported that he was dead. At 10:21 p.m. we approached from the front of the building, saw the door ajar, lock blown in. Then Sunshine and I started clearing the first floor. You didn't hurry up to the third floor, where the dead cop was? Like I testified, Chopin had flatlined and his own partner had confirmed it was no false alarm. We knew we couldn't do anything for him. Rogers had already apprehended a suspect, so SOP is where we focus on securing the area and clearing the premises. How level-headed. So the officer Rogers we saw in court today really did take Susuke down all by himself. Yeah, charged in and pistol whipped him right on the head. I assume you found that the first floor was, in fact, clear. Yeah, all these vaults were empty. You didn't wait for Sionis to show up with the spare keys? Surprised you didn't throw your back out kicking down doors. Sunshine helped. Besides, they weren't all locked. Huh? They weren't? Yeah, I remember that. That one right here was unlocked. Room 107. Detective Lennon testifies that this one vault door was unlocked when he and Detective Reyes arrived at the scene of the crime. He utilizes a physical key like the other doors on the premises. Nothing suspicious was found in this, or any of the other locked vaults that they cleared. Nothing inside there either, though. Guess the Bootbloods missed the lock on a nightly roundup or something. That doesn't sound right. Sionis has unlocked every door in the building at this point. But when I first walked down this hall and when I walked out the front door later, how did this hall look then? If you do manage to find some kind of silent alarm, I'll be impressed. If you prove that Chopin was dirty, I'll be floored. But even then, how the hell are you going to convince a jury that anyone other than Sosuke killed him? It'll be difficult. Without accounting for the 4 dead Blue Bloods as well. But if you take it all in as one set, it starts seeming plausible as an internal issue, don't you think? What are you? You want to pitch this as a young bloods and old guard going at it? Over what? The juicy bait that Chopin literally died over. Proposition 492.
But what's there to disagree about? That project would put money in everyone's pockets.
If my theory is correct, then Chopin was killed because the young bloods didn't want the old guard abandoning them. The old guard have always hedged their bets on the little lord returning. Hi, Lou. Here, let me get you a shout out. Also, when do you stream like? When do you stream on like Wednesday nights? I promise I'm typing right. I promise I'm spelling this right. Do some more streams soon. That's good. Anytime that you can find always works. That's why I'm doing this extra stream on Wednesday. But hi, Raiders. Welcome. I work hybrid now, so let's commute more stream. That is also very good. Hi, Raiders. I'm a relatively local alchemist. I used to have like a very good, consistent type of kind of intro like this, and then it just kind of eventually petered out. But yeah, no, I stream a variety of games. I was streaming Resident Evil 0 2 days ago. I frequently stream Unbeatable. Of the Devil has been eating up my week. Tomorrow I'm streaming more of the Limbus content that's coming out tonight. Friday I'm streaming Nine Souls. Saturday I'm streaming Blueprints. I just jump from like a bunch of different games that I think are cool. I like playing some old things, some new things, just a general variety. I like finding new things that really kind of grip me, and Of the Devil has really gripped me. So yeah, I'm trying to make sure that I can finish this tonight, so it's mostly gonna just be a lot of reading. Either way, thank you for the raid. Usually I'm better about this. But I also tend to make sure that I make a post in my Discord about whenever I'm going to start streaming. I usually put up a schedule there. I also sometimes putting up on Blue Sky, other social media, whatever. But yeah, if you need to raid and run, I perfectly understand. Won't be necessarily that late for you, but if you need to get like dinner or whatever, makes sense. But yeah, thank you for stopping by. Trust me, I know there's a bunch of people who tend to fall asleep to my streams too, so, like, no. This is a very lurker-friendly stream. Does that mean the Reddit plans to profit off of Prop 492 and Red Youngblood conspiracy? Those papers were tucked inside Creek's safe before I arrived.
Well, good hunting.
You won't be joining us?
Not this time. I gotta go pump the brakes on Sunshine before she finds a bar. Try not to piss off the Blue Bloods with any more wild accusations while I'm gone.
I would never.
Take care. And that goes doubly for you, Sparky.
What does Sparky mean, by the way?
It's a nickname, because you're so bright.
Aww. A nickname.
But I guess people are always calling you it's whatever they like, huh? Sorry, should have asked first.
What do you mean?
I'll just call you Sarah.
You just instantly dashed her hopes in like 30 seconds. But it's my nickname. You just gave it to me. You can't just take it back.
Well, okay then, Sparky.
What the hell? Did you hate Spearmint that much? That is... I never want to seem ungrateful. The baby. Seems like the smell's starting to fade. barely even a memory of blood, now that so many feet have been trotted through here. Nothing lasts forever. Miss Han. What? No, I already called you this morning. No, they're not. No, they're not. You're being paranoid. Yes, I'm sure. Yes, I'll call you tonight. Bye. Didn't mean to interrupt another lover's quarrel. What? Oh, no, that was... Dementia meds aren't working. They get confused at this time of day. Every new thing she says makes her more suspicious. Sorry. Forget it. That's what I'm gonna do. Just gonna turn my phone off for a minute and forget. Cute android, by the way. Aww. So what's up? There's a couple of ways of going about this, but none of them are surefire. Might as well start out big and see if there's anything to this theory. Did blue bloods use silent alarms? Yeah, of course. Thank you for telling us. Sure. I'm actually going to need a bit more than that, Miss Han. It's just Han. Did Creek have a silent alarm? She's hesitating all of a sudden. Is she unsure of the answer? Did she just give her first answer without thinking about where it would lead? Nothing like that installed in the building. Because it's clearly not bugged. Well, that's at least what Creek said. Arcs would have chewed it up and spat it out by now. The Arcs is not flawless. It can miss things. Look, you've seen the level of tech we blue bloods have. It's secure, but it ain't subtle. True. An Orca-run security firm won't have quite as much luck hiding their subsystems from the police as David Asher did, Sarah. But the Arcs can miss things that aren't tech at all. A silent alarm that's analog? Let me know if you figure that one out. Either an alarm is analog and loud, or digital and silent. They don't mix. She's defensive, but her logic is sound. Approaching it from the other angle then. How could an analog silent alarm possibly function? It could function if it was a camera. A literal alarm, but one that can't be heard under normal circumstances. What a horrible smell in here. Like a dog whistle. You once bragged to me about your sense of smell. I don't think I was bragging. Could have sworn you puffed out your chest at the time. Doesn't matter. If I asked you to sniff something out, could you find it? What would you like me to look for? I still don't have a clear picture of what happened after I left, but there's one thing I know should be here that hasn't turned up once yet. Right, I'm the only one who knows about the knife. And while I don't know where it went, I do know it had plenty of blood on it when I last saw it. I want you to smell for blood. Adonai, do you really need me to help you find blood in here? I'm not asking you to sniff in here. I want you to smell out the window. I'll try. Yeah, I had a theory about this, but I couldn't follow it up. There's no way I could have. There are many strong smells in this part of the city, Adonai. But there is something truly unpleasant as well. Something beneath this fire escape. Okay. Now go fetch. You could ask nicely. Wait, Sarah. Yes? That's a very old, rusted fire escape. Take the stairs. You're too heavy. As you command, Adonai. Un instant. Several minutes later, Sarah returned, looking worse for wear and seemingly in a bad mood. Did the weight comment bother her that much? Adonai, I do not like digging through trash. It is not a dignified way to investigate. Digging people's trash is the basis of all good investigation. Easy for you to say when you aren't wearing all white. Did you find something? Yes. That's not her knife. I could have sworn it was a butterfly knife. That blade is massive. But if Morgan recognized it, then that was hers. But how's it charred? I found it amongst the ashes of the blackened steel drum below the fire escape. It seemed to have been set on fire. It seemed to be in the site of a fire. That sounds familiar. Wasn't there a barrel burning in the alley when I first scoped the place out? There was. But that didn't look out of place at all. So was it dropped in there? There were signs of a chemical flame retardant being applied to the barrel. Police must have put the fire out when they first secured the scene. Meaning the knife wasn't in a fire all night, but still. There does indeed appear to be blood on this knife, Adonai. So how did both the police and Sionis miss this? Their noses aren't as good as yours, evidently. That is true. But they have drones and dogs for this kind of thing. Yeah, but they have to actually use them. They'd have no reason to search the vicinity for a bloodied knife if they found a sword sticking out of a corpse's midsection. Shall we ask the police to check for fingerprints? Fingerprints are mostly oil and sweat. Fire evaporates them both. So that at least cleared her, but that doesn't explain how that got there. Then we have to test and see whose blood is on that knife. But DNA is damaged by heat as well. You know, before DNA analysis, blood had other forensic use. You mean blood typing? The DNA in a knife might be too damaged, but modern analytical tools should be able to tell should at least be able to identify blood typing. That could work, Adonai. Great. Ready to get started? Pardon? You were capable of recognizing my DNA, weren't you? When we first met? Yes, but... So why don't you try your hand at analyzing blood type? It's gotta be simpler, right? It might be, but Adonai, to analyze the blood on this knife, I would have to use my... Pretend it's a lollipop or something. It's blood. Well done, blood. It'll taste like beef. You don't know what human blood tastes like. Of course I don't. Look, the fire sanitized it. Probably. Just get it over with. I will reference this incident the next time we discuss raises Adonai. Fine by me. Because that's never happening. Baby girl. poor baby. Oh, now I feel bad. God damn it. What have you got? There is blood from more than one person present. Mostly B negative. I believe with some AB negative around the tip. B negative. B negative. Yeah, that matches for Miller. Was in your neck the first. Chopin is... Wait, huh? O plus. A negative. Rogers is AB negative. How is his blood on the knife? Chopin is A plus. AB negative around the tip. So what? He cut himself on it? How? Alright, now I can cross-reference that with the rest of the data I have. Miller's blood makes sense. That was buried into Miller's neck. How did Rogers get his blood on the knife? Yes, Adonai. And you just made your first forensic contribution to an ongoing criminal investigation. My knife. That is a nasty blade. A mass-produced medium-sized combat knife sold at a wide variety of outdoors or hunting vendors. Recovered at the bottom of an ash-filled barrel in the alley just outside the crime scene. Bears clear signs of blood on the blade despite being significantly charred by flames. Sarah's unique but nonetheless admissible forensic analysis found the presence of the following. Type B negative blood, Miller. Type AB negative blood. Sarah, thank you for your service. Last time I'll ever leave something important with Sosuke. How the hell did it end up outside? How many androids can say that? Now come on, we've got boxes to tick. Someone left another data pad? Is this evidence? It's a piece of crap some crime scene tech left behind. Nothing relevant about it. Yes, you're right. It's just displaying a news article that they must have been reading. Apparently they arrested the Heartbreak... What? Copycat. Yes, the Heartbreak Killer's copycat, and it's Ian's. Just let me skim it for myself. Suspected Heartbreak copycat foiled. Arrested. An individual suspected of planning an act of terror has been arrested. Thanks to quick responses from local police and well-coordinated efforts from state investigators. The suspect, whose identifying information has not been released to the public, was apprehended by officers seemingly in the midst of preparing their attack, having already loaded a firearm and several magazines of ammunition into their vehicle. Police have not commented on whether the firearm in question was properly tagged, but insiders with close ties to investigation claim that the weapon itself was not what led to the arrest. We have identified a troubling pattern of net activity in the days lead up to the arrest. Okay, so they were tracking them. Concerning searches and attempts to access old net portals, the suspect had already been on our radar by that point, so when he posted that manifesto, we were able to quickly secure a warrant for their arrest. Wait, no. That's about the gun. No, this is just about a suspected terrorist attack. The alleged manifesto in question consists of what was, at the time, a publicly accessible online document praising Heartbreak's hardline stance against neoliberal corporate soft power. Damn. And listing a number of complaints and criticisms against the recent business decisions made by Banii Robotics. Most notably, an announcement made on their latest earnings call that they would begin moving manufacturing jobs offshore. While the decision landed Banii in some controversy at the point, their stock prices steadily increased in the days after. Reflecting optimism amongst shareholders that Banii's lucrative product lines of mostly heavy construction robots would no longer be strictly tied to national politics. When the arrest was first made, no clear connection between the individual and Banii was apparent, but Banii's CFO has since been seen speaking at the investor conference at a hotel within 50 kilometers of the suspect's residence. The takeaway here is that terrorist acts like this one are easily caught, easily prevented, and there is no standing risk to the public, said lead investigator Kennings in his official statement to the press. To any dissidents out there thinking that they're the next Heartbreak just because you brought a gun, you will be caught, you will be prosecuted, and your hero won't be far behind, so you say. Update: Banii Robotics has yet to respond to the request for comment, but their official social media accounts have released simultaneous statements denouncing in the strongest terms rising violence and thanking investigators for their swift and decisive action. And we have also learned that a select portion of the shareholders have received messages clarifying Banii's global market strategy and reaffirming their commitment to their workers as well as their customers and shareholders. Whether this is indication of a reversal of their decision to relocate manufacturing jobs overseas, like what you're reading, does it change how you feel about Banii Robotics? What if you could have access to stories like this hours and even days before the rest of the public? With the premium account, you'll have access to all of this. No, I hate this. It's nothing. That's interesting. But they're making such a show of it, like... Heartbreak really has them... You're starting to make a lot of noise, Markin. Seems like Heartbreak isn't going away, no matter what happened to the original. You're inspiring copycats. Very loud copycats. So it would seem. Read. Oh, the papers. Writing protocol designed to make data difficult to physically redistribute. Couldn't anyone just take out their phones and snap a picture on the pages? It seems that some of the responding officers attempted to. The arc showed that they failed. That's some fancy ink. What do you see when you look at the pages, then? No more detail than you do, I'm afraid. It's strange, isn't it? They went through such lengths to protect this information. And yet these papers were left out where Officer Chopin and anyone could read them. I mean, a paper is interesting to some people, might not be interested to others. They weren't left there by Creek. I took the documents out of his safe so I could reach the mask. I must have let them out on the desk afterwards. You did. Our client, Sosuke, according to Rogers, this is how we found him. Thrusting the sword into Chopin. Or merely trying to retrieve it. Not a huge improvement there. He really was found in a terrible state, wasn't he? And that was before the police gave gave him his cop killer welcoming in. Sarah, bring up the medical files on Sosuke. I want to go over everything we know about how he looked when Rogers arrested him. What specifically? How exactly was he injured? His left hand was broken. He had internal bleeding throughout his torso. Bruising and rope burns on his wrist, where he was bound. Contusions all over the anterior of his body. And he also sustained a large blunt force trauma wound on the back of the head. His biggest wound was on the back of the head? I guess if he fell backwards to the ground. There was also some small cuts on his left hand. How small? As if he cut himself in the kitchen. So he was fumbling around with a knife. Wasn't expecting a metaphor there, but it's effective enough. He was covered in blood, right? Were samples taken from analysis? The blood on his torso and head was all his own. He got some of Chopin's blood on him while he was face down, being cuffed by Rogers. That doesn't pass the smell test to me. He also had a great deal of Trey's blood on his feet and pant legs. That doesn't make sense. How? On the feet makes sense. How did Trey's blood get on your pant legs? Any other questions about our client's arrest, Adonai? Unless there's some crime scene photos you've been holding out on me. I'm afraid not. How is it that I'm the only one who made an effort to preserve the crime scene? But yeah, no, that doesn't make sense. How did Trey's blood get on your pants? Trey's head was bashed in. It makes sense that if he got blood on it by walking over. But then also the blood on Sosuke's body. The blood was only there after... Yeah, no, the blood wouldn't have come out. How did you fall over? You only fell over and then you had Chopin's blood on you. There's so many small questions there. Anchor Tan. Supposedly he was the first to die. He was. I should have seen the look on his face. Logically, he had to have been. He was the only one who had the gun. If an attacker got it away from him, they must have done so first. Yeah, I can see that the gun is registered to him. Right, registered. Who the hell would look at this guy with that gun and just nod him along? Patrol officers TC and HR 1 week ago. Huh? Terry Chopin and Hughie Rogers? The batch numbers match. They knew him. It seems like they detained Ankerton briefly during a stop and frisk and found this gun on him. Finding a gun like this on anyone with priors during a stop and frisk. At the very minimum, that's grounds for 28 days detainment. Why'd they let him just go? Is it possible that he was a criminal informant? If he was a CI, that wouldn't have even logged the incident. They wouldn't have even logged the incident. Besides, patrol officers don't have their own CIs. Then perhaps they let him go for some other reason. Because they'd already gotten what they wanted from him? Make sure to copy that file of the stop and frisk report. Right away. Found on Tank's person over a week ago during a routine civilian frisk by officers TC and HR. Oh, so stop and frisk is just routine now. Okay, cool. The subject of inspection, suspect in possession of firearm in violation of parole. Firearm shows signs of illegal modification. Subject in possession of suspect. The subject in possession of suspect communication software installed on personal phone. Suspect released with a warning in accordance with Police Code 65.3.29E. Personal discretion without prejudice. Suspect communication software installed on a personal phone. Did they bug his phone? Is that why they left him? Also, thank you, Computer Geek. I'm setting up. They bugged his phone. That's why they let him go through. The building didn't have bugs, but why would they check Tank's in his phone? There's your bug. So this is where they found Creek's body. He was the only one who didn't die instantly. If anyone had a chance to use a silent alarm. No, he must have been paralyzed in between the time he was shot and his actual expiration. They weren't paralyzed. What do you mean? If they had been paralyzed, Yumi would have noted that in her autopsy. Cause of death: severe blood loss and hemorrhaging following the detonation of a Magwell slug into the subject's torso. Subject was shot from close range, 1 to 2 meters. Subject had a modded spinal brace, likely to relative low cost, low tech, Said spinal brace prevented the slug from shattering completely, slightly prolonging the lives in exchange for multiplying damage, and internal organs 7-fold. Yeah. No, Yumi didn't... He wasn't paralyzed. His nervous system would have still been intact. It would have hurt like hell, but Creek could have still totally moved. That's why he was so animated. That's true. But he just sat there limp the whole time. Didn't even try to move. He was playing dead. Letting me think he couldn't move so I wouldn't notice his. Was anything found in his hands? Anything at all? It doesn't seem like it. They weren't holding something by the time their body got to the morgue. Also, that thing that I said about Yumi using they them for Creek, it's also really, it's genuinely really sweet and notable that Sarah picked that up. Like, that's so cute. If he had been holding something but dropped it when he died. Let me look. For what? Anything small enough to fit in the palm of your hand. Motherfucker. Creek was buying time. Hang on, what's this? What was that? Did you just jump? I was merely surprised by that sound, Adonai. Aw, it is a dog whistle. What sound? I just brushed against this. Aw. I know we have to submit this as evidence, but can we please keep this? This little toy thing Can you hear it? I can, and it's not exactly pleasant on the ears. Could any android hear it, or is this some special feature David gave you? I'd imagine any android or robot or electronic device with modern features could pick up this tone. Maybe I should close the window before I test it anymore and stop torturing all the dogs in the neighborhood. Closing the window would not matter. Huh? It's soundproof though. But the specific frequency of this tone is not in your audible spectrum to begin with. Right. So it could go through this. Okay, it could go through soundproof glass. Nuisance. But do you really think Creek was toying with that nuisance maker in their final moments? Entirely possible. A whistle of unspoken make discovered not far from where Creek's body was found. Pressing it emits a frequency inaudible to humans, but capable of being picked up by many electronics. It's probably gonna happen, but I absolutely want to see what happens if you press it. I want to see what happens when you press it in 80s there. That about wraps it up here. Miss Han, since Ionis is technically in charge of securing the crime scene, what should we do with this? Do with what? Adonai, please refrain from pressing that button any more than necessary. It set her phone off. It set her phone off. Sorry, Sarah. I can see you don't like it. But Miss Han's phone doesn't seem to like it either. It's just Han. And I don't know what you're talking about. I get messages all the time. Can you? Of the devil asking the very important questions, can you click or train an android? Han, ma'am. If you could please just admit it so she stops pressing that. Fine, whatever. Yes, you found one of our alarms. Pretty clever system. Not really, it's just an app. You set the frequency and get a notif in the app. You get a notif if the app picks it up. The range. A couple kilometers. There's your trigger. Thanks for clearing that up. Well, I have you here, though. Exactly how fast did you show up to the scene of the crime? Pardon? This is Blue Blood neighborhood. Do you really expect people to believe the cops lumbered their way here faster than any of you could? What exactly are you trying to say? Yeah, I'm tuned to that frequency. But I'm tuned to a lot of frequencies. It's a good way of communicating without the mechs or pigs listening in. So you didn't get this alarm the night of the incident. Didn't even know it went off that night. Bullshit. You got proof it did? Can you explain how else Officer Chopin could have gotten here? No, not my job to either. It is your job to come to a fellow Blue Blood's aid when they're desperately calling for help. Is it your job? I didn't know Creek like that. Bullshit. I didn't say Creek was the one who had this. I saw where you were poking around, and near the head of the pod. I assumed. Creek's a stranger to me. Even though you're both young bloods. What? I'm guessing that's what the tattoo means. Neither of you make much of an effort to hide it. She's only covering it now. It is plainly visible even in their autopsy photos. I never even noticed. That's smart. You have no idea what this ink means. Would you tell us what it means? Blood bag. What? The old guard used you as donors. Gangsters live a life of drugs, smoking, drinking, and back alley mods. Then end up with livers and kidneys that look like charred steak. Who could have guessed? Got no children because the Icaria killed them all. Can't get on a donors list because they're geriatric, reviled crime lords. So what do they do? Hey kid, wanna be a gangster? Let me see if you got what it takes. Hold still while I prick your finger. They tattooed our torsos, because even if you mod off all 4 limbs, you'll still pump clean plasma. Every drop, an indicator of quality. I'm a universal donor, so I've got 3. AAA grade, just like meat. And Creek. Save it for the trial lady. Creek's the same way. Creek had 3 of those. Are we done here, you think? Not quite. Emma's argument is that Sosuke didn't escape from here. He was brought out into the other room to be questioned, and then he broke free. I know that's not true. Sosuke would have been stuck here until the police arrived if I hadn't handed him the if I hadn't handed him the Magus to, well, frame him. And the knife, also to frame him. But secondarily, so that he can cut himself free from his bindings. Those bloody rags there. Remember what Sosuke told us when we first met? That he was bound in here the whole time until his bad Samaritan came along. Also, ad starting in about 30 seconds. So I'm gonna use that as a chance to stand up and just make sure that I can get through this. And gave him a knife. Now we know what knife he was talking about. And now I want to know whose blood this is. The blood on the bindings. It would have to belong to Sosuke, wouldn't it? All the other bodily fluids in this room, do you? Probably. But I need to know. You're gonna force her to do it again. God damn it, please treat my baby girl right. She can't keep doing this. Ads are starting. God damn it, give me a sec. As I prepare for Sarah to be tortured again. Baby girl, no.
She's really going to make her... One is gonna sound so much worse, but she's really gonna make her... She's really gonna make her taste the bloody rags. Please. She doesn't deserve that. Sarah is unfortunately too useful and too good at what she does. And what she does is impromptu forensics. Why must the sweet have to suffer? All right. I'm sorry, sweet peppermint baby. Spearmint baby. You've already done it once. What's one more time? One more time will surely make me sick. Please, Adonai, let us use one of the Sionis in place and stand by to analyze it. They have a record for very fast turnaround on DNA tests, I promise. I can show you customer reviews. That's right. Sionis does DNA testing. Typically paternity tests as part of the private investigative services. They do paternity tests. Interesting. But they have been assisting the police with DNA analysis on the scene, around the scene. I will flag the bindings be analyzed. Wait. I've already made the request, Adonai. If you insist on making me test the bindings myself now, you'll only be upsetting my stomach to satisfy your own impatience. Fine. But I'm gonna cite this incident the next time we discuss arrays. Really is a shithole in here though, huh? I agree with your sentiment, if not your choice of words. It feels like a cruel place. What is it? Or something we missed in here, Adonai? No, not in here. The windows. They were closed when Creek was shot. Still closed when Chopin and Rogers arrived on site. But they were open by the time Rogers got to this room. I used that contradiction to argue the presence of a third party. Because someone must have opened them. To go down the fire escape. And then what? They must have dropped down to the alley and ran away, right? Yeah. That's one option. What's the other? Would it kill them to do some sweeping around here? I guess that would be contaminating the crime scene at this point. But then what the hell do all these cops and Sionis chumps actually do? Lean on walls and screw around on their phones? I think you're being a bit harsh in your assessment. But you aren't alone in your criticism. Detective Reyes has much to say about how Sionis employees were not wearing gloves and knocking over trash. If they had picked up trash, that'd be removing evidence. The arcs would light up. Adding trash, though. Adonai. Let me look through this. Garbage. Again? Already? Just start looking. If any of it requires DNA analysis. Wait, there. Red. I don't smell any blood. Not blood. Ink. A torn page of the red ink document with what looks like a shoe print on it. Shall we try and match it to samples? Good luck. Cops and security types all wear the same kind of boots. On top of which, 99 out of 100 shoes in the city are made by the same two megs. But if the print isn't useful, then that just leaves the actual text, and that... Looks like the letters were all running through the wash a couple dozen too many times. Looks like the letters were all run through the wash a couple dozen times. Well, it isn't particularly informative, and I don't understand exactly how this clue fits in with everything we've seen. But doesn't it seem important? A scrap of a red ink document with a common type of boot print left on it, recovered from the room directly below the crime scene, was missed or disregarded by a previous sweep of the building that dismissed it as trash. Having been exposed to natural humidity for some time, the red ink is already illegible, but the watermark remains visible in the corner. How could it have been lying here, neglected this whole time? Nah, princess. I'll have to call you right back. Of course, I wouldn't dream of it. Come on. You know me. What'd you find there? More dead men's garbage. Keep it up and you girls are gonna make me look bad. Happy to be of assistance. So, would you like to add this to the arcs or should I? Well, seems like you got momentum going, so... Please don't let me get in your way. You don't wear gloves on a job, Miss Han. It's just Han. But you already know that. You probably also know that they don't really make them in my size. So if we found your fingerprints in here, on those windows, or even upstairs. Aw man, I'd be pretty embarrassed. We almost got rated 5 stars. So did you need me to walk you out? I'll be fine, thanks. Suit yourself. Just be careful you don't get lost. Sun will be going down soon. It can be hard to find your way back in the dark. Yeah, okay. This idea is starting to look like a pretty safe bet. Your theory that Chopin was assassinated as an attack on the old guard. But how can we confirm it? We still haven't met anyone from the old guard. Though, even if we had, it occurs to me that they would be reluctant to speak with Sosuke Akari's legal team. Don't be so pessimistic. The enemy of my enemy is usually willing to at least talk. And talk is where I do all my best work. Where do we look then? You still got the address boss gave us. The host club. "6:06 p.m., August 15th. Blue Blood Territory. Hey there, tall, red, and mysterious. Ladies, please come in and don't be shy. Let me guide you to a booth. Local host. Should we take a seat for now? With taste as expensive as yours? If you get near a menu, these people will drain my checking account and overprice champagne faster than I can blink. Champagne? As much as you'd like. This is gonna derail fast if I don't find a way to shut it down. Surefire way to get exactly the kind of attention and douse their salesmanship in one go. I'll need to go with that. Hey, please don't frown. A smile would say your face pretty much. I need to speak with your manager. What happened? They're all walking away. Hey, Mama, yeah, there's some kind of, I don't know, accountant, whatever, here to talk to you. The voice on the other end of his earpiece grumbles a response. A cranky one, judging by his reaction. Mom will be out in a second. You're expected to buy something in the meantime. You got tap water? You don't want to drink the tap water in this district. Soda water. It's all overpriced later. Might as well get something you'll enjoy. I thought my first visit to a host club would be more celebratory than this. How much thought have you given this subject? I see another data pad. Bad enough that I'm walking to a lion's den here. Stepping even further into blue blood territory to defend an Ikaria assassin. Do I really have to wait for the shoe to drop in a place this sleazy too? Are you perhaps not enjoying yourself, Adonai? You're getting better at picking up on that. You're frowning quite openly. Are we in danger of getting arrested here? There's nothing illegal about a host club. So are you just uncomfortable then? Unamused. Do you think they were being literal when they said they expected you to make a purchase? Probably. Doesn't mean I'll oblige them. Though it's not like spending money here will make them less likely to cooperate. I would offer some suggestions based on consumer reviews and price points, but for some reason I don't see price lists on any of the items on their menu. Was a mistake made when formatting that data? No, that is deliberate. That is very deliberate. I really hate this place. Be sweet to the baby. What the hell? Hey, Palm Dorignon. Pour out a tower for all I care. Suddenly, as if I uttered a magic phrase or a sleeper cell kill switch, all the eyes on the staff around the room dart to me. With a jolt of energy, the bartender jumps up to ring a bell above the counter. Palm D Tower. The staff begin an unsettlingly chipper chant. Tower, tower, tower. I'm not sure Sarah's eyes can get any wider. Let's take a commemorative photo, madam. Where would you like to sit? Who's the smallest spender in here? What? Well, I mean, we don't really keep track of that sort of... His eyes wandered, losing light all the while until they settled into a glassy-eyed, pity stare at an overworked-looking young man at a small table. Adjusting his tie while the girl next to him makes no effort to hide her boredom. Send it over to him. King for a day. With a small nervous smile, he'd used to shake hands with the suicide bomber. The bartender redirects an oncoming parade towards my designed lucky loser. He looks terrified. Money well spent. He just gave the tower away. I've got shit to do. I can't drink all of that. I could have perhaps helped. But even so, after you paid all that money just to pass along to some stranger, are you some kind of saint? Oh, I'm not paying for that. Makoto's getting this bill. Your client? File it under investigative expenses. That is not exactly inaccurate, but what's he gonna do? Kill me? Given his position in the house and his age, it would be more than likely he'd have you killed. Have you ever been to an establishment like this before? No. Not even when you were apprenticing. There may have been certain work parties where attendance was strongly encouraged, but I never set foot within a kilometer of a place like this otherwise. I suppose if you have a hard spending limit, there's only so much you can enjoy. And it's not a matter of cost. It's a matter of taste. Surely everyone enjoys being paid attention, no? It's flattering. Not everyone takes to being complimented. I see. So you respond more to being challenged. What do you think? Perhaps not. There's a data pad. What kind of light reading gets tossed around a club like this? Probably something along the lines of, I spent every night at a host club for 1 year. Here's what the staff taught me about emotional workloads in corporate settings. Oh wait, this actually looks somewhat interesting. Fungus systems bamboo stokes unrest. Less than ideal rainfall patterns met with greater than usual saltwater flooding had already left many of the tropically centered macro farms that produce most of the world's bamboo struggling to meet demand. Now, with increasingly widespread reports of fungal infections, tensions are beginning to rise in the region. As its large migrant worker population is faced with the possibility of one of the worst quarters on record, bamboo is a highly versatile crop, cultivated successfully for thousands of years, and on all 7 continents, if one counts the agricultural science labs on the Antarctic Peninsula. But in recent decades, advances in agricultural genetics and greater restrictions on the lumber industry's woodcutting activity have led to bamboo becoming a premier organic manufacturing and construction material. Bamboo as construction? That's actually kind of interesting. For much of the world, especially in the impoverished regions that often lack the machinery required to process advanced synthetic equivalents, the hardy plant can grow in a wide variety of environments and humidity levels and has been considered an aggressive invasive species at times. But modern genetically modified monocultures are tailored to grow specifically in a small number of tropic and subtropic biomes intended to provide a stable cash crop for regions that have historically struggled to farm soy, sugar, or wheat. But it's a delicate balancing act between tuning a cultivar to a target environment and rendering it unviable in the wild, and years like this one can put vulnerability on full display. The fungus practically chews through the groves. You can see it growing with the naked eye, said one worker who requested anonymity due to concerns with their citizenship status. The company tells us to just burn it all, but it's too damp for anything to catch fire. Bamboo's hard to burn, so they want us using this incendiary stuff, and they won't pay for us to have masks. Data on the efficiency of burn pits in combating the spread of the fungus is limited, but some corporate officials agree that the risk of inhalation among personnel is low and masks are unnecessary measure. Some of the migrant worker population, however, is arguing that the hesitancy to provide masks is more politically motivated. Plotter's rebellion was decades ago, but the gas mask is still a powerful symbol even today. Back then, workers went on strike because the conditions growing mushrooms in the fungal plots were so unbearable. Now this fungus is cutting into profits again, and you've got a lot of workers dependent on the industry and a lot of young people who could easily be out of work. I'd be surprised if they weren't getting nervous. It is true that the region is home to a disproportionately young population, as many international trade schools have flocked to tropical climates in an attempt to attract students with promises of low cost of living and vacation-like idyllic conditions. And though education lies firmly in the realm of corporate authority, government officials are also keenly aware of the risks and challenges associated with such a large student population. Ramsey syndrome remains a serious concern among we're having difficulty authenticating your identity. Could you please provide basic info so we can get this webpage playing properly for you? Fuck off. Not the reading material I expected to find here, but judging from the article, the Megs are getting concerned about the tension is rising, but it's mostly tied to the fungus that's on the bamboo. They're scared about the gas mask. Back then, the workers went on strike because the conditions of growing mushrooms in fungal plots were so unbearable. Regions home to a disproportionately young population. Education lies firmly in the realm of the corporate authority. Government officials are also keenly aware of the risks and challenges associated with such a large student population. Yes, because educated younger populations are more likely to be politically involved. So they are concerned about the fungus, but they're also very concerned about having such a charged political symbol present in a place where there are so many younger kids, younger people. Judging from the article, the Megs are getting concerned about... They are worried about the growing fungus. But there isn't, like... Most of it was about the fungus. They're concerned about the potential unrest that could come from the introduction of the gas mask, since they were a political symbol, but it's mostly about the fungus. That fungus sounds nasty. It'll chew through their crops, and then the Megs will take a loss. I guess they'll engineer their way around the issue soon enough. No, damn. So it was about the political unrest. That's subtle. Like, that was hardly brought up, but like, that's really, ooh. Damn, I missed that one. Easier to update the monoculture genetics than your entire global economic model. The Megs are probably more concerned about all the young people getting agitated about their job security. The warmer the waters, the bigger the storms they brew. Yeah. Damn, I missed that one. I'm on deck. The big cheese. What exactly are you expecting? With the title like Mama, I would expect this stern but fair nurturing figure too. What the hell do you want? Is that the kind of treatment one should expect at this establishment after purchasing a champagne tower? That was you? Well shit, you clearly need information a lot more than I thought. The Ikarian must be giving you the mushroom treatment. Keep them in the dark. And feed them shit. Yes, I've heard all the lawyer jokes. Now can we talk, or should I get on the phone and claim that my credit card's been stolen? Bought a champagne tower. We can talk all goddamn night if you want. I was smart about that. Please be Mama from Isomnium Files. If only. Mama could have gotten a huge upgrade if she did work in a place like this. Introductions then. I am Morgan Esquire, Criminal Defense Attorney, Representative Sosuke Ikaria. With a glowing green toaster as your +1. Couldn't have put it better myself, Miss Kim Hana, small business owner. March 26, 164 cm. Blood type AB, small business owner. Legs. Persimmon, I can never pronounce that one right. Handbags, joint cracking. Dislikes, part-timers, binge watchers, ad vandalism. Hidden talent, can slice an onion paper thin in 11 seconds. Relaxes by shooting clay pigeons. Motto, promote from within. And one of the more influential members of the Blue Blood Old Guard, I take it. The Old Guard are the only Blue Bloods that have any influence at all. First Jones and Young Bloods should count themselves lucky to be in middle management. Should you really be calling them Young Bloods? Oh, now the neon robot is going to preach to us about political correctness. Really, madam? I know PC. My gen invented PC. We've got PC coming out of our ears. So I mean it when I say young blood is a term of endearment. Well then, I won't hesitate to use it. To their face? Better not. They'd knock your teeth out. How about a trade, Miss Kim? Mrs., you're talking to a widow. One who doesn't need anything from you. Not the best position to start bargaining from. We're trading information. If you think I can't give you anything, you're not thinking very hard. Oh yeah? What do you think you've got? Something I can tell her that she doesn't already know. Even if I'm right, I'd only be telling her that Chopin's dead and of no use to her. There's also the chance she has no idea the Little Lord is even real, in which case I'd be showing way more of my hand than I'd like. The media blackout. So it would be Bresson's fate. I can tell you what happened at the courthouse today. If something worth knowing had happened, it'd be in the news by now. There's currently a blackout on media coverage of today's events. There are always leaks. Finding one will take time. I can give you a first-hand account right now. Let's hear it. Un instant. Bresson. What a goddamn idiot. Completely useless. He did manage to infiltrate an entire courtroom full of police officers, even knowing he wouldn't make it out alive. And he still failed to hit the easiest shot of his life. But Bresson's just an incompetent addict. The useless idiot is the one who sent him here. The useless idiot is the one who sent him there. Not you, I take it. Old guard sounds like it moves slow and wise, but we've got our fair share of hot-headed dumbasses too. Impatient, hot-headed dumbasses. Time is money. My turn to ask a question. Money. Is that why you've been going after Makoto? Trying to drum up a king's ransom because you can't go to war without a war chest? Who says we're at war? Who says we're in any rush? Our plans are measured in decades, you little shit. Sorry. Okay. No, time isn't on your side right now. Right now, more than anything, you need money. Says who? You? Says the headlines. Time's running out before you miss the bus on. The old guard stands to profit if Proposition 419 passes, and everyone will know it by tomorrow. No amount of scrambling now will stop Prop 492 from getting scuttled. Cat got your tongue. A huge money-making opportunity with highly specific timing. For the Blue Bloods, at this point it could only be Nirvana. Oh, I've been off my game. I've been really off this session. Everyone in the capital knows it'll be legal before the end of the year. Party drug. Dumb money. Yes, dumb money. Best kind of money there is, and you could rake it in by the truckload. If you had the starting capital, build a dispensary network beforehand. As things stand, the gray wave is gonna roll your hard work up into a ball and hand it gently to the max. Andy Ikaria. You've been losing a game to them for 3 decades straight, but I can see you still haven't gotten used to it. Of course not. Who the hell just rolled over for those upstart bootlicking goddamn fox, smirking behind his perfumed incenses and painted screens and sheets of gold leaf? Should've cut out his eye when I had the chance. I'm acquainted with the hound. Who's the fox? Should we conduct a survey of all the IFG members' back tattoos? The fox, the kitsune, goddamn Daisuke Ikaria, of course. The family's patriarch. Haven't had the chance to meet him in person. Knew there had to be a reason a Ikaria lawyer didn't already stink of cigar smoke. Adonai does smoke, despite my repeated warnings about the health hazards. Have you had your olfactory checked up lately? Loss of smell can be a first sign of... I don't stink. That's the takeaway. Now admit it. You want to capture Makoto Ikaria so you can afford to ride Nirvana. You can afford to ride Nirvana to legitimacy. I don't want to capture Makoto Ikaria. You know our history. In brief. So a part of that summary made you think that if I had a chance to end the Ikaria line, I wouldn't take it immediately. Are you speaking for yourself or for the whole old guard? Nah, my turn to ask. Is the Hound gonna make it? You asking about my legal defense strategy? His injuries. Any chance he's gonna keel over from an infection after Creek's pod worked him over? Did Brunson manage to somehow nick him? He is still recovering from the injuries he sustained when captured, but he was not harmed during the incident in the courtroom today. Yeah, Brunson didn't manage to scratch. Not a scratch, huh? Did he even get a shot off? The detective on the scene responded before he could. A detective? Yes, why? Not wasting a question. On him of all people. Speaking of which, the bottle spun around back. Spun back around. Are the Blue Bloods working with the Chopin family to profit off of Proposition 492? You missed that one. Try another. What do you mean? You think Mr. and Mr. Chopin are working hand in hand with us for a little cross-class embezzling? Those rich pricks wouldn't piss on us if we were on fire and that feeling's mutual. That they're backing Proposition 492. If you could buy the land they need before the city knows that it needs it. The Chopin family aren't your collaborators. They're your marks. Bingo. Kid gets a prize. Or they were. The plan's worthless now. So this plan, Chopin being dead, screws over the old guard more than anything else. The whole courtroom heard me explain how Creek had red ink documents on Proposition 492. Whatever blueprints, whatever land the city had in mind, they'll change all of it. Thanks for that, by the way. Don't blame me, your plan was already fragile. It was destined to collapse the moment that anyone with more pull than a ticketing officer heard that Blue Bloods had their eyes on real estate. Meaning the Blue Bloods would kill to keep the documents from circulating. Yeah, well, that's just how it goes for Plan B's. Plan B? Answer me this. What did you see on those red ink dots that tipped our hand about Prop 492? Well, it was mentioned in abbreviation, if not the name, P492. That was a pretty big giveaway. You must have had more to go on that. Must have go on than that. Names, diagrams. I saw Councilman Long's name on there. Long, that sloppy bastard. Wait, you didn't know what was on those papers. Not exactly. You didn't know where Prop 492 leaked from. What are you saying? It leaked from that brat Creek, obviously. Red ink means it was printed off from somewhere you trust, in a place run by people you trusted. And it doesn't sound like you trusted Creek. Are these your questions? Because they're terrible. And pointless. Blondie's already dead. So Chopin wasn't in on the plan. What possibilities are left then? Might as well try asking while I have the chance. My client overheard something interesting during his captivity. Talk of the Blue Bloods bringing in a huntsman. Fake. And you don't even know what that means. Your client heard wrong, and you're a fool for believing him without any proof. Sorry, guess you misheard. You must have also misheard that you brought a no mask into the city. You were keeping that up your sleeve. Did Sosuke mention that? It's called a bluff, Sarah. Yeah, he must have been delirious. After all, if there had been a no mask at the crime scene, it would have turned up during the police investigation. Huntsman. Ridiculous. Maybe he's real, maybe he's fake, maybe he's already behind you. Phantoms like that get their power from uncertainty. If I answered your question at all, that'd be your answer. Schrodinger's box is already open, though, and the mask isn't there anymore. If it's not in the hands of the huntsman, then who has it? A dead man, who just doesn't know it yet. Final round. But what if we still want to ask, our house, my rules? Who hired you? Why would you spend our final question on that? House Akaria. You already know the answer. I was hired by House Akaria. Uh-huh. You. Some no-name nobody with no connection to any of the houses. They hired you to defend their hound. Either you're dumber than you look, or just less curious than a lobotomite. But either way, you really don't know the answer, do you? No, I don't, which I can freely admit. So why does having it pointed out to me feel like such a defeat? Come to think of it, I have one last question myself. That ain't the deal. Then it can be rhetorical. What are you going to do? You lost all your heirs during the fall of the leaves. Adonai. You're reviled by the international blue bloods for locking your treasure behind GFA you can't crack. Now all of the old guard needs transplants and transfusions for the first and second gens just to stay alive. And they won't be glad to keep that up forever. Eventually you, all of you, will die. Will you rest in peace knowing everything you've ever managed to build will be laundered at what? 30%? 40%? 35% just to end up in the hands of some punks you tutored. What a nice girl you are, worrying about your elders. Well, don't worry your pretty little head over dear sweet granny here. Because she's a mean old bitch in a line of work where anyone stupid dies off young. She and hers are going to be just fine. Don't forget to close your tab before you go. Did you get any useful information from your rhetorical question, Adonai? The question irritated her, but it didn't make her despair. I may have misread this. The old guards have a way forward. Proposition 492 is no longer an option, leaving them with Plan A. The little lord, but Tariq Chapin is dead. Yeah, he is. Which means that he wasn't the little lord. How dare they? After all they put him through down there in that festering hole of a city district. To try and kill Sosuke in a courtroom of all places. The nerve of those blue-blood scum. If we just wait for him to stop, we'll be standing here until morning. So, should we speak up? I don't know. I'm terrible with children. Listen, just keep nodding, and if he calms down enough to ask a non-rhetorical question, get my attention. What are you going to do? Try consulting an expert. Oh no. Shit kid. My favorite NB. What do kids your age like? Not my B-day. I'm not asking for you. I'm not a kid, so I wouldn't know. If it's for Sarah, I'm not a robot either. But what's someone younger than you like? I don't know. Even one grade below me. Their sense of humor is impenetrable. The other day, the school announced they're gonna do a test prep at every grade level. And the top comment, before it got deleted, was a picture of a fish with boots. That's pretty funny though. Like, no, that... And the caption was... battering me and frying me in oil for 4 minutes on each side. It's not that impenetrable. it's a very basic non sequitur. How's this for a non sequitur? Go ask someone else. All you did there was get back on topic. Why are you even asking? I've been hired by a youth, and I need to interrupt their temper tantrum. What do you want me to do from here? Hack them some fork knife bucks? Jesus Christ. What is that? Would that work? Also, what do you mean a youth hired you? Oh. So they must be like rich. Yes. I'm like the worst to ask for advice then. What do I know about rich kids? Your academy is full of them. How do you think I do as much of my schoolwork as possible for my dorm? Don't you at least have a dorm mate? Nope. Never gotta sign one. Lucky. That feels great. That feels great. Guess there was some kind of unavoidable computer error on their end. This is hopeless. You're usually good at gift giving and shit. Buttering up judges. Bribing court officials. Slipping coins in the visitor's pocket. In the visor's purses. You have a very antiquated view of what my work entails. Medieval, in fact. My chest hurts. Oh my god. I heard he passed. Did you know him? Whatever vote that has failed to send. God damn it. I mean... What would you do if you were a rich adult? The photo sent first, too. That's so good. I love them. What would you do if they were a rich adult? Flatter them or whatever? Rich adults are used to people wanting their money. Flattery puts them on guard. So what's the approach? You approach them as though you already work for them. Pretend you're a butler. Acting on wordless commands they've given without an original thought in their head. They aren't suspicious of anyone they feel like they already own. That mostly makes sense. So do that. They probably got more in common with a rich adult than kids at their own age. Or, you know, anyone else with a soul. Unless there's some reason you can't do your iconic butler technique here. Because I don't want to act subservient to a child. That winded me. That's so... The two funniest characters in the game to me are the youngest and the oldest. Okay. Sosuke did strain himself slightly when he tried to tackle me on the ground. That was the extent of it. Yes, as my ad says, no one was hurt. Well, the attacker was hard and the officer involved shooting, but no one else was hurt. Well, then perhaps we should just forgive all and make peace. Those fools will regret their actions. The anger of the house, once roused, is not easily satisfied. Shit, I thought there was a lull, but he's already started back up. He's ready to start back up again. As Sun Tzu says, if your opponent is choleric temper, seek to irritate him. Well, yes, but please calm yourself, Makoto of Hasakaria. We need to speak with you. Damn, Sarah. About what? About Sosuke. You think he's done something to deserve this? That's not what I... There's nothing Sosuke could have done to justify what the Blue Bloods have put him through. I assumed as much, but Makoto has no idea what the Hound of Ikaria was doing up until a year ago, does he? These questions are foolish. I'll not waste my time. A wise man can learn more from a foolish question than a fool can learn from a wise answer. She's meeting him on his level. This is why she's baby girl. Quote the Bhagavad, oh my god. Bhagavad Gita. Oh, you want, robot girl. It's not impressive for a machine too. Bruce Lee said that. Well, he was probably paraphrasing at the time. Will you help us or not, Makoto? Please. If it's for Sosuke. Enough. Electric blue irises flash a deadly glare. The room's shadows seem to extend in his presence, curling and deepening like ink dropped into water. That's a gangster. Chairman. All of you, show some respect now. He says it out of practice without actually looking around the room. One glance would have shown him that there was no need to demand respect. Every head was already bowed. This is a man who is used to others not meeting his eyes. The rest of you, get lost. Their practiced obedience didn't betray them. They all slipped away into halls of the complex without so much as a creak on the floorboards. And even so, their anxiety was screaming at me like a bad tell begging to be taken advantage of. His presence here today was not expected. Now then. Come here, Makoto-san. Grandpa. How are things on the front lines, huh? Makoto is the heir, so the chairman is his grandfather, of course, but... My little warlord making his enemies tremble with fear every time he steps out the door. I was not expecting the head of the House of Nobility to be so... affectionate. I thought you and father were still in the capital. Well, we were. We made a lot of powerful people in that city, very frustrated while we were at it. It made a lot of frustrating people very powerful, I'm sure. I wish I had seen their dumb faces sullenly nodding while I canceled my meetings. Just to fly home and see my grandson. Chairman, apologies for the lack of introduction. This is... I know exactly who she is. She's our lawyer. Any good? She is not entirely incompetent. I would hope he could say more than that. And she is somewhat perceptive, Chairman.
Just want to keep her mouth shut, clearly. How bad can she be?
Her methods are odd. She came here to ask me about Sosuke for some reason.
Not another word.
Chairman.
Back in the storehouse on the second floor, there's a cask of sake that I won at a drinking game 5, or I suppose it was 6 years ago now. Would you go and fetch it for your grandfather?
Of course, but...
Old trick of the trade. One sip and anything we tell her becomes inadmissible in court.
Not incorrect. It's not necessarily ironclad, but yeah, no. Things that you say while intoxicated can't really be consistently used in court. I see. Very clever, Chairman. Makoto is allowed to drink sake.
What the hell's wrong with you? Of course he can't drink. It's the ceremony of it all, damn it.
Understood. I'll go retrieve it right away.
Have one of those layabouts that were in here fetch you a ladder first. Make them earn their keep for once. Put on a suit and a pair of glasses and think you're gonna stand there for the rest of your career, you lazy. Read your damn emails if you got nothing better to do.
Should we be seated a certain way for... There's no cask of sake. Oh. But then, the strategy of becoming intoxicated in order to avoid...
I made that up. You're the lawyer. Is there any truth to what I said?
No need for tricks like that. Attorney-client privilege already binds my hands. Yeah. Unnecessary. I'm working for Hasakaria right now. Sarah. I mean, how? Makoto could confess to me that he's a mass murderer and I wouldn't be able to tell a soul. So then why did you send Makoto away, Mr. Chairman, sir?
I want to walk the gardens.
Are we supposed to follow him? He left that part unsaid. How can you tell? Hey, quick strategy meeting. You know what a butler is, right? I'm glad you have such an appreciation for attorney-client privilege, sir. It makes these conversations go much smoother. But if you trust privileges so much, why don't you trust your grandson to be here?
Don't kid yourself, Copper. That boy is the future of this family. If I didn't trust him, there would be no proof to any of this. Everything I've built. Dynasties aren't dynasties unless you manage to actually pass them down.
What you've built in the last 30 years is undeniably impressive. It must have required astonishing brutality.
Progress is brutality, and history is unkind to the gentle.
Is that why you orchestrated the fall of the leaves? To get your name in the history books?
Orchestrated. So grand, so full of it. We knocked on their doors, and when they opened them, we shot them. Walked up to them on the street and split their stomachs wide. Pulled up beside them and let loose full auto on their limos. It wasn't anything as complicated as orchestrated. I executed.
January 25th. 172 cm, 104 kilograms, blood type O+. CEO of the Akaria Financial Group. Likes bodybuilding, archery, bonsai. Dislikes phones at the dinner table. Undefeated at, enduring, enjoying spicy food. Smells like cedar, tobacco, iron and dried blood. Handshake, vice-like. My uncle named me his successor for it.
The Bluebuds weren't even able to put up a fight.
They were worried about the handshake events and social media perception. Thought that their friends in high places would be there when they needed them. Thought they had already won.
So how'd you get away with that?
Good timing. No one notices a leaky faucet in a downpour.
It was right before the Red Decade got underway.
Once the borders started locking up, there was no chance of reinforcements. We never saw it coming. We didn't know there was a bubble. We didn't think that things would get that bad. That's what they always say. The losers. The scapegoats paraded in front of courts and cameras to meekly reassure the national audience that, no, you couldn't have done anything. You did everything right, so did we. We're all victims of an uncontrollable market forces here. Still bred for piss-poor circus. With a pity party instead of proper gladiators. I saw the signs, but more importantly, I didn't ignore them. Droughts from heaven, no grain in the storehouses. There would only be room for one family of thieves in this city. I made sure it was mine. Last call, all aboard.
And everything you've built since, Run Again, Aurora Holdings, the legitimate half you're so proud of. Also, I think ads are gonna start in a sec, so I'll also take this as another chance to stand up and take a break. Because I need to make sure that I can stay. And I need to make sure that I can get through this. I need to be able to get through this tonight. After he died, did you know him? That brat is too fucking funny. I can't. Okay.
That was the easy part, actually. Reprivatizing an industry is tricky business. How do you break up a state-controlled monopoly into a healthy, diverse, and competitive private marketplace?
How?
Don't know. I'll let you know if they ever pull it off. The shit show they did go with was easily gamed. Sprinkle some cash in the right bureaucrats' pockets. We were able to snap up entire economies wholesale.
We, being the nobility.
If that's the term you prefer.
Adonai, why is he confessing?
He's not confessing, Sarah. This is bragging.
Mr. Karia, I'm not looking to take up too much of your time, but perhaps you could help me understand something. The inciting incident, as they say. In screenwriting. They say it elsewhere too, probably. A year ago, you extended an olive branch to the Blue Bloods over Nirvana. Was it genuine?
My curiosity was genuine.
But not your financing. Is that why it fell apart? Why Makoto was attacked?
It fell apart because those first gens and young bloods of theirs are hot-headed idiots who can't follow orders. But I expected as much. That's why I ordered my hound to be present, on standby.
But he didn't assassinate anyone that day, did he?
No.
Instead, Sosuke stepped in front of a blade that was headed for Makoto. And he's been guarding the boy with his life ever since. Was that your order as well?
My order, yes. Not my idea. But I'm the patriarch, not a dictator. If my sweet siblings and darling nieces and nephews make an earnest request, who am I to refuse?
You have to be pressured into letting Sosuke guard Makoto. Weren't you concerned about Makoto's safety?
Of course I was. I just know the best place for the queen is on the attack, not hopping around the king's side blocking checks.
Hey, chess metaphor. Help me out. You don't know chess. Interesting. Well, right. You prefer card games. Interesting. Any piece can sacrifice themselves, but there's only one queen, and she has by far the most mobility. It is better to keep her out in the open, ideally near the center of the field where she can attack freely. At least, assuming you subscribe too. Okay, got it. But here's the question. Why have the Blue Bloods kept trying to capture Makoto for over a year now? Because of some hot-tempered idiots?
What's your answer? Why do you think they would want to capture our little Makoto-san?
Because they don't want to kill him. If it was for money, it wouldn't make sense either. If they were literally out for Makoto's blood, they'd want a steady supply. Mirai suggested they try for an arranged marriage down the line, but Kim didn't seem interested in anything of the sort. If they took Makoto captive, they could extort the Ikaria for a king's ransom. Once.
After that, the Ikaria would make them pay every other way. And even if the price tag was big enough to ease all the Blue Bloods' woes, the resulting gang war would drain the coffers all the same. People can easily kill for money, but for them to take Makoto hostage... The Blue Bloods aren't lacking in motives for revenge. A blood calling followed by 3 decades of humiliation is more than enough. Ooh, hang on. I admit, I was kind of going through these so I can get the terms off, but then I saw some sociologists and my entire ears perked up. Some sociologists have observed that host clubs have developed a new reputation as a kind of social gym, where young adults can exercise their social skills in a low-risk environment. That is true. Others argue that increases in the average work hours have pushed single individuals away from traditional drinking culture and long-term dating. And for employees of multinational corporations who maintain running discrete tabs at select establishments, attendance may be seen as advisable or even mandatory step in acquiring and maintaining relationships with their superiors. No, that's very poignant. No, that's right. It's because host clubs aren't necessarily. There was a good video that I saw. Because host clubs aren't necessarily too far removed from the history of geishas. A lot of it is... How do I try to put this into words? A host club is essentially the inverse of a strip club, where strip clubs tend to be much more about like the physical desire, the physical appearance, and that proximity to quote-unquote sexiness. Host clubs are more about the it's about the social experience. Talking with somebody, getting to know somebody, building that kind of sense of familiarity, like talking regularly. It provides a very low-risk environment because you're paying that money time, but and like a lot of the heavy lifting is coming from their end, but a lot of the heavy lifting is coming from the host end themselves. But it gives people who attend those spaces a chance to socialize and interact with people in a way that they might not usually get the opportunity to. And even if they did get those opportunities, they don't have those social muscles to treat it regularly. It's close, not exactly the same as like those rent-a-girlfriend types of things, where it's just like paying somebody to spend time with you. There's a social need that gets, I don't want to say amended, but it's a social need that gets fed in a host club. That's why like all the champagne, all the food, like all that stuff isn't that great too. It's also incredibly overpriced. Because you're not there for the food, you're not there for the drinks, you're there for the social experience that the hosts themselves give you. That's why you're able to pick like specific hosts, ones that you like more. That's why the popular girls are the ones who end up bringing in the more money, because it's not that they necessarily have higher rates. Sometimes they do, if they're especially a star earner. But they become that star earner because they end up getting people to spend money on those champagnes, to spend money on those like luxurious things. It's the experience of feeling like socially popular. It's a chance for you to feel like something that you're not in a specific kind of low stakes protected setting. Despite the global trend of the criminalization of sex work, host clubs have remained a distinct industry. That said, it's hardly uncommon for staff at our establishments or the others to switch sides. Yes, there is also overlap between that. Not necessarily uncommon, definitely not something that host clubs like, especially if a host actually does become attracted or come attached to a client. Some are much more hush-hush about it being under the table. Some clubs kind of are okay with it, not really. And then other ones are just like, no, sometimes it's easier for either a host to transfer into being a sex worker, or it's easier for some sex workers to transfer into being hosts. No, I love these entries. While host clubs and their associated culture were internationally fairly niche during the 20th century and saw a large decline in popularity for the first half of the 21st century, they have undergone somewhat of a renaissance in the last 20 to 30 years, shifting cultural norms about parasociality, online dating, and work-life harmony may be contributed to this phenomenon. Yeah. Users also frequently search how to build confidence, how to know if the hostess really likes you, courtesan versus hostess, who would win. This game is so well researched. That's what makes like reading this so much fun. And while I can imagine plenty of ways to extract revenge from a living subject, gangs have to maintain a balance between being feared and being tolerated. If the Blue Bloods proudly torture a child to death, they'd be run out of the lower wards by their own constituents. Well, they wouldn't want to capture Makoto. They don't. A certain mom has said as much to my face. They'd much rather kill your soul heir than capture him. That's what I'd do. If they had any heirs left. But then, why keep attacking Makoto if not to capture or kill him? Their goal's never been Makoto. It's just that every time that they've gone after their goal, Makoto's been there. They were after the Hound the entire time. You mean... Put another way, the purpose of an operation is what the operation accomplishes. They've been trying to capture Sosuke for over a year. The other day, they finally succeeded. You think those idiot punks wanted to take my Hound alive? I don't think. I know, because that's literally what they did. They captured Sosuke and brought him down to the lower wards. To torture him. Idiots. If they don't talk after the third, they'll never talk at all. The third what? The third what? It wasn't just any Blue Bloods that tortured him. It was a pod led by a young blood named Creek. Young, old, bound by blood or water. They're all the same scum. As you say, but I've learned that there are some pretty big ideological risks among that scum. The young bloods captured him, no doubt on Old Guard orders, but just an hour ago, an Old Guard was asking after Sosuke's health. They didn't want him harmed. A generous interpretation. I'm guessing the Youngbloods knew that, but they tortured him anyway. Probably because they wanted to know why they've been repeatedly ordered to capture him. Out with it. Why would they want my Hound? What the Blue Bloods want, ultimately, is simple. So simple that my android can answer this one. It can. What do the Blue Bloods need right now, more than anything? A lot of money. Without which they can't invest in legalized nirvana. Such a shame that, but we'll be happy to pick up where they left off. So at a time when they need money, they're throwing their young bloods at capturing Sosuke. Ergo, capturing Sosuke must open a path for them to get their hands on a lot of cash. My, I look away for a few days and suddenly my Hound skyrocketed in value. Who do I have to thank? Who raised the price on his head to such a degree? What about Sosuke makes him so valuable? Who raised the price on Sosuke's head? You did. That's nasty work. 30 years ago, you made him irreplaceable when you killed everyone else who shares a drop of his blood. That's dirty work. Sosuke is the little lord. Last descendant of the Blue Blood's ruling families, and the only person on Earth who can get them back their fortunes.
Hell of a shot in the dark.
You gonna deny it? Sarah, when did the attack, supposedly on Makoto, begin? About a year ago. What else happened about a year ago? The meeting between the Blue Bloods and the Ikaria that fell into chaos. Makoto made it out without a scratch, but only because Sosuke stepped in front of a blade for him. I can assume that Sosuke is an impressive martial artist, with very well-defined pectorials and collarbones. But even he must have left blood on the floor that day.
Yeah, he bled that day, but it's not as if he bled blue. You telling me the old guard could just smell the resemblance?
They didn't need intention or guesswork. Their private security organization, Sionis, is in the business of securing crime scenes, cleaning them up, and performing paternity tests. Could have been a whim. Could have been that they were hoping to match him to the DNA left at other hound attacks. Who knows? But I would pay good money to have been a fly on their wall when they saw the results. His reaction to this information is not very strong. Not to be expected. I've just told him a bunch of information that he already knew. He already knew Sosuke was the little lord. That chess metaphor you used a minute ago might have sounded like solid reasoning if I actually played. Unfortunately for you, I find the game boring. So it struck me as very odd that a grandfather like you, equal parts doting and calculating, would ever place his heir's safety below concerns as vague as optimal play. You didn't object to Sosuke guarding Makoto because you wanted to keep your hound. You just couldn't convince the rest of the house it was a bad idea without revealing who Sosuke really is. If he knew Sosuke was the real target, and would keep getting attacked, then having him guard Makoto would actually be putting Makoto in danger. That's why you conceded on that motion. Because if you did, it would make Sosuke look way too important.
You know, bonsai. They look like miniature trees, but they aren't. They're shrubs. You condition it to look like a miniature tree by pruning it daily until it stops trying to grow into what it's meant to be, and instead lives as what you want it to be. Took the Blue Bloods 30 years to figure out my scheme, and you solved it in what, 48 hours? You deserve a toast. Now I wish that sake was in the storeroom. Instead, as a reward for your effort, I'll give you a story. 30 years ago, I saw the future. Not in statistics or stock prices or consumer confidence indexes. I saw it in people's eyes. Fear and delusion. The sinking feeling that maybe everything really is made of bullshit and seafoam. And that if you ever stop looking down at it, you'll fall through the bottom. Fall through to the bottom. Can't warn people. They won't believe you. They'll strangle you to death for implying their boat might have a leak. Only one thing to do in times like those. Take advantage. For 1 year we pulled back. No resistance. No bargaining. We let the Blue Bloods hungrily swallow what we had left behind. For 1 full year, we withdrew and waited and sharpened our knives. 1 year of preparation for 1 week in August. Hottest August on record. They left all the goddamn windows open.
so it went fast. We'd show up, get to work, leave the mess for whoever cared to see it, and drove up to the next address. I did 22 myself. And even had you asked me back then, I couldn't tell you the first thing about any of them. Except for the 22nd. She had firm, cold eyes. No, not that harsh. Cold eyes. Like condensation on steel. And she was very brave. When I took aim at her, she blinked. Not even upset, just exasperated. Like I'd neglected to hold the door open for her. My mouth was dry. Felt like I hadn't spoken all day. I had to clear my throat to speak up so she could hear me over the babbling of the river she fled to. And the shots in the distance. Wanted to ask her why. Why out here? Why not a panic room? Why she was wearing a medical gown and why her thighs were covered in blood. But instead I just asked, why aren't you afraid? She said, I can't be afraid. I'm a mom now. I always liked that answer. So when the pistol stopped ringing in my ears and I heard the baby wailing in the bushes, I felt inspired. It's tradition in our family going back centuries that the eldest child be guarded from birth by a nursemaid, typically from a branch family. My wife would be due soon, and the Hayakawa clan had been an unfortunate casualty of that month. There was an opening.
Expertly done. But why let him live? Adonite.
So that I can vent the little lord. Build your opponent a golden bridge to retreat across.
You started the rumors about a survivor.
As long as those fools still had hope that they could reclaim their former glory, they'd never rally themselves into chipping away at ours.
You gave them the rope that they hung themselves by. That's genius. Evil as hell, but genius.
If they ever did become a real threat again, I have the world's most valuable hostage ready to put them back in check.
Their enemy's best assassin that they themselves can't kill. It was the queen from the enemy's team. You turn your enemy's last hope into a meat shield for your family, and eventually your personal attack dog.
That was just a bonus. The heir had come of age, and so had Sosuke. He was free to choose any career in the family business at that point. He became the hound of his own accord.
I'm sure. But that's just irrelevant at the end of the day. What? It helps me understand why the Blue Bloods have done what they have, but it doesn't put me any closer to proving Sosuke's innocence. But Sosuke is their little lord. If we tell people, won't that change anything? Well, for starters, we won't have any of this in court.
Of course not. Can't exactly go telling the court about the exploits 30 years ago, not when we have attorney-client privilege.
But if you use your influence, you could reach out to the Blue Bloods.
What? We'll work together to set Sosuke free. I killed everyone he could have ever considered family, Copper.
Besides, a few old crooks waiting to die, anyone who shares a drop of his blood is in the ground. Most of them put there by me. I did all of that to sink the blue bloods. Now that they're finally ready to die, you'd think I'd throw them a lifeline just to protect one man. Just to keep one man out of prison.
He's right. I'm not allowed to disclose anything I've learned here without his express permission.
It would complicate the tax suit against my family terribly if it came out that I lied about a blood relation, wouldn't it? Sosuke's in the will, after all.
That's the law.
Didn't mean to run you in circles, honestly. I would have preferred if you never wasted your time unearthing any of this. So that's what I get for relying on him to deliver a message, I suppose.
You're the one who wanted me to keep my investigation limited.
I thought you'd get the picture and hurry up and make a plea deal. Negotiate the charges down to manslaughter. Get this all squared away so we can focus on fighting this damn audit.
Audit? Sosuke is on trial for his life.
Sosuke's sworn to protect a family with his life. I'm respecting his wishes.
If he does go to prison, the Blue Bloods will die knowing their little lord is alive. But permanently beyond their reach, rotting in a cell for killing their own men, in defense of their own worst enemy. I can see why you wouldn't mind that outcome.
A hostage that you're never willing to sacrifice isn't a hostage, just a babysitting gig.
Yeah. They gain from either outcome. It doesn't matter to them. Sosuke walks, they get their best hitman back. Sosuke rots in prison, Blue Bloods can't touch him forever. Worst case scenario, he dies. And either way, that just finishes off the Blue Bloods for good. They'll never get that money back. He never mattered to the Ikaria.
I spared his life 30 years ago. This doesn't even cover his interest.
So Sosuke's always just been a tool for you. A hostage you'd protect until the perfect use came along.
I've always wondered, do tools appreciate that part? When they're used properly. What do you think, Copper? Does Sosuke have any complaints?
That doesn't make sense.
Huh?
Sosuke is a veteran. He served in the military. Did you grant your hostage permission to go risk his life for his country instead of you?
It's not like he was one of those Minutemen they throw at walls. He was never in any real danger.
What about as your hound? Deadly assassin in infiltration missions. You could have died during any of them. Why let your perfect hostage, your obedient tool, take on such dangerous work? Why give him your last name? Why let him live under your roof, raise him like a son? Why trust him with protecting the life of your son, your grandson? Why are you lying and pretending you don't? Pardon my android's outburst, sir. I'll just have to adjust her conversational parameters later.
Don't bother. Just rip its voice box out entirely if it's going to speak over a man under his own roof. Goddamn Copper. Next, the furniture will be telling me what I feel about my own damn family. Raise him like a son. What bullshit. I have no son. Counselor. Do your damn job and tell Sosuke to do his. Now.
I'm sorry. That wasn't very butler-like behavior just now. It's fine. It was a good play in that moment. But do you think he meant that? I don't know. Do you think he meant when he said he has no son?
Makoto is Daisuke's grandson.
If he has no sons, then the previous heir that Sosuke grew up guarding must have been Makoto's mother. Is it safe to assume everyone in your family has severe trust issues? I have no issues with trust myself. But as you've seen, House has very particular preferences when it comes to information siloing. Fancy words. You could have just told me who you were. Who you are. I told you my name and my position in the house. Is it relevant that I am married? That I'm a mother? Should I be flattered? You told me you work for Aurea Holdings. I can't fucking say that name. You didn't mention you're at least the second most powerful member of the house. If I had to tell people that, it wouldn't be true, now would it? It wouldn't really be true, now would it? You could have told me your relation to Sosuke. He guarded you every day of your life up until you were 19. 19. He's your goddamn brother. So that message you wanted me to pass along. If you see a way out, take it. You wanted him to try and make a deal with the Blue Bloods to get out from under the house. If Sosuke merely gave them what they wanted, I'm sure there would be dozens of Blue Bloods ready to confess to the crimes he is accused of. So you know. You knew. And if you thought he could parse that message, that means Sosuke. He's not an unintelligent man. Merely stubborn about all the most frustrating things. What did the Blue Bloods want from Sosuke precisely? A blood donation? One sample would not suffice. They need to be able to validate their accounts whenever called for. Daily blood donations then. I told you, the old guards want to become nobility. How did they cement alliances among the aristocracy of old? They want Sosuke to marry, but the old guard are old. Sosuke's already got as much blue in his veins as they could ask for. They don't need him to marry into them. They need him to marry into power. Not the worst thing to have asked of you. Have you ever been in an arranged marriage? Don't call it a gift. You were the heir apparent up until Makoto was born. At that time, Sosuke was your bodyguard. And driver. And poison taster. But that would most often entail me giving him concoctions to try. But his assignment actually ended when I married. Subtracting Makoto's age, that had been over a decade ago. So he joined the military the moment he didn't have to shadow you anymore. And after he got back, he asked to become the Hound. Guy must really hate guard duty. He must. Back up a moment. Your father didn't want me uncovering Sosuke's parentage. Most likely because he didn't want Sosuke to know the strength of his own bargaining position. But you told me to pass Sosuke a message that he'd only understand if he knew who his parents were. So how long has he known? And how long have you known he's known? And when did Daisuke cease knowing who knows what? Around the time Sosuke left for the military. Hell of a thing to find out at your entrance physical. It was before he left for the military, actually. Did that influence his decision? Sosuke finds out he could be the richest man in the city, and then he wants to risk dying in battle. Quite the guilty class conscience. I don't know exactly what did or didn't influence his decision to join the military back then. You'd have to ask him. I apologize for any gaps in knowledge you'd have to work around. You had to work around. But hopefully you now understand how delicate of a situation you found yourself in. Yeah, I can smell the explosives and hear the fuses sizzling. I just don't get why no one's gone over to stomp them out. If Sosuke's known this whole time why the Blue Bloods wanted to capture him, why didn't he tell us? Because he's a stubborn man working for a highly secretive family. That I get. What I don't get is why he didn't defect the moment he learned the truth. Who knows? You'll have to work out the rest with him. I've given you all the aid my position allows. I suppose it was kind of you to share information with us at all. Being in charge of the legitimate side of your family, you don't have any connection with this incident yourself. No connection with this incident. Not quite, baby girl. No connection with this incident. That's not quite accurate. Pardon. You do have a connection to this case, even if you yourself don't realize it. I found a note by the body of the Blue Blood who took Sosuke captive. It read, M. Ikaria. This is one of the men who attacked my son. I'd imagine a note with his name is the least of what you found. They've never been after your son. Not once. It's always been about capturing Sosuke. Makoto's just been in a crossfire. Which Sosuke knows, which explains his reluctance to accept the responsibility of guarding Makoto. So I seriously doubt this dead man was interested in Makoto Ikaria. Mirei Ikaria, however, has no relation to the world that dead man lived in. That was the decision the day she was born. That was decided the day she was born. But you do have a relation to Rennigan. Makoto mentioned your family was given one seat on the board as a show of respect. I take it that's a deception too? You may have let Rennigan go public, but you never given up control of it. The rest of the board must be your family's puppets. But that doesn't matter. What matters is what Rennigan makes, and the prices it charges. Rennigan is best known for the patenting of metformin, a patent which expired years ago. Plenty of other companies making it now. And yet the price hasn't gone down. The invisible hand sets prices where it will. Sure, but this is your invisible hand. A normal corporation couldn't strong-arm its competitors into keeping prices high. That'd be operating as a cartel. But the reincarnation of the Ikaria drug cartel would know exactly how to go about that without getting caught. If that were true, it'd be much easier than you make it out to be. The right email signature, the right package delivered to the right address, the right look. Those executive types scare easy when the perceived threat is anything bordering on the physical. Of course, it helps that the end result is we all profit immensely. But yes, metformin is very lucrative. What of it? That dead man, Creek, had a brother with expensive tuition and TAD. Type 2 abnormal diabetes. He needed metformin for the rest of his life. Then he really ought to choose the proper insurance plan, don't you think? I don't get the impression that family member coverage is a benefit that Blue Bloods offer. I suppose even the Mob Act has its limits. Yes, one can find the name of M. Akaria in relation to Rennigan Board, if they looked hard enough. So you think this Creek individual was going to threaten me? Come up to me on the street with a knife, a gun. He wouldn't get within 100 meters. I don't doubt that. Now the rest of this is speculation, but he might have just wanted to contact you. That would have been even less likely to succeed. So you truly don't care that his brother needs this medicine. Sosuke is like a brother to you, and you've gone out of your way to try to help him even when you stand to gain nothing from it. Yes, but I wouldn't expect my enemies to be impressed by that effort. How would you feel if they laughed at your effort? My apologies. New android. Still adapting a conversation. You know what we sold back before Rennigan? Before the facade of nobility, back when we were the Ikaria cartel. Opioids? Yes, it was still illegal back then. But not for everyone. Take the exact same components, put them in an extended release pill, and sell it at the pharmacy. And that's just pain management. It's all the same poison, equally addictive, whether you get it from a dealer or a doctor. Have you ever seen someone go through opioid withdrawal? Like taking a wine opener to your stomach for 7 days straight. They testified. Pain like that eats people alive. Slowly. And replaces them with something unrecognizable. A loving parent would steal from their own child if they thought it could buy them release from that kind of pain. Painkillers. What a joke. Does Rennigan produce painkillers? No, we don't. People die if they don't get the medicine they need, and I'm sure their family mourns them. But addicts die a little more every day of their life, until the day they finally fade off forever. And their family feels disgusted with themselves for breathing a sigh of relief. Plenty of kinds of evil in this world, little girl. Plenty to choose from. For real people like us, if you don't choose, the choice is made for you. Now wipe that look off your face and assess the following address. Rennigan.main financing prescription financing options out of pocket.apply. You have that memorized. But this portal is not listed or linked to anywhere on the site. I know, but it still works fine. By law, we have to have it, but we can't be blamed if the website is poorly designed. If you know any despondent crybaby college students looking for coupons to help pay for medication, they might want to start there. I like her. Thank you. Don't thank me. Don't. I can't stand it. Sosuke finding out his adoptive father has family murdered. I gotta go kill some people to figure this out. He's not the brightest. That... That conversation kind of rocked me a little bit. That was really heavy and well written. Yeah. 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 Just save Sosuke's life. Don't know how you pulled that off. How don't I? Do they consistently refer to themselves as a house? Perhaps they simply value family more than you think. Not gonna lie, that conversation made my blood run cold for a bit. That was a lot. 7:14 p.m., August 15th. So, where should we begin? What do you mean? I'm afraid I don't have anything new to tell you. Stubborn about all the most frustrating things, was it? I'm your lawyer, Sosuke. We're sworn to always do what's best for our clients. Their rights, their privacy. To an extent that many consider extreme, we are unable to disclose incriminating or otherwise problematic information that our clients give to us, no matter the circumstances. This whole system is designed to benefit the defendant. So it really upsets me when I find out my clients are lying to me about vital information that could help me save their lives. If you're troubled by the nature of my work as the Hound, you're adopted. Yes, from the Hayakawa. That's bullshit. You know it. I know it. And the people whose opinions you respect know it. Fine. All members of the military have an extensive DNA sample on record. If I subpoena... Right, stop. Just stop. Does the military keep all its members' DNA on a record? I don't know. Probably, right? I think they do. Yes, I know what you're referring to. Even before I knew, I did wonder. If you'd known about your real family for more than a decade, why haven't you ever... Because it doesn't matter. Try telling that to the Blue Bloods. They've been risking a gang war for over a year trying to get to you. That's their choice. It has nothing to do with me. How can you... I'm appalled, Sosuke. How could a brave soldier serving the House of Ikaria allow violence to continue when he knows he could stop it? Worthy attempt, counselor. Sorry. Guess I'm not used to having to persuade people to act in their own best interest. Or that of their family. Family. The Ikaria raised me, fed me, taught me how to read, write, walk. They gave me a home, a purpose. They're using you. They need me. They got a funny way of showing it. I owe everything to them, and nothing to the dead. They're only dead because the man you call the father murdered them. He did that a long time ago, to people I've never met. You'll have to forgive me if I'm short on empathy for complete strangers. Aunts, uncles, cousins, parents, siblings. You can't call them complete strangers, Sosuke. Can't I? The Ikari are my family. Nothing will change that. Nothing ever could. Let's test that. Pardon? The state thinks you murdered a cop. They'll make sure no one even ever thinks of following your example. Let me repeat that. The full brunt of the police state is about to fall directly on the back of your neck. Hammer. Nail. I'm not afraid of prison. You ever been in one? What? No, They shave you. What? When you're convicted, they shave you. For hygiene. It's not for hygiene. Are you talking about the virtual work release thing? Did they fit it? Did they fit your skull? Did they fit you for skull caps? Not right away. They don't do that to people. Put a man in chains. Strip him naked. Sew his mouth shut. He'll still recognize himself in a mirror. He's still a person. But shave his head. Give him a uniform. And make him sit in the dark with 500 others who have been treated the same. He starts to forget. Forget that he's a person. After you're so bored, you're seeing constellations in concrete, and after you're scratching your skin raw just to feel something new. That's when they ask if you'd like a job. After people stop being people. Hey there. Due to ongoing controversy following the suspected suicide of inmate Jay Gallet, search results for this term are temporarily blocked. Read more about how we cooperate with authorities to combat disinformation here. How could you even know any of that? I'm a defense attorney, Sosuke. Who else gets to see the inside of a prison and walk away afterwards? Makoto sent me himself. So you never actually took your one phone call, did you? Take my phone and call Hana-Kim. The Blue Bloods will volunteer a fall guy to confess these crimes and you'll walk free. After which, you'll become one of the richest men in the city overnight. That's not... If you are at all curious, I have done some calculations to estimate the extent of your familiar holdings. The number is quite remarkable. Though I suppose I haven't taken taxes into account. No one's asking you to abandon the Ikaria. You could become their greatest ally. Together your families would... I know exactly what would happen if I made that deal. I won't do it. Why the hell not? Why not, Sosuke? You're forgetting a few small details involved in this process. Namely, disowning the people who raised me my entire life. And claiming myself before the world as the son of the people I've been fighting since I was a teenager. How shameless do you think I am? Daisuke, that man raised me like his own son, and in return I can't throw away the name he gave me for just goddamn money. Treat your men as you would your own beloved sons, and it will follow you into the deepest valley. Is that it? You would rather rot in prison as an Ikaria than live in luxury as a blue blood. Gladly. This is my answer, Morgan. If you try and use my parentage in a trial tomorrow, I'll dismiss you as my counsel and change my plea to guilty.
If that's your answer, then that's your answer. You're the client. What you say it goes.
Right?
So if you somehow last another night without the cops smothering you in your sleep, we'll need some kind of strategy when you get into court tomorrow.
Of course we will.
And what are your thoughts on the matter? I might have found a window of opportunity. A chance that someone other than you had the means, motive, and opportunity to commit these crimes. Have you remembered anything else about your captivity?
Maybe if we go over it again and I extrapolate somewhat or a lot.
We'll need to be prepared. You're going to be called to the stand tomorrow.
All I need to do is keep silent, right?
You better not. I'll be the one asking the questions. You're going to call him to testify.
What do you expect me to say up there?
I want you to tell the truth, of course. I want you to tell the court exactly how you were set free. Another ad break. That conversation rocked me. Let me wait until ads start. I'll take a sec to stand up. That conversation was heavy. That conversation was heavy. Ugh. That was a lot. Okay, ads. That conversation was a lot. I brought it up during Metaphor, because Maria got me to cry. No, my father. Let me mute that. My father had an opioid problem. Really bad. As far as I really remember, it was kind of for most of his life. It wasn't an overdose that kind of... It was a bad needle. It was an infected needle, and that's what really did a lot of damage to his heart. But like, no, he really struggled with opioid addiction for like a majority of my life. He tried a lot of times to get clean. It just was really hard. It's really hard. Family situation definitely didn't help with a lot of various things that were happening. And so like that line that Mireille had about like someone who's an addict, like slowly dying each day.
something like that really eats at a person for a while. Like, they physically change and their personality changes. And it's gradual, but it is slow, and it does, like, slowly just kind of eat at them. It's really not a pretty sight. And it's really rough to see that happen to somebody. Especially somebody who you care a lot about. Because then they do things that they really, really regret. Because their body kind of tells them that they don't really have another choice. That's why that conversation with Mirai felt really real. That's why it made my blood run cold. Was not expecting that when I was starting the session today. Okay. All right. You go taking another night shift. He's infuriating, but I'd rather he didn't get shanked at that moment. Of course, Adonai. Detective London will be back shortly, and I'll make sure Sosuke's monitored all night. What is it? You gonna ask me to explain his decision? Because I'm not done trying at this point. I don't think his decision is that confusing. He wants to be loyal to the people who've shown loyalty to him. His loyalty is misplaced. Shown loyalty. Do you need a microscope to see it? You spot any members of the noble house of Ikaria around here. Are they hiding under a box somewhere? The people who've shown loyalty to him historically. His decision doesn't confuse me, but his choice of words. He considers the Ikaria his true family, yet he again spoke of a debt to them. That seemed odd to me. What do you think? I don't know. Did they really shave your head? Did they really shave everyone in prison? Or was that another bluff? Not everyone, no. Only everyone who can't pay the fees. "8:44 p.m. Morgan's apartment. Let me take a sip of water. I haven't been drinking much. A good puzzle feels satisfying to complete. Like a good story, it maintains its appeal even when viewed in hindsight. A bad puzzle doesn't make sense after you finish it. The picture's there, but it's muddled, vague, and you feel like an idiot for bothering to piece it together. Sosuke Ikari is that kind of puzzle. I fit every edge to every edge just so, but the result wasn't satisfying. An infuriating client to cap off a frustrating case. Having to keep track of what the cops know, what the Blue Bloods know, what the Ikaria are hiding, what Emma's thinking. What I've learned, and what I know to be true, what I can prove, and what I can't actually say. And even after all that, getting kneecapped when my client refuses to play his best cards. I want to clear my head. Or maybe empty it. Not in the mood for people watching. Sometimes if I let my eyes unfocus, the massive foot traffic on the street below melts into one dark amoeba, curling slightly at its edges as it squirms along the petri dish of the world around me. Its edges lost beyond the horizon, which can be Zen in its own way. I'm guessing that's what people see in ant farms, but I wouldn't know. Who the hell would want more insects crawling around their house? I'm not hungry. Baking is satisfying. Applied chemistry, which is applied math. But the cleanup isn't fun. And when I don't have a neighbor I'm trying to butter up or a client to visit, everything just sits in my freezer until I end up throwing it out. Sarah seems to shovel it all down without complaint, but she's not here now. When I was still slaving away in that witch's office, I never wanted for hungry mouths. Coworkers will eat anything you leave out in the break room. If I ever get truly desperate to hide evidence, I'll just take it into a pile and find an office birthday party to crash. They'll be gone without a trace in minutes. Don't feel like finding something to stream. Sarah's messed up all my recommendations anyway. My homepages used to be great, tuned to a T. I'd get closed circuit footage of industrial machine accidents and gun disassemblies with no commentary in the title. Now it's all street workout videos and film director tier list. If the end result is my internet history looks a little more random to an outsider, I guess I can forgive it. But if she ever gets me added to a mailing list for diet supplements, I'm fully revoking her net access. This is pointless. Might as well close my eyes and wait. Even staring daggers into the backs of my own eyelids would do me more good than this. Whatever this is. Hey, cool kid. If you go to jail for starting this pyramid scheme of an extracurricular activity, does that help or hurt your chances of becoming a lawyer? You're trying to recruit members because if you don't hit critical mass, this all falls apart. It's exactly like a pyramid scheme. Well, I don't know that I can give you advice since I'm the only member on paper, but if you want to start a club for solving mysteries, maybe you should, solve one first. I don't know. Ask questions. Talk to people. I guess. Record what they say. Take notes and think hard. Oh, you never know. You can be pretty persuasive. Or at least entertaining. I mean, I'm still sitting here for some reason, right? Guess I fell asleep after all. It's still dark out though. What time is it? 5 in the morning. It says 9:40 on my phone. I slept for 30 minutes? That's it? What the hell's going on with me today? Am I really about to give up and start scrolling on my phone? I should check my temperature. There might be something wrong with me. Don't feel like going to find the thermometer. How about a bet? 300 says the first article that pops up is an advertisement. There's always good news every night. Beloved school janitor given dance-off salute by students after having to postpone retirement for third time. Double or nothing. Federal investigators recover Denning's girl. Well, congrats on no longer being kidnapped. But you just cost me 600, you little shit. Recovered a Dennings girl. The nation rejoices tonight as the daughter of the renowned philanthropist Joseph Dennings has been confirmed home safe and sound, thanks to the efforts of federal investigators spearheaded by a playbook that applies old techniques to tackle new challenges. Dennings originally rose to prominence as the CEO of Constancy Inc., which was at a time a marketing firm specializing in virtual advertising. But Dennings' vision for bringing advertising to the front lines with heads-up displays services cracked open the previously uncharted market of active-duty armed member forces. Armed Forces members, serving them relevant, relatable, automatically generated content that informed them about the products they wanted waiting for them on their doorstep when they got home. That's nightmare fuel. After making Constancy one of the lead advertising agencies in the world, Dennings thought that he'd finally get to spend time with his family when he graciously stepped down as CEO to focus on the philanthropy, also serving as CEO and advisory role. But tragedy struck earlier this week. His daughter was kidnapped on her way home from school in an attack investigators describe as meticulously planned and flawlessly executed. When the vicious attackers contacted Dennings' family and demanded an exorbitant ransom of an undisclosed amount, a lesser man would have panicked or worse given to the demands. Fortunately for his daughter, Dennings is no lesser man. Those first 24 hours are essential. We need every minute we can get. It's really quite remarkable that Mr. Dennings was clear-headed enough to contact us right away, said one investigator in the operation. Investigators sprang into action, of course, but here our story takes a curious turn. Instead of searching for the map for the young Dennings girl, they mapped up the psychology of the kidnappers themselves. We wouldn't really describe this as a terrorist act, but the sick-twisted terrorists who committed this atrocity did do us the courtesy of communicating openly and often. From the way they spoke, the words they chose, we started to narrow down the possible backgrounds, and then revisited a crime scene. Investigators credit their breakthrough to footage of the kidnapping that indicated the terrorists had military-level training and discipline, carrying out the attack in a so-called quartet formation, considered a signature of the military's elite hostage retrieval squad. Anyone could read a handbook and try to copy what they've seen in military sims, but this brutal act of class-motivated violence was carried out without as much as a shot fired. Miraculously, skill set, unfortunately for the suspect, are as unique as fingerprints. We had warrants to search for all 4 suspects' properties within the hour. While some less dignified members of the press questioned the nature of this horrific crime, asking pointed questions about the possible relationship between Mr. Dennings' past work and suspect military backgrounds. So this is a PR stunt. Chief Director Investigative Valentine avoided the mudslinging of the sufficient reply of no comment. Mr. Dennings' business associates have no bearings on the value of his daughter's life, which I am glad to say is no longer in any danger. For that, we have to thank the efforts of the brave young investigators to my left here. Specialist Investigator ISA, Technical Analyst Sokolov, Special Agent Greenfield, and Special Agent Beckham. Together they. Are you as infuriated as we are about the anti-authority outside outside actor anarchists inciting anxiety on our city streets anonymously? Join us and push all the interested searches directly to Citizens Tax Return ID. Sign up below and we'll direct you off your help. How's that for long ads? What are the chances? I see that name. Perfect timing, actually. Maybe chewing out Mary for keeping me in the dark is just the nightcap I need. That woman's... Hang on, that doesn't sound like Mary. Oi. That voice almost sounds like... Pen up already, you shit. I better check the door cam. Why? Why are you here? Detective, is that you? Open up. Pardon? Set open. Oh no. Hang on. Are you... Don't pretend you can't hear me. Hear me in, you little creep. Cave, you little creep. Hi, Saidaku. Detective Reyes, are you drunk? Yes. No. It's a crime for you to ask me that. This was not on the bingo card. Oh. I can just wave my badge hello to the door cam. And my door just unlocks like that? That cannot be legal. Oh, it's not legal? Why are you here? What model door is it? Oh yeah, for this model door in this city zoning, it is illegal for me to unlock your door like that. Oh, is she got? Guess Han had a point. Needing mixed spare keys is a fair trade-off to avoid this bullshit. And since you just invited me in, I did not. Here I am, above the buck. What's happening right now? Why'd you steal in all the way up there? Who'd you kill to get a place this huge? What'd you even do with this much space? Hang from the rafters like a bat? Echo? Echo. Echo. Detective, this is absurd. Does anyone even know you're... The idea is there. The idea is there. Served up to her on a silver fucking platter. Does anyone even know you're here? What? Let me check. Detective Reyes, badge number 10806, reporting on all channels. Motherfucker. Self-assignment. Protective surveillance is a suspected criminal target. Threat assessed as medium to low. Target capabilities. Not a threat to self or others. Reporting in from... What's your address? Do not dox me to every cop in the city, Reyes. Reporting in from address withheld. Any copies? Over. Copy. Copy. Cam saw you entering the building. Copy. Reading your bio today. He got you 10806. Have a quiet night. Are you finished? Hey, where's the snowball? Calling her snowball now? What? She waves her hand in a rough approximation of something cloud-shaped. Snowball. Porcupine. Ball. Matcha ball. Sarah's doing her job. Likely story. You'd probably make her sleep in a coffin in the parking garage. Going off of David's setup, she might be more comfortable if I did. Is this booze? That's water. Ugh. So drunk that water physically disgusts her. Can I do something for you this evening, detective? Or did you come here just to critique my interior decorating and knock shit over? I came here because I'm drunk, and I'm drunk because you're in danger. She's almost cute. No, the other way around. I'm drank, because I was pissed. And Quaz and everyone else told me to go home. Even though he shot a guy only a few hours ago. I'm the one who's too emotional and too useless. Don't you dare start fucking crying in my apartment, please. Reyes is normally not like this. She is far from usually being like this. This is her in extremely rare form. She's usually a lot more angry and pissed off. So I came here to catch a bad guy. Because you are defending that cop killer. Uh-huh. Who is also an orca killer. A whale cop killer. Killer whale cop. Every goddamn idiot in this city wants to shoot him. And also you, because you're a stinking lawyer. Thanks. And I'm a cop. Cops are supposed to protect people. Even stinky lawyers. Thanks. So I'll park myself right here, catch the next assassin they send after you. Then lock him up and throw away the key. And if I accidentally save your life too, that's okay. Even if you don't deserve it. You could have just stopped talking. I can stop talking easy. I love the stupid smile. You really don't have anything to drink? I'm not sure I want to drink with you, detective. Who invited you? You're the host. Do whatever. But I'm gonna do what I gotta do. Where the hell's the screw top? If I have to host the drunk Detective Reyes for the rest of the night, as I evidently do, suppose I needn't force myself to go through the ordeal sober. I'll get a bottle opener, detective. Girls' night. Girls' night. Oh shit. Motherfucker. Said I'll get it. Wait. This is the part of the vid where he breaks down the horsepower. Wait, she? Sleepover, unfortunately, yes. For years, they all abided by this gentleman's agreement where their engines would have horsepower capped at 2.7 or so to avoid this, like, arms race of engineering in a country with a huge street racing scene. Right. The crazy part is, it was only ever on paper. They were building and selling cars with 300 plus horsepower. And they all just listed the horsepower as 270 domestically. Yeah. God, everyone knew about it. And everybody knew it. I mean, they were selling the same car with the same engine, with the same goddamn torque rating in 2 different countries, and they were saying, oh, I don't know, I think it's only 276. That's crazy. Morgan is so over this. I was born in the wrong generation. I'll die without ever knowing what gasoline smells like. Gasoline is odorless. What? It's odorless. They added a strong smell during refinement so that leaks could be noticeable. True. It's natural gas, you dummy. Scared me for a second, jeez. If you're gonna try and ruin some for me that I never had a chance of experiencing, you better get it right. Doesn't know the difference between gas and gasoline. So, you knew chopping. So you knew chopping. God. We dated a... What? I wouldn't have guessed that. For how long? Once. That's not an answer. Which is not a lot. Duh, I know. It was such a shitty date. Where's uniform? Like, I was supposed to salute. God, he was cheap. Trauma bomb. I said, would you tip the bartender? And he got all confused. He just handed me 2 cans. Why would I tip? Because you tipped the goddamn bartender, man. That's why. Reyes is right, though. Can always tell when someone grew up with money. Maybe they just can't hide it. Maybe none of them ever learned the decency to try. Rockford's not so bad. I mean, it's obvious, still, but the airhead part kind of offsets it. Yeah, that's... What do you mean? Emma comes from money? Guess even you could tell a joke. Worst date I've ever been on. Waitress looked like she was gonna stab him. You'd think he was allergic to salt with all the nitpicking he did. And then he has all the balls to tip 10%. That is bad. What do you know? You probably haven't been on a date since the 60s. How old do you think I am? I was talking about the tip. What tip? Oh, the tip. Oh, yeah, but still. Do you even have a dating profile? Or do you just hang around funeral homes and castles and shit like other creatures of the night? I don't have a dating profile. You met chopping through an app. Yeah, a dating app for cops. I'm trying not to be as mean as I possibly could be. There's a dating app for cops. Yeah, just for cops. Just for all. That is a dog shit name. Why is it called Just for All if it's just for cops? It's a pun. Oh, it's a pun. Well, not really a pun. Wordplay. Play on words for justice for all. The cop catchphrase. We say it all the time when we catch people. And Grinder. That's better than what I would have said. I'll say that much. There's an app for everyone. Probably even lawyers with sun allergies. I don't think there's an app for me. Hang on. Let me project a hologram of the world's smallest violin out of my eyes. Apps suck anyway. This one I matched. She was terrible. Her teeth. Bye! Alright, we might be able to cook with this. We might be able to cook with this. We might be able to cook with this. She was trying to smile or some shit. She was all teeth. I think it was her first kiss. You remember your first. I don't know why everyone's always so concerned with first. What does that mean? Don't worry about it. I've never once given a second thought to anything you say, so get that straight. Wanted to slap the guy's dumb face at the end of that day. But then I didn't even recognize him. When Lynn and I came in, he was face down. Whole floor, blood. Just blood and paper. Couldn't turn him over. Had to preserve the scene. Just had to leave him there. Sorry. Sorry? I'm not sorry, I'm angry. You seem to get angry a lot. You been to anger management? You know what that's about? Managing anger? Keeping calm. Not letting your emotions control you. It reminded me of something. I have to put a note down for something. I'm great at all that. If you say so. You do say so. With what I'm feeling most of the time, I'm a goddamn saint with how calm I stay. I'm just too small. Little hole in the bottom of a big water tower. Fills up faster than it'll ever drain. If I was big, I'd trample this whole city down. Long, long before my anger's gone. Didn't even seem like people from the hall. Just two people-shaped things, face down in blood. Susuke and Chopin. They're both face down. What? Yeah. Because Rogers was cuffing Susuke on the ground. Rogers? What a klutz. Like, I couldn't cuff a cow. A cow? I don't know. Something that cuff easily. A dress shirt. What do you want? A round of applause? Everyone clap for the world's greatest. Wordsmith. Just shut up. Persuading her to remove her shoes and socks before tossing her up the stairs is the very upper limit of my patience. Making it off the floor onto the bed is up to her. I don't care. I can sleep on my couch. I could sleep in my chair if I had to. I can fall asleep in any position, actually. It's not actually worth bragging about, especially to myself. Hey, don't fall asleep in your chair. It's bad for you. It's very bad for your back. So now, homicide detective knows where I live. Guess the address is on the business card, downside of a home office. At least it's fun to imagine how sick she'll be tomorrow. Can't remember the time I got that drunk, thankfully. Can't remember the time I got that mad. And the last time I cried. Screw this. Introspection's a scam. I'm not nearly so flushed that I can't afford to waste time on it. That was a really nice moment for Reyes. Like, genuinely. My god, stop smiling like that. Yes, you found a teacher's missing key card. No, you're not Sherlock Holmes. Or whatever his lawyer was. Oh, I'm sure. You're gonna be the most popular kid in school overnight now. Well, I wasn't being that sarcastic. You better hope it's somewhat true. Deadline for your little club sign-up period is next week, isn't it? Actually, you'll need to find 4 more members. I'm gonna be out that day. Family thing. What a phase. You show everyone puppy dog eyes that pathetic. Look, if you're gonna be a lawyer, you'll need to get better at reading fine print. See, you need 5 members to found a club, but if you have at least 2 students present at the qualification time, you can get an extension. I mean, even you can get 1 person to join, right? Just use that winning personality of yours. It's a family thing. I can't say no. Nothing. I didn't say anything. 11:31 a.m., August 16th. State Building. Floor 48. They must have waved me down over 5 times. I've been in private banks with less active security than this. Were they private banks that had recently had a shooting? No. Then the comparison seems flawed. Armed guards in the halls, drones outside the windows. Androids standing firm in the streets. Triple spectrum cam on every entrance. They really rolled out the red carpet for you this time. If they were this concerned, why didn't they just move the trial outside of the city? The district attorney said as much, but the city council overrode them. The district attorney? You mean Miss Rockford? Miss Rockford's boss. Word of the attack yesterday is already trickling out. They can't afford to delay, or it'll look like they've been successfully intimidated. There's such a thing as overcompensating. Not in the stage of security theater. Were you able to look over the DNA analysis that Cyanus completed out tonight? The report on the bindings. Okay. Summary of the forensic DNA analysis conducted by Cyanus follows below. Sweat matches the DNA of subject A, Ikaria Sosuke. Skin matches the DNA of subject A, Ikaria Sosuke. Blood matches the DNA of subject A, Ikaria Sosuke, and subject E. Wait, why is Miller's blood there? I'm gonna have to pull out that thread. Gave me a lot to think over on the ride over. Yeah, so Miller's blood was somehow on Sosuke's pant legs. How? When did that get there? Because that clearly happened when he was interrogated. You're looking much better. I don't feel better. They gave me a sort of injection last night. I woke up in much more pain than they insisted on but they insisted on taking off all my bandages. Some sort of injection. Sosuke consented to an intravenous injection of recovery accelerant at 9:33 p.m. last night. You consented without knowing what it was. I nodded. That wouldn't help me sleep. The interrogation room floor isn't exactly ideal for rest. Spoiled brat. This is the same guy who was who's confidently telling me that he was fine going to jail. What about you, Adonai? Were you able to get any rest? I slept like a rock. Eventually. Didn't even wake up when a certain unwelcome guest stumbled out the door in the early morning. Thank God. But it was an accelerant, huh? I thought there was something familiar about this discomfort. They gave it to us back in the military, on occasion. You heal up faster, but it still takes the same toll overall. Explains why I feel like my bruises are fresh. Why'd they wait until now to start giving Sosuke medical attention, though? Emma must have realized it was getting a bit silly. Trying to accuse you of murdering 5 people when you look like you had been thrown through a windshield. Don't worry, Sosuke. You're still handsome, even without the rugged edge that your injuries provided. Hearing that doesn't make me happy, you know? Then why are you blushing? It's not like you're spotless. You still have a mark under your left eye. No, I've had that since birth. Oh, that is a birthmark. Oh, I was told once that it's charming. Why'd you bring it up? Is it not charming?
It's so needy. Alright, we're back. Thank you for clarifying for the court, detective. That was the same story you told me yesterday down in the lower wards. He and Reyes were second on the scene, so they focused on clearing the lower floors before meeting with Rogers. Good to have it on record so I can look it over. Sato, please bless us. Detective Lennon testified that he and Detective Reyes arrived as the second pair of officers on the scene. Rogers had already apprehended a suspect, and so we focused on securing the area. Sunshine and I cleared the first floor. All the rooms were empty, but one was unlocked. Sato, give us good luck. Sato, give us good luck. Give us good luck, Sato. As for the next item on the docket, calling the defendant to testify. Seems like it's gonna be a nothing burger. Not entirely, Your Honor. My client waives his right to decline. Does he now? Says Akaria. I'm head of personal security at the Akaria Financial Group. And the IFG, that's a family-run small business. Mom and pop operation, I take it. Family-run. Well, Mr. Akaria, I feel like the court already has a strong understanding of the circumstances you found yourself in. How you were captured and tortured by those 4 known criminal associates, all of whom are now dead. How you were found standing over the body of Officer Chopin. That is an inconsistency. That is wrong. He was knocked out. Or he was on the floor before, by the time that Chopin was on the ground. I suppose all anyone can ask is, what do you have to say for yourself? I can only tell you what I remember, even if that's mostly pain. How about after that pain? How'd it end? I woke up to the feeling of my blood drying on my skin. Familiar sensation for a head of personal security, I assume. Objection? I can answer. It was a novel experience. I pulled off my blindfold and felt like I'd stepped into the desert. Light flaring in my eyes, heart thumping in my temple. But I realized there's a gun in my waistband. The indicator showed it was spent. Didn't know what to make of it. Does this gun look familiar to you, Mr. Akaria? Yes, that's the same gun. Let the record show the witness has admitted to wielding the same magus used to kill 2 of the victims. Is this okay? I stumbled forward, towards a door, and past it the whole room seemed red. And after that, you don't remember. Anything else you'd like to say to the court, Mr. Akaria, before we finish? There was one more thing I recall. I remember holding my sword. So he admits to it. You remember holding your sword? Oof, that ain't good. That's very interesting of you to say, Mr. Akaria. It was on the ground, and it's important for me. And it's important to me, so I bent over and picked it up. Do you recall the next thing you did with that sword, Mr. Akaria? No. The next thing I know, I'm being transported and read my rights. I see. Your Honor, do you feel we need to continue? The questioning? The trial. Ouch. Ready to begin cross-examining at any time, Your Honor. If you insist. Round 1, fight. Surely we've passed round 1 by now. Bindings, Yodu, the Magus. I woke up in that room blindfolded and in pain. The blind's starting at 8. Managed to untie my bindings and stumble forward. That's not true. That's when I noticed the gun sticking out of my waistband. I was alarmed, but the ammo was already spent. When I stepped through the door, everything on the other side was red. All
All I could do was bend down and pick Yoru up off the floor. Next thing I know, I was in an ambulance having my rights read to me.
Sosuke isn't lying about anything, is he?
No, he's just subconsciously glossing over a certain key detail. All the trial prep in the world couldn't undo multiple concussions, I suppose. Yeah, no, his bindings weren't... They were cut. Dried blood and clearly cut with something sharp. Yeah, he didn't undo them. Managed to untie my bindings. False. Sosuke couldn't have untied his way out of his bindings. Not when they were clearly cut by something sharp. Objecting to a statement from your own client now? What do you mean, Morgan? These pieces of cloth were recovered from the room where you were held, Sosuke. And they're very clearly been cut. You didn't struggle your way out. You cut your way out. Yes. Now do you mention it, that's right. But if I cut myself out first... Your Honor, the people asked the defense to do their testimony coaching before the trial begins from now on. As it stands, this has been a colossal waste of time. Yeah, I mean, this detail probably isn't important, right? It's very important, Your Honor. If he used the blade to cut himself free from his bindings, that means Sosuke couldn't have gotten free until someone handed him a blade. Meaning that the people's theory of a daring escape mid-interrogation is doing just fine. Thank you for asking. None of us in the courtroom here today seriously believe this man or his memory can be taken as truth. Then forget him and just look at the bindings. They're hard, physical evidence, and they have to have been cut by something sharp. What do we know that fits that description? You think it was Yoru? His captors kept him bound in that room most of the time, then cut him from the bindings with the sword to bring him into the main room for questioning. That's not true. Like, why use the whatever? Cause she doesn't know about the knife, so she's still only operating with everything that was in the scene. Yeah. Where he turned the tables on them before slaughtering them all. Badass. Well, counselor, are we done here? Could the katana have been used to cut those bindings? Looking at the actual bindings themselves. Stiff with dry blood and clearly cut with something sharp. It could have been the sword, but it is not. We know that the sword isn't the only thing there, but... No, we have the fingerprints. Fingerprints on the handle match the right hand for Sosuke, and no other prints were found. It couldn't have been the sword. Of course it wasn't the sword that cut those bindings. What do you mean? Did you forget that there's only Sosuke's prints are on them? The problem lies with the DNA. Your Honor, if we could please draw the court's attention to the forensic analysis of the bindings. You'll notice. Your client's blood, obviously. Yes, obviously. But upon closer inspection, you'll also see that blood from Miller was found as well. The poncho guy. The cute one. Who was stabbed in the throat, as the court may recall. By your client's sword, as is no doubt still fresh in the jury's memory. Well, how can that be, Your Honor? What do you mean? Is it not sharp enough? What a piece of... How can Miller's blood have ended up on the bindings that kept my client from leaving that room in which he was held? Unless Miller was killed before my client was ever cut free. The blood from the stab. That's why they're on the bindings. That's kind of a big deal, isn't it? I thought so, at least. She's lying. That's not possible. You thought wrong, counselor. It's true that the katana has blood from Miller's stabbing on it, and I'll admit that it's surprising to see his blood on your client's bindings. Miller's autopsy shows he had no wounds beside the fatal puncture in his neck. So the bindings on my client had to have been intact at the time Miller died. But those bindings didn't need to be cut before your client could kill him. What? If your client's wrists were left bound for questioning, he could have stolen the gun, killed Tanks Creek, then picked up his sword and just as stated in his testimony, and set to work. You'd think my client was drugged and beaten before killing 4 men with his wrists bound. Hardly impossible for a man with his talents. And there's no other explanation for why he would have cut his bindings with a sword that, as you insist, must have already been used to kill Miller. No other explanation. Not even if he used something else to break out of confinement. I love the parentheses of my knife. What if my client had simply used this to break out? What the hell is that? Way overcooked from what I can tell. It's a murder weapon, Your Honor. One recovered from the scene of the crime. That knife. Yes, that's what I grasped when I first woke up. It's impossible. What she said. There's something about a knife found seared to perfection in the ARC's data. Is it overcooked or seared to perfection? This knife was not found in the building, Your Honor. I retrieved it in the alley immediately beside it. Your android did. Needed to submit video evidence of the entire afternoon to verify it. Doubting Thomas. It's not the android I have trouble taking at her word, counselor. What forensics have been performed on it? There are no fingerprints remaining, and the DNA present in the blood is too damaged to be of use. But I've identified at least 2 different blood types. AB negative and B negative, Your Honor. Your Honor, the people are of course interested in forensic analysis of any evidence that seems pertinent to the crime at hand. But this was retrieved from an alleyway dumpster. A soot-filled drum near an alleyway dumpster. From an alley in the lower wards. Without strong evidence linking it to the crime, I see no reason to entertain the idea that this is some kind of 4th murder weapon. 3rd murder weapon. What? The bat was post-mortem. The point still stands. Yeah, the bat was completely overkill. Well, how about it, Margie? Any link between this totally not suspicious fine-broiled knife and our crime? Or should we just throw it back in the garbage? Again, it was a soot-filled drum by the garbage. And of course, I have more to go on than mere proximity, Your Honor. I have proof right here that this knife was what Sosuke used to cut himself free. Yeah. It's the bindings. What of them? They were clearly cut with something sharp. Yes, we've been over that. And the knife is sharp. Not gonna walk in circles with logic on you on this, counselor. Harsh but fair. Then I guess it's the medical records. I'm doing something that I keep doing in Ace Attorney 2, where, like, I'm jumping ahead. I know what will eventually lead to where, but there are times where I'm jumping ahead, where I'm trying to just jump to the point where, like, I know I'm trying to make. But the important steps are also in between that too. Speaking of important steps, there's ads going to start in about like 15 seconds. So I'm actually going to use this as the chance to go and make more tea. Because this should be getting close to the ending, actually. Finally. So I'll be back in a sec. Because I need tea. I'm going to need tea for how heated these conversations are going to get. So yeah, be right back. The fact that I'm still doing the same mistakes that I do from Ace Attorney really helped show just how well this is done. Like, it feels, how do I put it? Because it's a similar feeling I get when I play certain games that are inspired by other games that I do, other games that I like, where if I am as involved, or I'll say if I'm as engrossed, I'll end up repeating mistakes that I do elsewhere. Like, one thing that keeps happening to me in Ace Attorney is that I keep jumping to, I know the point that I have to make, and I know the point that I want to make, and this would be a good chance to make that, but I can't make that here because I'm aware, but there's still a couple of steps that I need to do to get other people there, or at least to get the opposition there. I think I did it a few times in Danganronpa, but I got a lot better at it. I got a lot better at it as I got through the other games. Or I guess mainly as I went through like V3, especially V3. Just take another look at that. Your client's medical intake record. A little late to still be drumming up sympathy, but if there are shirtless photos in a file, I suppose I have a duty. There are. What? I didn't remove my shirt for it. If I may please direct the court's attention to one specific item. Slight laceration found on the left hand. What do you mean slight? Like a paper cut? More like a cutting board accident. Neither paints a very gallant picture. But if he had cuts on his finger when he was first arrested, then it must have been sustained around the time of his escape. Like when he was using a knife to cut himself out of the bindings while blindfolded. Yeah, that makes sense. Even a sword master can nick himself on his blade every now and then. His katana was found with a lot of blood on it, yes, but none of his own. Adonai is correct. Yoro was thoroughly tested and found to have blood residue matching Miller, Trey, and Officer Chapin. But not one drop of Sosuke's. Meanwhile, we have a knife right here, ready to be submitted into evidence and studied under every microscope the state can find. That just so happens to have Sosuke's exact blood type on the tip. AB negative. That blood type doesn't match anyone in this case's full file except for Sosuke. What? I do blood typing fortune telling. I do blood type fortune telling. So I have a hobby. Shoot me. 2 shots. Right into the base of my ooh. Counselor Morgan. Perhaps you might grace us with your formal request. I call for this knife to be submitted into the record and forensically analyzed as quickly and thoroughly as possible. Because I believe that is the murder weapon that actually ended Miller's life. A knife to the neck. Would be much easier to pull out. Would be much easier to pull off than using the very tip of a sword. I hypothesize. Nice recovery. Perfect, Ukemi. In other words, then, you're asking for the medical examiner to reevaluate whether this knife might be a better fit for the wound in Miller's neck. Yeah. Did you just repeat what you said, but slightly rephrased? A conversational topic to surpass middle— Shut up. It's worth repeating, Your Honor. Because the people understand the full weight of what this knife implies. It can overturn the entire case in an instant, depending on what Sato finds. Emma's repeating what I said because she's stunned. I just flashed her my hand. It was 1 card away from a full house. The people have no objections, Your Honor. This trial requires that we fully examine this new piece of evidence. Cool. So, does someone have her number? Is there a group chat room for everyone who works for the government, or Dr. Sato's already on her way? So there is a group chat. I'm not in it. She'll begin the examination as soon as she arrives. Guess we'll just slack off until she's done then. It occurs to me, Your Honor, that we ought to thoroughly examine why this possible critical piece of evidence was not found during the police's investigation. The investigation and preservation of the crime scene was a joint effort between the police and Sayana's security. Then perhaps our next witness can shine a light on the source of this deficiency. Hey, girlie. Adelaide Hahn, site manager at Sayana's security. I served as supervisor for the scene of the crime in case 356319B. Wow. Can I call you lady? Nah, babe. What should I call you, though? Well, you can call me babe, or... You address the adjutant as Your Honor. Awfully cold name for such a hot... She gets it. She gets it. Why the hell wasn't this knife found sooner? Well, I hate to throw a business partner under the bus, but we at Sionis Security maintain the perimeters and stand watch over secured scenes. It's the cops who do the searching and flagging. We'd have to ask them why they didn't go dumpster diving. It was a drum. The police aren't your business partners, though, are they? I don't understand the question, Your Highness. Sionis Security is a cell corporation, owned by the FIC Holdings, an offshore rebranding and effective pseudonym for Kim Acquisitions, aka the heart of the criminal organization operating in the lower wards that is commonly referred to as the Blue Blood Mafia. If you say so, sounds like it's above my pay grade. Permission to treat the witness as hostile. Can I get popcorn first? Do you know why the state cooperates with Blue Bloods to this degree? Why you aren't allowed to run your business and manage your petty fiefdoms? Petty fiefdoms? How about this? It's a free country and we're loyal capitalists, tax-paying entrepreneurs. You got your own explanation? It's because you're insignificant. Neither you nor your organization are on trial here today. That's not a favor and it's not a show of respect. It's just reality. The state is slow to shift its priorities. You aren't the focus of this investigation. But if you impede this trial's progress by dodging questions and playing around, and playing stupid, you'll find that the state shifts its attention to your neck very fast. Emma is so interesting. Her, like, I don't want to say even willingness, because willingness, her enthusiasm about using state violence is almost more unsettling than Morgan's readiness to use direct physical violence. She's giving fascist low-key. She already said she's not exactly perturbed by the idea of basically state-sanctioned lobotomies. She's a great parallel for Morgan. You got questions for me then? Why wasn't the alley searched? Because the police found all the murder weapons within minutes. No rational person walked into that bloodbath and thought, gee, I wonder if there's a knife buried under the pile of ashes in the alley downstairs. Your witness, counselor. My turn. If my hunch is right, it'll be critical that I gather as much information as possible about the scene of the crime, and the ways in which it changed after I left. When did Sionis Security first arrive on the premises, ma'am? Midnight. About 2 hours after my client was arrested. You sure? Checked my messages and saw the time right on my phone when I got there. You were there yourself. Trouble with being a site supervisor. You gotta stay on site. A lot of naps and parked cars. Let's slip a few details about the building setup when we first met. Time to get it out all on the record. Do you know who owns the building that these crimes took place in? I don't. Do you know who installed the security features on location? It was Sionis. Must have gotten hired by someone. Not my department. But you recognize some of the handiwork. The front door was Sionis. The individual vault rooms locked. Individual vault room locks too. That front door was locked when officers arrived. They had to shoot it open. Shouldn't your security system recognize officers of the law? Our doors use physical locks. A lot of folks in the lower wards don't trust a fob scanner that could be hacked. Physical locks can be bypassed too. Sure, but at least that takes time. Is there a way to unlock the front door without its keys? I mean, you could use a spare, right? Is there any way to lock that front door without its keys? Yes, but the technique's real complicated. You walk out and let it shut behind you. That door is designed to lock behind you automatically. It's a selling point for a building designed to be secure. The knife was found in the alley only yesterday, even though the police should have searched there. Yep, seems like everyone did their job. Not everyone did their job. Did you do yours? Was the alley monitored around the clock? It was. Any disturbances to the scene of the crime? To the scene in the alley? No, none. So there was no opportunity for someone to plant that knife there after the crime occurred. Not even a blue blood. There were cops coming and going all over the place. Why don't you ask them if they went around planting evidence? We did our damn job. Right, as expected. It was a warm night, I'll bet. You asked me about the weather. Not exactly grade A small talk. Relevance, Your Honor. I was trying to be polite, but if you insist. Were the windows open in the building when you arrived? There's a lot of windows. Not sure. The crime scene in the room directly below it. Were there windows open? Yes. Those windows were open when Sionis arrived. Strange. Didn't it rain that night? That drizzle was only after 9 p.m. So the power corrupts, and so once you have power, you cannot hold back. Yeah, that was like the big scene for episode 1 for me, where both of them, in their own ways, showed that they couldn't be relenting in what they do. You can't hold back. Any bit of power you have to be able to use it. Flirting on the stand. Listen, I'd flirt with Addie, but I also don't exactly want to be on the stand like this between these two. And even if it had been downpour, it's not a crime to risk getting your windowsills wet. Alright, so the building wasn't completely sealed by the time you got there. No need to press. Thank you. That was a very enlightening conversation. But it raises just one question. Whoever could have gotten inside the building before Chopin and Rogers? The answer is that no one could have. What the hell are you talking about? Your Honor, perhaps Counselor Morgan might narrow down her absurd attention-grabbing claim first, so that the people can properly eviscerate it. Yeah, what she said. Someone got into the building before Chopin and Rogers did. That's become obvious. What are you talking about? The only way into that building was through the front door. Chopin had to shoot it down. Are you suggesting that he didn't even try turning the handle first? Front door was unlocked. No, the front door was locked. I'm agreeing with that point. The door was definitely locked when those two arrived. The witness has testified that the door was designed to lock itself automatically, so it's impossible for the door to have been left unlocked. As you say, but in that case... I would flirt with Addie, but I don't want to interrupt the girls fighting. The burden of choice. If we know the front door was locked all night, and we know that the master key was found on Creek's body on the 3rd floor, then where do I even... What the hell are you trying to say anyway? Just that they used the spare key. The spare key. How convenient. But completely unfounded. The witness just testified that a spare key is the only other way in. There's no proof that a spare key even exists. Probably not. No. Probably? So how about I show the courtroom where it was hidden instead? It has to be the dumpster. No. It could have been the oil drum. It's either the oil drum or the dumpster. Dirty rain marks found around it. I'm not confident in either of these, but I know it has to be one of these two. I think it's the dumpster. No. Well, yeah. Because she could have retrieved it from there. The alley drum would have completely got rid of the spare. I would increase the wager, but I'm not entirely sure on this bet just yet. Sure, obsession with presenting evidence found in garbage. I'm not gonna ignore that comment, and besides, there wasn't a spare key in the dumpster. It must have been underneath it. Yeah, when I'm confident, I will raise, but I was 50-50. I wasn't completely sure. Because both of them would have made sense, but the dumpster had more evidence for it, but I wasn't, I didn't want to jump the gun on that. That was me being really nervous. What? Is that true? Hey, don't look at me. I have no idea what she's talking about. That dumpster has clearly been moved, as indicated by the markings left behind from dirty rain in the lower wards. We can all see those marks, Counselor, but it could have been moved at any point after the last time it rained down there. The witness just testified that the last time it rained was 9 p.m. on the night of the murder. So what? You claim is that a spare key and the front door was left underneath the dumpster? Also, wouldn't they find a knife and a key in the same time? That's what I thought. I did forget earlier, and that's why I've been trying to make sure to remember. Not so dissimilar from leaving a spare key under the potted plant. Or, if you're kicking in the ice, under a refrigerator. Or setting a stone, or a Buddha statue. This isn't anything like either of those examples. That dumpster is massive and its wheels are long gone. Correct. So if anyone had moved it after the police had arrived, the cops definitely would have heard it. If it was moved after the rain stopped and before Chopin and Rogers got there, that narrows it down to sometime between 9 and 10 p.m. And of course, someone would only bother to move a dumpster that heavy if they knew what they would find underneath it. Someone like... Got ya. It had to be Han, of course. Counselor. As a known associate of the Blue Blood Mafia and employee of the security company who installed the front door of the crime scene, she'd have known exactly where to find a spare key. That dumpster also looks to be incredibly heavy. But I don't believe this witness's mod documentation has been submitted to the court. Could you estimate for us your approximate lifting strength? You lift with your back, not your arms, lady. Pushing strength, then. Me, I couldn't push a flower. Fact is, you're just bullshitting. There's no proof of any of what you said. We could check for your fingerprints on the front door. You'll find them, because I've used it plenty of times. It's my job. You could check your fingerprints on a dumpster. That thing's filthy. You get nothing but partials from a bunch of unlisted addicts whoever else stumbled into that alley. Would we? Don't know. But after you do, I might just recall how I nearly puked when I saw the crime scene. And how I might have stepped out into the alley to catch my breath. Would you believe if I rested my hand on that dumpster then? You're covering your tracks. This line of questioning is unproductive, Your Honor. Counselor Morgan cannot substantiate her theory because the fact is, there's nothing strange about Han's prints being on any centimeter of that building. Not when she spent nearly 2 full days patrolling it. True, fingerprints won't be enough. I need something more impactful. And I've got just the thing. What? Han was there that night. She was there before the police even were. And she was there long before Sionis showed up at midnight. And I can prove it right now. How? Exactly. What? I'm going to prove how she got there before the police did. What the hell was that? Poor Eddie. Adonai, did you really have to do that again? What is happening right now? This is a simple whistle. Every time I press it... Aww. Every ad in a courtroom picks up a rather nasty frequency. As does any phone with a proper receiving app installed. Bloody finger. So, should the witness be excused, or should the witness be excused so she can answer her phone, Your Honor? You brought that shit into the courtroom? Where exactly was this whistle found? At the scene of the crime, of course. Near where Creek's body lay. Police must have disregarded it as a keychain or a toy. Didn't anyone ever teach them that when you find a button, you should press it? That's the exact opposite of what you should do at a crime scene. Yesterday, Dr. Sato testified that Creek was alive for several minutes after being shot. If he pressed this whistle even once in that time, the witness's phone would have started getting alerts. As I've demonstrated to the court just now. Anything to say for yourself, Miss Han? Did someone install that app on your phone as a prank? Its reception has a limited range. The lower wards is a tightly knit, highly dense community. How far could you have been? Far. I wasn't in the area that night. Bullshit. It doesn't matter what range she was at, Your Honor. The defense claims Han entered the building with some kind of spare key, letting the front door lock behind her to block Chopin and Rogers. But those two officers did enter and after they shot the lock. At which point they didn't run into the witness. Creek was shot around 9:45 p.m. Considering that the time it would have taken Han to arrive and retrieve the spare key, she would have only been a few steps ahead of Chopin and Rogers. After coming so far, your brilliant spare key deduction, are you now going to claim that she simply ran away? No. At that point, she would have had to hide. Since they didn't see her, logically we must conclude that she hid in one of the rooms on that floor. That is logical, but it's also entirely conjecture. Not this time. Detective London's testimony established a possibility. Remember what the good Detective London testified earlier? Rogers had already apprehended the suspect, so we focused on securing the area. Sunshine and I cleared the first floor. All the rooms were empty, but one was unlocked. Can you teach me how to speak brackets out loud later? How are you saying that with your mouth? Two police detectives have sworn that one vault on the first floor was found unlocked. Unlocked, perhaps by a spare master key. Is that some kind of big deal? Your Honor, what Counselor Morgan is proposing would put the witness behind officers Chopin and Rogers as they proceeded upstairs. Not a bad place to be. If you want to do some backstabbing. Gotta be shitting me. That's some creative geometry you're employing, Counselor. Imagining the witness as somehow getting positioned behind Tariq Chopin, yet somehow remaining invisible to the eyes of Officer Rogers. Non-Euclidean crime scene recreation. Very novel. Her insult sounded really smart, so I'm inclined to agree. I thought I had something, but when I put the cards on the table... How could have Khan gotten behind Chopin on the 3rd floor? Was Rogers distracted at the window, maybe? Or... Wrong question. I'm getting ahead of myself. Trying to work backwards at this point. I shouldn't ask what Han could have done to get into a position where she was able to kill Chopin. I should first ask what Han would have done to serve her own interest. Your Honor, there's some testimony I'd like the court to hear once more. If you could access the stenography protocol. The what protocol? Was I supposed to be taking minutes for this meeting? I can recall any testimony you want to review, Adonai. If Han won't self-incriminate, then the only testimony that could give me a clue as to her actions would be... Rogers had already apprehended the suspect, and so we focus on the security area. The rooms was empty and locked. What would she gain? I think it's Roger's testimony. Recite Roger's testimony from yesterday. Start from after they enter the building. What are you fishing for? We heard a loud slam. Chopin gets all deadly serious and insists that I stay, and he goes ahead. Rogers was outside the building. That's it. The sound Rogers heard from the alley. And the one that made Chopin... the one that made Chopin want to form a pincer. That must have been when Han... It had to been the disposal of the knife. Tossing the knife into the trash. No. Drum. So then she moved the dumpster, but then hid, and then still got in afterwards. But then why would she need the key? She tied to a set of symbols first. Dropping a knife into a trash can could hardly draw the attention of someone standing indoors. It can't have been when she moved the dumpster. That was earlier. Did she actually jump to land on the dumpster? That's the only thing that makes sense then. The sound the officers heard was that of someone fleeing the scene. Out the window, down the fire escape, and onto the dumpster. It's a bit of a drop. Even a dainty suspect would make quite a racket using a dumpster lid to break their fall. Your Honor, if we have to entertain this thread of conjecture, might we at least ask for proof that it ends somewhere impactful? I hear ya. Counselor Morgan, take this one seriously. You're telling me that? What exactly are you accusing this witness of? Are you prepared to accuse Han of having murdered Tori Chapin? I'm not directly accusing her of it yet. We haven't established a motive yet. But if I'm going to be direct about the answer, like, no, it is. Am I prepared to accuse Han of having murdered Tari Chapin? Not yet. I don't want to make that assumption yet, because we don't have a motive, we don't have a couple of things. I don't want to raise too soon. If my theory is right, then it was the son of Han fleeing the scene that caused the cops to split up. In other words, at the time she left, Chapin was still alive. She's been uncooperative and has lied on the witness stand, but she didn't kill anyone. That was anticlimactic. I mean, perjury? Who even cares? Perhaps now, Your Honor, the court can get back on track and bring this witness testimony to a close. Considering the fact that she may very well have perjured herself, I think it might be better use of the court's time if we cleared the room on a reminder of the witness's testimony. No objections, Your Honor. Okie dokie. Bailiffs, clear the gallery and remove the defendant to a holding room. Forcing us out? What the hell? Hey, tag along, would you? What's so scary? Can't let someone with a concussion fall asleep, right? I'm certainly not still concussed at this point. See, he's delirious. Trust me. Very well, Adonai. Good luck. I want to accuse her. But if I raise that right now, that's going to put her on too much edge way too early, and I'll never get any more info out of her. Place empties out faster than I thought. No gallery, no jury live feed, no bells and whistles. You just give your testimony to the defense, the people, and moi. And then when you're done, I get to watch them argue over whether or not I should add it to the record. So you think I got something contentious to say? Sorry, but it's just got to be more of the cold shoulder. What I think is that you're scared. The hell? Of what? Who? You? An audience. What, the pigs? You think give shit what any of them thinks, says, does? Even if one of them might leak what you say back to the old guard? What's an old guard? The ruling faction among the Blue Bloods. They use young bloods like the witness as their cannon fodder. Where'd you learn all that? You being a late dying special? Knowing Emma, she just learned all this from... Matter of fact, I did. Old guard knows where my loyalties lie. I'm no snitch. So now there's someone to snitch on. I don't help state prosecutors, and I definitely don't help Akarian lawyers. The court's already emptied out. We can sit here in silence if you like. 15 minutes of nothing, and then you walk out. But when you do, Someone's gonna make assumptions about what went on in there. Telling me I'm screwed if I do, screwed if I don't, it exactly got me feeling Sosuke didn't kill Craig. That's a very dangerous thing to say. Maybe you don't care if an Ikarian dog goes down for a crime he didn't commit, but how do you feel about the person who did put the hole in Creek's chest toasting to the news of the verdict? Screw this. 9:47 p.m., night of the murders. I got an alarm on my phone. Knew it was Krieg, because the whistles all have specific frequencies. You gotta send them into your device if you want to listen for them. Krieg had nerves like ice. Strong bluffer. Wouldn't press that button unless he absolutely had to. I ran. Was fastest that way. On foot. Usually is, in the lower wards. I knew where the spare key was. Helped set up the whole damn place. Doors, keys, soundproofing. Stepped inside and had just gotten my phone light out when those two idiots came up. Reds and blues, but no siren. Trying to be some kind of movie shit. I thought they were gonna shoot me. Then I heard chopping getting ready to break the lock, and I knew they were gonna shoot me. I used the spare key on the nearest vault, dipped inside and prayed that they would just head straight upstairs. Lucky for me, they did. You'd follow them after. At a distance, but yeah. Saw their boots on stairs, their shoulders around corners. They split on the second floor, went upstairs. He was quiet, except for the squeak on the fourth step. Krieg used to joke that was a valuable security feature. They separated on the second floor without any prompting. Other one was stomping around on the second floor, so I was able to keep my distance. Always knew exactly where that one was. Then one shouted down. He shouted, saying that everyone was dead. That must have been chopping, just before Sosuke snuck up on him. I liked Krieg. His boys were alright too. But I did not want to join them in Red Hood's company. So I didn't risk sticking around a second longer. I opened that window on the second floor and jumped for the ground. I was willing to hurt my knees, fall on my ass, if I had to. But I ended up smacking the dumpster instead. The guy on the second floor shouted after me, "They're in the alley." I heard windows slide open above me, footsteps on a fire escape. But my knees had stopped shaking, and the fog was with me. They never saw me. You're saying you never set foot on the third floor? Not until I came back hours later as a Sionis rep, no. Where's the spare key now? Bottom of the bay, at the moment. Hell of a throwing arm, as you can see. Ain't gonna help you go snorkel around for it, if that's what you're asking. Well then, the people thank you for your testimony. You've cleared up a number of oddities surrounding this case. Though none of the answers you provided have changed the fundamental facts of what the defendant is accused of. Not quite. She was in and out counselor, didn't even set foot upstairs. I know. Not until she came back to secure the scene, right? Out with the counselor. There's no need for theatrics without the jury or the gallery here. I'm still here. I do appreciate the witness being so forthcoming about her first visit to the scene. Now I just need to explain why she started covering up evidence when she returned. What are you talking about? Easy. Why go to so much effort to hide one small scrap of paper? What is that? More trash? Seriously? That's exactly what this is. Trash. Garbage. Some idiot knocked over a trash can on the second floor. It's a big building. That stuff happens. Still don't want to answer. That's okay. I will. You covered up that scrap of paper because it implicates you as an accomplice. Didn't see that coming. Because it's nonsensical, Your Honor. Counselor, you just got done explaining how Han arrived after the pod was killed and left before Chopin died. Not an accomplice to murder. Just the mafia equivalent of leaking government secrets. Even though the papers were almost entirely illegible, it only took 4 characters for a P492 to plan to blow up in court yesterday. Years of blue blood planning all down the drain, because Creek was reading something he shouldn't have when he died. But if he shouldn't have had it in the first place, one has to wonder where he might have gotten it. All because of that one goddamn watermark. Identical to the one on your business card. See why? Sionis Security. You leaked the red ink. Craig never asked nobody for nothing. Dumbass was a giver. Gave money, food, blood, more than any of us. Enough that the weaker ones wouldn't have to get stuck. Guy like that came to a two-faced con hostess like me and asked for help. That red ink is radioactive. Anyone caught with it, why would he ask you for it? Old guard knew Creek was charismatic, brave, smart. Everything they feared in a young blood. But they also knew Creek made them too much money for them to just off. So the old guard decided to wear him down instead. More jobs than any other crew, more responsibilities. Less downtime, no sleep. Keep him too tired to have time to rebel, then wait for him to screw up. So you can make an example of them when they do. Managers would do the same thing when a host got too full of themselves. Started thinking that they were the ones bringing in the money. They were the ones who should keep it. Just put them on the grind. Grind them into dust. One old bastard had them try and grab that Icaria kid or whatever. At the same time, another expected him to do some kind of arms handoff to a big shot. At least that was the rumor. Look, point is, Creek knew they had a target on their back already, so they wanted some kind of deterrent. They could have dropped that red ink into any inbox in town like a tactical nuke if they had to. But maybe that's why they fired their missiles instead. You think the old guard killed Creek? I don't think it was that pretty boy Hound nursing those broken bones. Did he off the Chopin guy though? I mean, I'd kill a stuck-up spoiled prick like that for no motive, so. Did that answer your questions, counselor? Not the most burning one. When did the scrap of paper arrive on the second floor? Wasn't there when I ran out that window. It was dark, and you were panicked. How could you have even noticed? Paper's white. If you had seen it, would you have taken it? You kidding? Yeah, of course I would have taken it. Would have eaten the damn paper to make sure. Why didn't you simply eat the damn paper later when you did see it? Removing an item from ARC scanned building would set off a number of red flags. And the first thing that would happen is that they'd wind the clock back to see what it was. And that's what I did. Look back to see how the hell I missed it, but the damn thing was in every pick the ARCs had, right from the beginning. Knocking over trash to hide it was the best I could do. The reward survival tactics. Hide in numbers. If the scrap wasn't on the second floor when you left, but it was on the ARCs from the start, that means Reyes' body cam saw it by the second floor windowsill, the one that connected to the fire escape. Your Honor, I believe we're done with this witness, even though we've all managed to establish is that someone went from the third floor to the second floor without taking the stairwell. Someone circled around. You got all that from one paper? Am I stupid? Just because this paper's originated on the third floor? If that scrap was found by the windowsill, someone could have taken the fire escape. Exactly. Could've. Someone could've. But obviously they didn't, because they would have run right into Dr. Sato. She has some evidence, or DNA, or whatever. Maybe an updated autopsy report if you even care. Should we let her in? Your Honor, you're the one overseeing the trial, so I can cry if I want to. Open her up. And kick the flirt out. Hey, Miss Morgan. That Acaria dog didn't kill Creek's pod. No, he didn't. You gonna find out who did? Not your job, huh? Guess I deserve that. Finding Creek's killer is not technically my job either, Han. But if they're brought before me, I can promise I won't hold anything back. Appreciate the sentiment, but I'm not gonna hold my breath. And I won't tell any of the other young bloods to hold theirs. Best girl is back already. Lots of news to break. I'll leave the interpretation of the good and the bad to you two. That's cool. Just imply I'm ugly. It's fine. Counselor's Morgan hypothesis stands. This knife matches Miller's entry wound. Well, how about that? And it matches the wound better than a katana, considering what we discussed yesterday. I'd be ready to say that this is definitely the murder weapon used to stab Miller. But I've had no more... Oh my god. Hi, Zoe. But... I will say very quickly,
Rather cute, aren't you?
Thank you, Lindsay. I will say very quickly, one, this is of the Devil, episode 2. I'm assuming I'm right around the corner from the finale, assumedly. So if anybody is reading that or anybody playing that like right now, perfectly understand, if you want to dip out. But yeah, no, I remember what you were playing too. I remember what you were playing. And I'm upset that I can't remember off the top of my head. Let me look really quick. Yeah, Hypnospace Outlaw. No, that I've heard like really cool things about that game. Like no, I hope you had a great time with that. I played. I'm trying to remember if I played something. I know I played. It was Hypnospace Outlaw, and there were a couple of other ones like around that era that I remember getting interested in because of a couple of videos. It's wild, but I feel like I got the streamer debuff. I didn't get anything solved. It is hard to kind of like balance between like solving like a, I don't want to say it's hard solving or like paying attention to puzzles and stuff like that when you're streaming. Like I was definitely feeling a little bit of the streamer debuff when I was playing this, like at least earlier today. But hi, yes. She convinced me to buy the game. It's a good game. It's a good game. Also, Restwell Saidaku. But yeah, I'm a relatively local Alchemist variety streamer. I play tomorrow. I'm gonna have to figure out how I wake up in like. I almost did it in about like 7 to 8 hours to read the next Limbo's Kanto. But yeah, I've been reading Of the Devil. Finally at the end of episode 2. I jumped through a bunch of other different games, bigger, smaller, newer, older. I've been starting a Resident Evil marathon to lead up for RE9. So yeah, that sounds interesting. Then feel free to stop by and hang around. I do also want to clarify, because this is important to me, I was very fortunate to get a key for episode 2 by Ninth Circle. So like, that's kind of why I really wanted to make sure that I played this and finished this, because I felt bad because like the episode came out December 23rd. It was before Christmas. It was almost Christmas, which means that it wasn't Christmas. But yeah, if you like games like Ace Attorney, Danganronpa, courtroom, drama, investigation type of stuff, like, this is very firmly what this is. Which is why I wanted to make sure that like it was known that like, hey, this is the end of episode 2. It came out very recently. There's episode 0, which you can play for free. Episode 1 you would have to purchase. This is the one that just came out, and episode 3 is coming out next year. The hard-boiled protagonist. I don't think she's necessarily hard-boiled. She is a serial killer though, while also being a defense attorney. But yeah, no. Thank you for the raid, Zoe. And if you need to raid and run and get something to eat, I perfectly understand. But yeah, I'm gonna see if I can finish this tonight, because I kind of have to. But I've had no more luck with DNA testing than Sarah did. Wait, you weren't able to get anything? Not in the range of admissibility. So it's still vague. She's really cute like that, the serial killer part. God forbid a woman have hobbies. However, like Sarah, I was able to perform blood type analysis on the blade. And while I also found a B negative and B negative samples on it, I found one more blood type as well, A positive. Who has A positive in this? Not Trey. Not Tanks. Sosuke is AB negative. Roger is AB negative. Miller is B negative. Creek is O negative. Chopin is A positive. The knife was used to kill Chopin? Is Chopin the only one that was at the scene of the crime that has A positive? The knife's the real murder weapon. That's why they disposed of it. So then who had the knife? Sosuke had it. It had to be in Sosuke's possession. Three people cut with one knife. This can't be hygienic. As long as you don't stick it in your mouth, you should be fine. Poor baby girl. A+ positive. Who was there that night that had A+ positive blood? Dr. Sato's analysis has led her to conclude that this knife is better matched for the stab wound to Miller's neck than a katana is. She confirmed that Sarah's blood type's finding and also found evidence of a third type of blood present, A+ positive. That means Chopin was stabbed with it. But the Yoda was planted. Scene of crime impaled through the torso of Tariq Chopin. The seal is chipped at several points, especially the tip. So, 2 scenarios. No. Because one scenario is Sosuke used the knife to stab Chopin, but then dropped it in the barrel and then set the barrel aflame, then stabbed his own sword into Chopin, and then aggravated the wound while chipping his blade. But then he was also face down by the time Roger showed up. Who would have gotten the knife? Who would have gotten the knife before Chopin even showed up? Or who would have gotten the knife out of Sosuke's hands? Unless they went in, grabbed the knife from Sosuke, No, that doesn't make sense. What is happening here? These findings bring a rather alarming fact to light. If Dr. Sato believes that Miller was most likely stabbed by this knife and not the katana, that means that this knife was also the source of Miller's blood on Sosuke's bindings. So either my client killed 4 men while cycling between a gun, a sword, a bat, and now a knife with his wrists tied together, all before ever stopping to cut his bindings. Or he was still in captivity when the Blue Bloods were killed. Wait, that almost sounds like an alibi for 4 of the 5 murders. That's not an alibi, Your Honor. Either way, not my problem. All I have to prove is that he couldn't do it. Merely an increasingly strong shadow of doubt. The jury can decide that for themselves. The facts surrounding Chopin's death still stands. Sosuke Akari was the only living individual in the room Chopin was killed in. Sosuke Akari was the only person with his fingerprints on the katana. Something he corroborated with his own testimony just a short while ago. And the defense theorized the fleeing suspect has already been revealed as incapable of committing any of these crimes. Yes. But unfortunately for the people's case against my client, there is an evidence that completely overturns our understanding of how Chopin died. It's the knife. The knife that Sato was just confused with some Miller? Very likely used to kill Miller, yes. But definitely used to kill Chopin. He's the only one with A positive. What are you going on about? Blood typing. Chopin is the only victim with A+ positive, with A positive blood. Even my client, Sosuke, has AB negative blood. Yet Dr. Sato just told us that A positive was found on this knife. That blood could have come from nowhere but a single fatal wound identified on his autopsy. Chopin's blood was all over the scene. The knife could have fallen in at any point. Bullshit. Not at any point, no. This knife was removed from the crime scene and never seen by the arcs. That means it had been moved in the alley before Detective Reyes arrived on the 3rd floor. But Chopin was impaled by the sword. You've seen it. Yes, but not fatally. How could that stab wound not be fatal? Because it was post-mortem. It was planted. You're basing this on the blood. Usually closely follows the stabbing, yeah. It's the amount of blood, Your Honor. An impalement doesn't have much blood at the scene because the weapon acts as a stopper. I assume the amount of blood at the scene was the result of a sword being jostled afterwards, because the wound had been aggravated. But no. It makes a lot more sense if he was stabbed in the back, the knife was pulled out, and then the sword was thrown in afterward. Not overkill like Trey, not nearly as fun, but still. But this knife turns that idea on its head. Yes, Chopin was stabbed in the heart from behind, but it was most likely with this knife. He collapsed on the floor dead. Then this knife was removed, and his corpse was impaled with a sword in the same wound, leaving a mark on the floor. The sword was only then moved around, increasing the wound size and masking the initial knife's entry wound, while utterly soaking the floor in blood. It's a possibility. If I may, Your Honor. This may just be a possibility, but it's a possibility that makes the most sense to me. It explains the irregularities with the victim's substantial blood loss, the pattern of the wound, and the indentation on the floor. It might make medical sense, Dr. Sato, but the sequence of actions you've described are not those of a rational human. But wanting to frame Sosuke for the murder seems pretty reasonable, and stabbing the wound with his katana would be the best way to do that. They didn't need the katana to frame him. He was the only one at the scene of the crime. He would have been the only one there at the scene of the crime. Because again, I keep coming back to it, but like, fingerprints on the handle match the right hand of Sosuke Ikaria. No other prints were found. They didn't have the sheath. I don't think they needed a katana to frame Sosuke. He was the only one there. If they escaped, then they didn't need it. Sure occurred to them that the sword would point to Sosuke. But if their primary goal was framing him, all they'd have to do is put the knife in his hands. That's true. Swapping out the murder weapon and disposing of the knife is 2 to 4 times as much work. That many more chances to make a mistake is nonsensical. Stabbing Chopin's corpse with the katana didn't help them frame Sosuke. So what did it achieve? It made a big mess of some poor schmuck. Some poor schmuck would have to clean up. Yeah, that's... Chopin's blood nearly destroyed all the red ink dots at the scene. It was a cover-up. That was the point of it. But who's to say that's a coincidence? What if Chopin was stabbed twice? just so that his blood would cover up the red ink. This is insane. Makes sense to me. No, not your logic for the stabbing. This idea of yours that Tariq Chopin was part of some conspiracy to defraud the city. Agreed. That is insane. I believe just the opposite. What? Tariq Chopin was unpopular, straight-laced political aspirant working as a cop only to improve his electability. His personality, his friends, his goals. He'd have every reason to blow the whistle on Prop 492. And just get the whole project cancelled? Leaving the lower wards in an underdeveloped lurch. A lot of people would hate to see that happen. A lot of blue bloods. But the son of 2 city councilmen wouldn't care. And an Icaria, like my client, would be actively rooting for it. I think Chopin was murdered just to cover up the fact that Prop 492 had been corrupted. Just? All that money left on the table. All the future money coming down the line. That's a much better motive than... What was it you proposed exactly? That my client saw a police officer and would rather stab him than explain why he killed his captors. Something along those lines. So like, what's going on now? Did Sosuke do it or not? That would be cleared up in very short order, Your Honor. With the help of our final witness. So Yoru wasn't even really used to frame me. It was used to draw more blood from the wound to soak papers. A very cold decision to make in the heat of the moment. Defiling a corpse just to protect investments. Colder than stabbing someone in the back. In some ways. Didn't think that was up for debate. Thank you for joining us once again, Officer Rogers. No problem. Where is everybody, though? Hi, Tiagi. The sopping wet boy. Boy of a man returns. Yes, I love this art style. And also the use of the sprites just in a 3D space is like really nice. Like they have a lot of very neat kind of 3D tricks that they do. Including my adorable keychain. See, Sato did bring us good fortune. Well, after the shooting yesterday, I'd rather not risk the integrity or celebrity of this trial being rescreened by every member of the gallery when I've already cleared the room once. Celerity. Speed. Trials gotta go fast, baby. And it takes everyone a while to find their spot in the stands again. We were almost caught in the line of fire not 24 hours ago, Officer Rogers, yourself included. Surely you don't find the lack of an audience to be intimidating. No, I guess not. Where'd we leave off with this guy anyway? Sato brought us Sato Summoning Part 2, and it helped crack the case wide open. I believe that lawyer over there had just accused my late partner of being on the take for the Blue Bloods. I was merely exploring the possibility raised by the witness's sworn statement, Your Honor. That he never heard any gunshots in the area himself. And I stand by that. Good. Does the defense have questions for this witness, Your Honor? Or should we continue to glare at each other for the rest of the day? Something tells me you wouldn't be against that. Tempting, but I guess we're better not. Your Honor, we ask that the witness testify once more about how he and his partner arrived on the scene. Yeah, no problem. I'll repeat it as many times as you like. I'm gonna have to call you on that. It was a quiet night, but then my partner heard gunshots. Lie. We headed for the nearest known Orca hotspot and arrived at the building dead quiet. The door was locked. I checked the alley, but I didn't see another way in. So Chopin shot the lock through the door and we entered. Followed some kind of loud music up the stairs. Then there was a slam and my partner bolted to the 3rd floor. About a minute later, I heard a third thud upstairs and came running to find a defendant standing over my partner's dead body. Adonai, are you waiting for something perhaps? Just savoring the moment, I suppose. There's only one thing to do at this point, and once I hit the trigger on it, things will really take off. Quit that already. That was the trigger. Han isn't in the room. That was Roger's phone. Roger was on the take. Very abrupt, but also apologies. Because I know that there's an ad break that's coming up, because I had been delaying them for a sec. This hopefully might be the last one too. That's nasty work. Because like, here, let me take the sec to stand up. Because like, ooh, ooh. Because again, they don't care about the Blue Bloods. The city, everybody, nobody cares about the Blue Bloods. They don't care about the 4 dead bodies. They care about the dead cop. And that knife already proves that Sosuke couldn't have killed Miller. But it would be really, really, really salacious if one cop killed the other. Nobody's gonna care about the 4 dead gangsters. Which means Sosuke just gets to walk. The power of PR, baby. That's a wild shift. Because I was almost dead certain for a good chunk of it that Han did it. But then that blood being found on the knife, that additional blood type being found on a knife really... Sometimes the best thing that can happen for you is a drunk girl to just to come up to your doorstep and then cry on your lap, essentially. That's the moral of the lesson here. That sopping wet cat of a man. Thank you, Reyes. You've made this entire case so much more easy for me. So much easier for me. As I've mentioned, I feel many times by now that is a very unpleasant tone, Adonai. Sorry, Butterfingers. Hasn't anyone told you that it's in poor taste to use the same trick twice? It's been a lot more than twice now. And besides, it's only an issue when it's used twice on the same audience. Speaking of which... You gonna answer that, Officer Rogers? Just to fill you in, officer, what I accidentally pressed just now is a whistle found at the scene of the crime. Weird coincidence that my little slip-up coincided with your phone vibrating. Can you read us the notification you received just now? Or should the court computer simply force open all your devices and splatter your data across the walls? Officer Rogers, you have a so-called receiver application installed on the device, do you not? Yes, I do. Is that in line with department guidelines on use of third-party software on state-provided devices? It's not breaking any regulations. Doesn't need to earn you any demerits to make you look guilty of sin. You and your partner, that is. The Chopin also have that app installed. We can go check. If having that app on your phone makes you guilty of something, you'd have to arrest half the cops patrolling the lower wards. Chop the tree. What do you mean? It's common knowledge that orcas use unconventional tactics to talk to one another. Flags on buildings, clothes left out on lines, smoke signals, probably even messenger pigeons. Where? Oh, she freaks out about pigeons? Don't jump scare me like that. When you've got to figure this statue-esque, every pigeon is a disaster waiting to happen. Anyway, whistles like that one aren't uncommon. So is it common for members of the police department to try and listen in on the chatter of groups like the Blue Blood Mafia? Lower wards aren't a place a cop walks into without every weapon they can carry. Okay, forget about pigeons too. Are you tall? Are you 8? What is it? Like, how tall is she? Are you like nearly 8'7" in statuesque Tiagi? Maybe I am biased, or just, I guess, 100%. Very statuesque. In that case, I can understand. And made of marble. And that goes double for information. So there's nothing suspicious about his phone reacting to that horrible racket. Adonai, have I had to put up with that noise for nothing? I just think pigeons are really cute. They can be really cute. Especially ones that tend to be around New York City. At least for the fact that, like, they are not perturbed by people at all. They will walk directly up to you and then be mad that you're walking in their way. Not for nothing. The witness is correct, Your Honor. There is something suspicious about having a receiver installed on any of your devices, even if you aren't a cop. What's incriminating is the fact that Officer Rogers' device responded to the specific frequency of this whistle. Sorry, officer. A little blue birdie already told me that you need to input a frequency in order to get alerts for it. Yeah, I know that. So does the whole force, in fact. What? I see. What the hell is she reading over there? Officer Rogers. testifying about this anonymous tip that the police department received last night. What anonymous tip? You're pulling shit out of your ass again. Haven't seen the submission myself, but it came through the department network straight to everyone's inboxes. Be advised, anonymous tip suggesting potential Orca analog chatter at the frequency listed below. Patrol officers in the lower wards use this information at your discretion. She's playing dirty. This is her cheating. I was waiting for it. That's absurd. What's the point of informing every cop in the city about a secret communications channel? The Blue Bloods would find out their line is compromised within minutes. Would they? I don't know. I don't control how anonymous tips get handled. But as soon as you got an email telling you that there might be criminal communications occurring at a random frequency, you tune into it right away. Believe it or not, I'm a little concerned about criminal communications these days. Haven't seen my partner murdered by an orca right in front of me. Barely 24 hours before nearly getting shot myself. Back up. You saw the moment your partner's death. That's news to the court. You know what I mean? No, you claimed you were downstairs when you came up only a minute after you heard a thud. Your Honor, the tip was submitted and the frequency was spread throughout the police department network. Likely because the Blue Bloods believed it would be compromised, having already been used at a scene where 4 of their members died. Officer Rogers may have the receiver app on his phone, but so do many other police officers in this city. The app doesn't provide timestamps for when frequencies are added, so there's no proof of when his phone first started listening to the frequency. Neither he nor his partner were members of the organized crimes unit. Therefore, they had no criminal informants for their own, and they could not have obtained this frequency before the rest of the department. Wrong. Since the defense cannot prove the signal was acquired illegitimately, I never said I couldn't prove that. Gun. What of it? Not just any gun. A mag is legally registered at Anchorton. And how do I know that? Because this gun was identified and scanned over a week ago, when Tanks was briefly detained by some well-meaning officers on patrol. That report. Officers TC and HR reported the following. Subject in possession of firearm in violation of parole. And subject in possession of suspect communication software installed on a personal phone. He wrote all of that in the report? You and your partner found the emergency frequency for Creek's pod over a week ago by skimming Tank's phone. And sat on it until last night when you kindly dropped it off in the tip box. What the hell are you even saying? Why would we frisk a perp, get good intel, and keep it to ourselves? For the same reason your partner might report a generic shots heard over the police network when he already knew exactly where to look. The same reason he'd be ecstatic at finding documents on Prop 492 at the site of an orca bloodbath. You wanted your gold stars. You want to be the first on a scene at the site of a blue blood massacre. Counsel is badgering Your Honor, and losing her meager thread of logic in the process. The previous witness testified that there was, in fact, a silent alarm that night. The silent alarm that needs to be actively pressed. It could only have gone out before Creek's heart stopped. So that witness responded to the alarm by traveling on foot, and yet arrived well before Rogers and Chopin. The lower wards are maze-like. She could have been closer. That whistle has a limited range over which it can be received. They proposed that Officer Rogers and Chopin were within the limited range at 9:45 p.m., yes? Obviously you do. Or else that would never have been received, or else they never would have received the frequency at all. So, if person H is on foot and individual R is in a police car, and they both receive a signal at the same time, then a train leaves Appletown at 3 p.m. It seems like an irrelevant factor. All the court need to consider is this. How could Officer Rogers and Chopin have possibly arrived later than someone traveling on foot if all three were within that range? I can't believe I told my geometry teacher that none of this would be useful. This isn't geometry, damn it. It's just logic. Fact is, they did arrive later than Han. If I'm right about the motivation for Chopin's actions that night. I'm behind on this. Morgan's ahead of me. They did arrive later than Han. Han got in there first. If I'm right about the motivation for Chopin's actions that night. If he was sitting in his police car and suddenly got a notification telling him some blue bloods were having a life or death emergency, how would he react in that moment? He would rush over. Or wait. It seems the defense does not have evidence available to address this contradiction, Your Honor. Evidence explaining how Chopin proceeded to the crime scene. What do I have? Because they had to shoot the door open. Detective London testified that he and Detective Reyes arrived as the second pair of officers on the scene. They were already in the lower wards. I don't have evidence for this. I'm right about the motivation for Chopin's actions that night. If he was sitting in his police car and suddenly got a notification telling him some blue bloods were having a life or death emergency, how would he react in that moment? He would rush over. Evidence explaining how Chopin proceeded to the crime scene. Han testified that they showed up after her. Then London and Reyes showed up like 10 minutes after them, because they were above. What do I have? What do I have? I hate how good this song is. I would have rushed over. I don't have that evidence. He was sitting in his police car and suddenly got a notification telling him some blue bloods were having a life or death emergency. How would Chopin react? if they were having a life or death emergency, it'd be safe to assume that there were gang violence, or something bad was happening. And Akaria's slaughter, again. So they would have waited. They would have slowed down a little bit. Because otherwise they would have rushed directly into a bloodbath. That's my only theory. Regretfully, Your Honor, we don't have such evidence in our possession. But fortunately, Your Honor, we have we live in a surveillance police state. Pardon. And that makes it pretty easy to surveil police officers. The police's patrol car, their cell phones, traffic cameras, and optics data. The camera. I could request all of it. How? Your Honor, I formally subpoena all of it. What? Did she do that? I'm not sure. I'm still learning. Reyes' drunken swipe at my front door reminded me exactly how much power the police have. But it was her dutiful checking in that made me realize just how hard it is to lose a cop in this city. Right. Whatever it takes to answer this question for the court. After Officer Chopin reported that he heard shots fired at 9:45 p.m. Exactly how long did he and his partner do donuts in a parking lot before actually driving off to the scene? Kind of a big ask from the defense, but it's entirely doable. Do people object? People, of course, object to any data collection effort that would be a waste of taxpayer money or violation of their privacy. So we would prefer that the range of this request be narrowed somewhat. Narrow perhaps from everything to something. Happy to do that, Your Honor. I promise not to act like a kid in a candy shop and browsing through. If you do this, if you subpoena that data, you'll... just see me driving like a lethargic moron. Officer Rogers, we're at the breakdown. He seems different. Got him dead to rights. Hardly recognize him. Agreed, but I recognize his type. Soldier. Your Honor, what the defense is suggesting is largely accurate. Pardon? That's a first. Though there are some corrections I feel I should make at this time. No objections here. Officer Chopin is the one who discovered the frequency when we apprehended Anchor Tom. He had entered it in both our receiver apps at the time without my knowledge. It wasn't until night in question that he chose to inform me of the intel he had obtained. Now he planned on acting on it. At 9:45 p.m. we received a signal. Before I could react, we had put on a notice on the police network that he had heard gunshots. It was at this time that he told me to drive towards Blue Blood territory. As he started to explain to me what we believed we would find, I chose to take a suboptimal route. We spent several minutes in traffic as he battered me for my sense of direction. So you both knew the silent alarm would lead you to some kind of Blue Blood emergency. Though you only realized that meant you should take your time getting there. Logically, a silent alarm was triggered during a confrontation, not afterwards. I had no desire to walk into a crossfire of an orca gunfight without backup. You could have had backup, easily. My partner had no desire to share our intel or how we obtained it. I apologize to the court, Your Honor, for being evasive or misleading during these proceedings, and I intend to take full responsibility for doing so. But I was not eager to admit my role the role my own cowardice played in these events. Nor would I ever want to imply that Officer Chopin was responsible in any way for his own murder. Very warm sentiments from the officer, delivered with a voice as cozy as ice water. So, you're telling the court that you and your partner arrived at what you expected to be a bloodbath, and you still shot the lock off a door and started stomping inside while separated from one another. Respectfully, ma'am, with the route I took and the time it took us to arrive, we expected to find all targets neutralized. And that expectation was reinforced when we arrived on the street and found the whole vicinity dead quiet. Yeah, we were still the first on the scene despite my stalling for time. I think that might have enthused my partner. He was excited, and I let him set the pace. It's my deepest regret that I agreed with his request to split up. First to arrive on the scene, we know that wasn't the case. A blue blood got there well before you and your partner. That's what you were talking about? The witness wasn't present for that individual's testimony. He's merely giving the facts as he knows them. And he can't have known that there was a blue blood in the building. On the contrary, he already testified about encountering them yesterday. He also made that not so silent retreat down into the hallway. There was the blue blood making all that racket. I see. My partner Chopin, who shouted that there was someone scrambling around down in the alley not long before he was killed. He must have opened the windows on the 3rd floor to check. That's a new detail, officer. Pardon me if I failed to mention it yesterday. Bullshit. It occurs to me you weren't present in the courtroom when this other curious detail was brought to light. The fact that there was another weapon at the scene of the crime. A bloody knife which somehow ended up down in the dumps. Know anything about that? No, ma'am, I do not. Playing dumb. Wrong move. But I do know Sionis is a bunch of amateurs with conflicted priorities. Explain this to the court then. Forensics analysis has already shown that this knife was the murder weapon used to stab Miller, getting a healthy amount of blood on it in the process. It's also been established that this knife must have been what my client used to cut his own bindings. If you say so. The evidence says so. If the defense isn't interested in asking the witness questions, perhaps they'll answer mine. What does that have to do with Officer Rogers? Everything, of course. Let me to show you why. It has to be London's testimony. Rogers had already apprehended the suspect, so we focused on securing the area. I'm betting on this. We know for a fact that Sosuke had used the knife to cut his bonds, and Detective London had testified that Officer Rogers apprehended Sosuke alone. So why can't the officer who apprehended the man last known to be using this knife tell us how it ended up in the alley? That is a question well worth asking the witness. I have no idea what you're talking about. When I found your client, he had the magus and he had a sword. The sword he had struck through my partner. This knife you're talking about. Where'd you find it? In the trash. Down in the alley? Well, then some crime scene tech idiot must have thrown it out without thinking it was a bio-waste. Or some Sionis lackey tossed it in as a prank. I wouldn't know. Because I spent hours being debriefed in the room on the 3rd floor while they set up the arcs. I spent all night in that room with my partner's corpse. Never took a trip down to empty the recycling bin. We know the knife was with Sosuke at one point, and we know it ended up down in the alley later. So it stands to reason that someone had to walk it downstairs and out of the building. If Rogers never left that room that night, then someone else must have moved it. Incorrect. Zero points for you. 0 points again? All that processing power and you can't manage to think in 3D. It doesn't matter if Officer Rogers stayed in that room all night, Your Honor. All anyone needed to do to dispose of that knife was step out onto the fire escape and drop the knife down into the barrel waiting below. No need to leave the 3rd floor. No need to leave the crime scene at all, Officer Rogers. What kind of trick shot bullshit are you talking about? That is a long drop, Your Honor. A straight drop. Gravity's convenient like that. The target was a small drum in a dark alley. Said drum was burning when the police arrived. The target would have been plainly lit, and I've taken both of your arguments into consideration. And after much deliberation, I've come to the conclusion that the proposed method of removing the knife from the 3rd floor is not actually that hard to do. Assuming a modicum of hand-eye coordination and a basic understanding of Newtonian physics. Well, obviously. How can anyone manage that? Couldn't anyone manage that? Practiced martial artists who are masters of every muscle in their body. Individuals like yourself. And me. Might find it hard to relate. But there are some who would struggle with the task. Yourself and I. Wait, hand-eye coordination. Eloquently put, Your Honor. Fuck. So you must agree that someone with hand-eye coordination so bad that they hold the record for the worst marksmanship in the entire police department. Someone with such poor aim that they opt to physically assault the target rather than shoot them. Someone like that might find it impossible to pull that off. Him being a bad shot just saved his ass. You fucking kidding me? Are you talking about me? She's talking about me, Your Honor. While I find her tone unflattering, none of what she said is false. Apologies. That dropping the knife from the fire escape didn't occur to me as a possibility. It must have been that for me personally. Such a method of compromising a crime scene is not only unthinkable, it's impossible. All the stupid details come back and bite me in the ass, the piss-poor aim that London mentioned. Is it possible that Officer Rogers faked his poor aim at the academy? It's easy not to hit your target. But why would he intentionally flunk a shooting test years ago to give himself a strange alibi here today? He didn't flunk his test. He got the very lowest score you could possibly get while still getting certified. Good lord, you don't have to be trying to. Now you get it. If his goal was to receive the exact minimum number of points needed to pass, his margin for error would actually be much smaller than anyone simply doing their best, which would mean that he's a lot better at it than you would actually give him credit for. He's a snake. But then, what about when he first saw me? It's true that any other cop who saw me standing over the dead partner would have just unloaded. Instead, he ran up and hit me. If he's not actually that bad of a shot. That's only if you were actually standing above his partner. Why am I still alive? That's the story Rogers has been telling so far, that he instinctively didn't bother the fire. His gun wasn't discharged, and Sosuke got the business, so he accepted that line of reasoning. But if I assume he's more dangerous than he's led us to believe, why wouldn't he just shoot Sosuke when he had the chance? He could have told his fellow officers whatever story he liked afterwards. And we wouldn't even be having this trial. I feared for my life. That's all he'd need to say. Under what circumstances would it have been impossible for him to claim that if Sosuke was already on the ground? Your Honor, I'm reminded just now that my client and a witness were in physical altercation. I apprehended a murder suspect, yes. Surely you aren't suggesting I used unreasonable force. If anything, you used unreasonably little force. Not at all, but I imagine things happen fairly fast. Is it possible that a knife on Sosuke's person may have been knocked away in a corner during that moment? What are you? I may have. I can't say that I would have necessarily noticed something clattering on the floor while I was trying to cuff a violent perp. Perhaps, Your Honor, the witness ought to testify about everything he recalls from the moment he confronted my client. Jogging his memory might be the only way we can address these gaps in our knowledge. No objections. So let's hear it. Good versus evil, man versus machine, cop versus robber.
I'm not a machine or a robber.
Don't worry, Sosuke. If need be, Ado and I would go through a whole trial just to prove you're a machine.
What kind of joke is that?
When the blue blood fled down this fire escape into the alley, I poked my head out of the second floor window. But then I heard a sickening thump from above on the third floor, where I knew my partner was. Reflexively, I drew my service weapon and rushed up the stairs, and I first saw the defendant standing over my partner's dead body. I was shocked, but I was clearly injured. He turned to me with a dull shock just as I whipped my pistol butt into his forehead. Incorrect. He collapsed after that, and the room was a mess. My blood was pumping. If I had dropped the knife at the time, I wouldn't have noticed it. The evidence was Yoru, his medical records. Notes noted at the time. Blood from various sources across the head, numerous bones in left hand, broken as if from impacting hot surface. Slight laceration found in the left hand, internal bleeding throughout the torso and skull, bruising and rope burns and bones, numerous bruises on the interior front side of the body. Others bled across the tops of feet and pant legs. Largest wound found in the crown of the skull, back of the head, near the top. Despite his change in posture, he's still telling the same story. Yeah, he hasn't changed his tune, but he's giving more detail than ever before. And on top of those details, it's about to bite him in the ass. Poked my head out the second floor. Heard a sickening thump from above, on the third floor where I knew my partner was. Reflectively, I drew my service weapon and rushed up the stairs, where I saw the defendant standing over my partner's dead body. I was shocked, but he was clearly injured and his sword was stuck, so before I knew it, I was running at him. Me with a dull shock as I whipped my pistol butt into his forehead. He didn't have that forehand wound until after he got roughed up by the cops. Sounds very brave, Officer Rogers, but that's physically impossible. How could you have knocked my client out on the first strike of the forehead? When it was the back of the head that was injured? What are you talking about? Yesterday he had bruises across his entire body. Yeah, thanks to your poison blue. An exaggeration that doesn't hold up to scrutiny of his actual medical record. Largest wound found on the crown of the head. The crown, as in the top of the back of the head. The butt of a pistol leaves a surprisingly specific impression on the human body, Officer Rogers. I assume Dr. Sato is still in the building. Perhaps we should call her back and have her examine my client on the stand. Sosuke, you'll have to remove your shirt to get my head checked. That would be a waste of time, Your Honor. Counselor Morgan has taken advantage of some rather vague wording in the medical record to make her argument. Largest wound. But the fact is, the defendant was covered in various bruises all over his body when he was taken into custody, including the front of the skull. she's not wrong. I still remember every ache. It's entirely possible that when Officer Rogers struck the defendant on the forehead, the blow was glancing. But still hard enough to knock the defendant backwards. And he had fallen backwards hard. Very easily could have sustained a large wound to the crown of his forehead. She is incorrect. He fell front first. That's why there's blood on this pant leg. Hi, Alina. I'm like right at the end of this trial. This is right at the end of episode 2 for Up the Devil. Hopefully stream was fun though. Okay. Yeah, no, let me give you a quick shout out. I keep like almost misspelling your name. There we go. Spent 9 hours with the worst accents in mankind. It's all about an attempt. Thank you for following, Manders. All customers are welcome to the atelier. Ultimately, not something either the people nor the defense are experts on. But even if we were, neither of us could examine wounds that are no longer visible. Sosuke's injuries, they mostly healed as of this morning. Hope that injection helped you sleep really well last night, Sosuke. Your Honor, as I see it, either we can extend this trial indefinitely, with both the people in the defense flying an X-ray specialist and contusion analysts to argue back and forth about fracture lines, or we could accept the events more or less took place as the witness described. He hit the defendant on the head, and then the defendant fell backwards onto the floor. If the head wounds open interpretation, then it doesn't support the story. He fell face first. Forget expert witnesses. Let's all just look at the medical data with our own 2 peepers. Peepers. Officer Rogers claims that Sosuke was hit on the forehead and fell backwards. But what would he have fallen onto? In that room, probably blood and guts. Yuck. You're exactly right. All kinds of firsts happening in a courtroom today. He would have gotten blood across his back. But that's not how he looked when he was arrested. The medical report clearly states that he had blood on the front of his body, telling us that Sosuke could have only fallen forward. And what if it? Maybe he did. Maybe he turned his head weird while trying to dodge. Things happen fast. I'll try to bullshit a bullshitter. Fast enough that you may have, in fact, actually struck my client from behind? Yeah, maybe. Took him by surprise. When he was no threat to you. What? No. Easy target to knock out at that point. Makes sense. Why you wouldn't use lethal force in that scenario. No, he was... The guy's got nearly a full head on me. True. I don't deny it. Which makes it highly unlikely that witness could have simply hit him on the crown. If things happen as you say, and he had the element of surprise, he would have simply aimed for the easiest target possible. The one easiest to reach, the center, or the bottom of the skull. Not quite. Excuse me. I never said that my client was standing up when this happened. You mean he was asleep? No. Considering that he was struck on the crown of his head, it's obvious that at that time, Sosuke Ikaria was... on the ground? It would have been easy to hit him, if so. But if Sosuke was already face down on the ground, Rogers wouldn't need to have hit him. Was he still bound? Sosuke was still down, it would be easy enough to hit from any angle. Then why was he bent over? Didn't it say... It didn't say whose blood it was. He was picking up his sword. My client must have been bent over. He was bent over when the witness came from behind and... Adonai. What? Why are you interrupting me now? Because I thought you would want to know you're about to phrase things in a way that would sound very silly. What are you talking about? Sarah's right, Morgan. You should let her take this one. What? It was when Sosuke bent over to pick up Yoru. Sarah, baby girl. Precious darling. Thank you. That's when Officer Rogers stuck Sosuke on his crown. As I've said, the one thing I do remember besides walking out there was picking up my sword. Picking it up off the ground. Having your android argue the weaker points for you now, counselor. Not exactly the bravest tactic. Tactics are for refreshing your breath. She's so smart, but at some times she can also just be so stupid. What can you claim is weak about the argument? Positioning. If your client really had walked out of that holding room and was then immediately hit from behind, where could his assailant have possibly been standing? Sosuke had to get out of his bindings first and then push the door open. He wouldn't have been concerned with keeping quiet as he went. There would have been plenty of time for someone to hear him rummaging around in there and figure out where that could be. In the corner of the room here. That doesn't work. If that was the case, your client would have fallen face first here. But instead, he was apprehended here in the center of the room. Hey, makes sense to me? Looks like he dropped like a sack of potatoes by the door, sure. But then was dragged to the center of the room. What explained the streaks of blood we can see were discovered on the floor. So those weren't left by him gliding his feet in order to move silently. Of course not. I was hoping to learn that technique. Your Honor, I fear the defense may not realize the weight of the implication that her statement carries. If, as she claims, Sosuke Akari was knocked unconscious by Officer Rogers the moment he walked into that room, then my client never had any opportunity to stop Tarek Chopin in the back, and the only remaining individual who could possibly have killed him would be me. Yes. Any thoughts on that, officer? There's one thought that's been frustrating me for some time, actually. When I expected a prosecutor to voice, but perhaps I misjudged her. You what? None of what you're saying makes any sense. You say I hid in a corner to surprise Sosuke, and then I, what? Snuck up on Chopin? How could I do any of that if I was downstairs at the time Chopin was killed? At the time Sosuke killed him. It's not that the thought hadn't occurred to Emma, you idiot. It's that once I address this point, your entire testimony falls apart, and the truth of the case becomes crystal clear. There's no misunderstanding on my part, and I suspect none on the part of the people either. Because the truth is, when you and your partner arrived, you must have immediately... You're the one who took point, not your partner. You led him up to the third floor room. Excuse me? Chopin shot open the lock. Sure, I believe that. He was the one gung-ho about coming there anyway. But after entering, you went ahead of him while he covered you. What? You already told us you wanted us to stall. Wait for backup. If Chopin charged forward, you couldn't slow him down. But if you went first, you could go as slow as you like, and Chopin would be forced to match your pace. You were the one who cleared the room and shouted down that everyone was dead. I told you, I testified. So did your blue blood tail. Testified all about how you and your partner separated on the second floor. Objection. Mischaracterization of testimony. The witness the defense is referring to did encounter two officers, but the witness never identified either of them. The blue blood didn't need to. All they were waiting to hear was whether any blue bloods were alive. So after Roger shouted down to Chopin that everyone was dead, they bolted out the second floor window. And when Chopin shouted someone was in the alley, Officer Rogers opened a window behind Creek's body to try and spot the runner. Then he ran down the fire escape to try and follow them, only to give up when he saw that there was no ladder to get down with. It's entirely possible that Chopin yelled that someone was in the alley from the third floor. The scene of the crime is soundproof, remember? No one in that room would have noticed a commotion in the alley unless they had already opened a window to check it. So since Chopin yelled about it, he had to have been the officer who stayed on the second floor. This blood rat of yours just misheard. Or they're lying. There's no proof of any of this. Yes, there is, officer. It was a scrap of paper. Hello, Marie. Right now, I'm doing very well. The scrap of paper was found by the second floor windowsill. But it's not just any scrap of paper. It matches the red ink documents that were found where the pod died. And it happens to have partial blood boot print on it, proving that someone stomped from the crime scene down to the fire escape and into the second floor. That doesn't prove anything. Your own client could have left that boot print. That's what I thought too. My client was arrested barefoot, remember? You should. You did the arresting. Then maybe Chopin. If Chopin was the one who brought the scrap down to from the third floor, that would put him behind you. Meaning you couldn't have walked in on him being attacked by Sosuke. Counselor. Even if we accept that Rogers was on the third floor and then moved down to the second, the sequence you're describing ends with both officers reunited on the second floor, with neither of them dead. But obviously Chopin did proceed to the third floor because that's where he was killed. So now we're back where we started. Back where we started. You're forgetting one key detail in this new sequence of events. At the time the officers reunited on the second floor, my client was already unconscious. Meaning the only person who had a chance to kill Officer Chopin was in fact... None of this shit matters. This lawyer's trying to accuse me of killing my partner? That doesn't make any goddamn sense. Why would I do something like that? Depends. What? Depends where you live. Not uptown, I assume. What's it to you? Single bedroom? Yeah, whatever. Not great. Excuse me. And having to ride around all day with some insufferable, spoiled rich stick in the mud. Knowing the whole time that you, your job, your whole goddamn police department. It was all just a bullet point on his resume. Counseling is badgering the witness in lieu of making an actual argument. Apologies, Your Honor. I'll state the motive plainly. Prop 492 was corrupt. Blue Bloods and worse would profit off of it at the city's expense. But it would also bring economic relief and badly needed repairs to the lower wards. It might also stop the canopy from, you know, just falling down and crushing everyone who lives there. But a climber like Chopin wouldn't care about any of that. Every photo I've seen of this guy, he's had a big stern frown. But I'll bet he was grinning ear to ear when he found that red ink. Must have made you sick to your stomach. So you killed him. And then you bled him like a pig to try and destroy the documents he had plastered all over town. He'd have plastered all over town. You're crazy. That's not possible. Do the people have anything to add? Emma hates losing, but she's not stupid. She must be getting sick of having to cover for this. Officer Rogers. You were the one who entered the 3rd floor first, weren't you? What is she doing? Yes. How long were you there before your partner alerted you to someone escaping through the alley? More than 2 minutes. Less than 3. You had a chance to start looking the room over. Yes. And did you see anything also politically explosive as what the defense has described? No, nothing of the sort. Your Honor, the witness is blatantly lying. We know the documents were there, and we know Chopin found them because they were found underneath his corpse. And it is the defense's theory that he was killed because of those documents. Because he would have tried to make them public, essentially. Yes. That's the defense's proposed motive for this man, to kill his partner. Yes? I see. But why would he be prepared to kill his partner for reading documents left out on a desk? When he had over 2 minutes to simply get rid of them beforehand. I don't have a response to that. Oh. Damn good question, Your Honor. Do we have an answer for it? I'm getting there. I'll get there. I'm close. His layers are falling off. This is a cold guy. Cold enough to walk into that room, knock out Sosuke, and start calmly looking around. So is he lying? Did he actually see those papers? No, Emma's right. If the papers were in plain view, he'd just have tucked them into his jacket. If the papers were in plain view, were they? I can't remember. Where the hell did I put them, if not on the desk? Did she put them back in the safe? I remember taking them out of Creek's safe and thinking they were nothing important, so you just... Yeah. They were at the corner. That's probably how one page left. One page got left where it could be stick to the bottom of Roger's boot. But before I left, I reorganized things. Tried to make it seem like I was never there, so they were back in the safe. So I stacked things neatly. Yoo-hoo, counselor! Any cuckoos in or around the nest? Pardon me, Your Honor. I was simply overthinking, to be honest. Officer Rogers didn't dispose of the red ink when he had the chance because he didn't notice the red ink. It's that simple. A simple answer to a simple question that simply doesn't measure up. If Officer Rogers didn't notice the red ink dots in the 2 minutes he had within the scene, how did his partner discover them so quickly? Neither of them were looking for illicit government documents at the site of the gang shooting. Neither of them would want to start disturbing a crime scene when there was bodies and blood all around them. Correct. Rationally. Neither officer would want to start making a mess of the scene. Something must have simply caught the Officer Chopin's eye. Very bad luck on his part, as it turns out. What the hell are you talking about? What could it have been? Sounds like a tough question to answer, but there aren't as many possibilities to sift through as you think, Your Honor. Because it would have to be something that caught Officer Chopin's eye. yet not his partner's. What caught his eye? In other words, something in the scene the Officer Rogers wouldn't recognize. Your Honor, this is pointless. But the officers knew that this was the site of the orca violence from a silent alarm, and there was blood and corpses all over the damn place. And the red ink dots were not in plain sight amidst all this carnage. What could have possibly drawn Officer Chopper's attention to them? If I need to retrace Chopin's steps specifically, was there anything in the evidence record that he left a trace on? What would have caught his attention? There are ads. I see it. I see it. I see it. Damn it. Give me 1 sec. Because I need to stand up. Oh my god. It really depends on what evidence they give me. This is almost checkmate. It entirely comes down to whatever piece of evidence they give me. Because I am like dead certain it has to be the dark card. Please, 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 please let it be the dark card. Because the fact that the dark card comes from, like, the dark card being such a high society thing, like, it doesn't seem like something that Rogers would know about. It's not something that would have caught his attention as much as it would have caught in Chopin's. Is there anything in the evidence record that he left a trace on? known only to rich criminals. What could have possibly drawn Officer Chopin's attention to them? My partial prints found. Yeah, because it's the only thing that's close enough to the sound system. Because only Chopin would have been able to recognize it between the two. When Rogers first entered a crime scene, he must have seen Creek's datapad resting on top of some papers. You'd think the red ink documents were beneath the datapad the entire time. Or beneath the datapad at the time. That might explain why Rogers didn't notice them, but that's only half an answer. Then how's that? It wasn't the datapad that drew Chopin's attention, Your Honor. It was the dark card that was stuck inside of it. The dark card? It seems a little more than a fancy credit card to your eye. But if you're rich enough, it's an unmistakable sign of powerful forces at play. Exactly the kind of thing that would put a gleam in the eye of the politically ambitious Officer Chopin. Right up until the moment he saw the bombshell hidden underneath the datapad. Your Honor, the speculation. Chopin's prints were discovered on the datapad, Your Honor. We know he must have picked it up. And that datapad was found by police on a desk, so we know he must have put it down. I'm merely proposing that he didn't put it back down in the exact same spot. Just because this dark card happened.
Hey, seriously. What the hell are you two been talking about?
Flies right over his head.
What the shit is a dark card?
Cryptographically anonymous wallet card that rich people use to buy illegal drugs and gift for their mistresses. Not common knowledge, unless you ran in circles as high up as city council.
Oh. Yeah, you're right. I don't know that. Never heard of that. I assumed you were being literal. That's a dark card. Yeah. To be honest, it wouldn't surprise me. Chopin going around picking up whatever he had at a crime scene, without even radioing it in first. Sounds about right. Bare hands, mouth breathing. Guy was big on following the rules. Just wasn't that good at remembering any of them. Not me, though. I remember every rule. Follow them, too. Partner breaks a body cam. I request a new one. Let him use mine. Stop him from getting sued by the next punk he bumps into. It was a real risk for him. He had money. People would sue him if they could. No one would try to sue Huey Rogers. The only thing the judge could award them would be my own goddamn debts. I don't think I'm bad with money, just bad with debt. Can never seem to get the right of it. I never seem to get the right of this stuff. But even I'm not so stupid that I wouldn't wear gloves at a goddamn crime scene.
You mean...
Obviously, counselor. From the minute we pulled up to that building until I was relieved from duty and sent home the next morning, I was wearing gloves. 3 stories in an alleyway, and I could swear on my parents' graves I didn't contaminate 1 millimeter of it. Didn't put my greasy fingerprints on the windows, the doors, the murder weapons. You'd never know I was even there. So you could say I did this and claim I did that. But the city's only ever gonna hear that some Akarian bastard killed a bunch of blue blood punks. And that Tariq Chapin died a hero, trying to save the day. Right.
Adonai, is that true? Is that possible? After all this, is it possible that... But the jury, surely they can see... The jury will see what the adjutant decides they need to see in order to properly render their verdict. If the adjutant comes to the conclusion that the witness or a line of questioning would only serve to confuse the jury... Your Honor, the jury... Give me a second to think here, girl. I'm trying to build a conscious... and basically everyone's mad. So maybe the adjutant rules in our favor, and maybe the jury see things our way. But there are no guarantees. After all that, it just comes down to a gamble. Always does. Yeah. But you still get a chance to sculpt your hand. And I can do a lot better than this pile of shit. Just have to take my licks first. Your Honor, I disagree. About what exactly? All of it. Absolutely everything. Look, we know someone moved from the 3rd floor to the 2nd floor via the fire escape because of that scrap of paper, which would have put them in perfect position to walk up behind Chopin. And we know Chopin picked up the data pad because his fingerprints are on it. So we can reason Chopin was investigating the death before he died. And of course, we know he died reading the red ink documents. Duh. His body was found collapsed on top of them. Put that all together and... nothing. You still have nothing. Nothing except circumstantial evidence tying this witness to a theoretical sequence of events. Emma, did you get hit on the head too? We have Officer Rogers' footprints on the murder weapon. What? They'll never go all in unless all they hand you is crap. They'll never go all in unless they think your hand is crap. Put up a show. His prints were on the pistol. He used to bludgeon my partner, my client, of course. I usually do better with police if I play dumb. Honestly. What are you? No, they aren't, as he said he was wearing gloves. Also, that gun was never fired. What are you talking about? Now do you mention it, yeah. Shoot, did I get my notes mixed up? You're making a fool of yourself. That's right, the bat. Do you think we wouldn't notice you left your fingerprints on it because it was broken in splinters? The baseball bat used on Trey? Forensics failed to pull a single print from that. Is this your idea of a joke? Jeez, take it easy. You misspoke a little. Also, I don't have my reading glasses. What? The magus I was used to kill Trey and Creek. I used to forget that you wipe your prints off of a piece that gaudy, don't you think? I get what she's building up to. Counselor, what is this? Are you throwing a tantrum? Making a mockery of the courtroom? The only prints on that gun belong to Sosuke Karia. Oh. Sorry, I guess I was thinking of another case. Is there perhaps a gas leak on the other side of the courtroom? Well, don't I feel stupid. What I've been trying to say is that Officer Rogers failed to notice that he left his fingerprints on the most important weapon of all. The very blade that took his partner's life. Enough of this embarrassment. What the hell's wrong with you? I knew a mob lawyer would be corrupt and vile, but how can you be such a stupid bimbo? Do you think we're all idiots? My fingerprints aren't on that goddamn knife and you know it. My mistake. I can see here that yes, I was misreading the fine details and it does appear that your fingerprints are not on that knife. Sorry. You... Oh dear. What? What? What is it? Oh, I guess we're all just wondering. How long have you known it was this knife that was used to kill your partner? Motherfucker. Caught him with the okie doke. What? Confused. So are these two. Perhaps like you, neither of them were in the courtroom when Dr. Sato updated her autopsy report. So I knew that Chopin was killed with a knife. And the people knew that Chopin was killed with a knife. But how did you know that? There must have been 50 cops in here when that doctor... Far fewer than 50 actually. More like 0. We had already emptied a courtroom by then. A courtesy we extended to a blue blood witness. You're some blue blood rat. You crazy harpy. Trying to trick me at the last second. You'd think I walked in here unprepared. No, of course not. She right there, Rockford, the prosecutor. Before I took the stand, she told me all about the knife. So that's your plan. Right, Rockford? Before I came out here, didn't you? It's always great to reveal a full house and rake in the pot. It's even better to reveal a hand full of shit you bluffed your way to victory with. Say something already. Just say it. But every now and then, a different kind of victory comes along. Where you just get to sit back and watch somebody else self-destruct. Because they completely misread the dealer. Say it. Say that you... Because she put a really, really strong case and saw 2 of the key critical flaws and made entirely sure to avoid them. It was Rodder's own mistakes that completely broke her case. No, she's pissed. What? Just shut up. Is that so hard? Are my instructions unclear? Do you need me to salute you first? Stop talking. You are completely, utterly, 100% guilty. Why the hell would I perjure myself to help you? But, hey, start counting. Because from this second on, every word that comes out of your mouth adds directly to the number of years you're going to rot in jail. Jesus Christ. Unless those words are your confession. No, she's done. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. He's the Hound of Icaria. He murders for the mob. We could put him away. They don't want to put him away. Not for your crime. Not for murdering the son of 2 city councilmen. Have you lost your goddamn mind? But he's a murderer. Well, not all murderers are created equally. well, not all murderers are hunted equally. New ability assassinating each other. Let it ride. Keeps them divided. Orcas fighting in the lower wards. Let them sort it out. Keeps their numbers down. A monster shoots 6 women in the heart and leaves no evidence behind. Call us back when he kills someone important. Strains. When she's properly infuriated, there's no stopping her. Well, if she's not gonna twist the knife herself, I shouldn't let it go to waste. Your Honor, if the witness is having trouble choosing a place to start for his confession, perhaps I might help by laying out the details for him. Sadistic bitch. He's counting on Emma to step in. Now he's sliding down the rocky face of despair. Fingernails split and bloody as he attempts in vain to slow the descent. Not very dignified, so I won't leave him hanging. I'll be happy to speed him along. In summary, a week ago, you acquired a blue blood distress signal when you arrested Tanks, but your partner insisted on letting him go and keeping the code to yourselves. So the night of the murder, when the alarm went out, you jumped at the chance to be the first unit on the scene of what could be a gang shootout. You did all you could to stall, but your partner pressed on, and even shot open the door in his hurry to get into the locked building. You made up an excuse to keep him on the 2nd floor and proceeded to the 3rd floor. Proceeded to the 3rd on your own, relieved that everybody was already dead. And puzzled by the delirious Sosuke, who you knocked out with one blow to the back of the head. But by calling down to your partner to convince him that they were already too late, you alerted an orca hiding downstairs. And when they fled out the window and down into the alley, you opened the windows of the crime scene to give chase. While you were scanning the alley for the 2nd floor fire escape, your partner proceeded upstairs, where he was just as stunned as you were, but intrigued by the presence of a dark card you'd never recognize. He knew that it pointed towards the involvement of powerful parties. It was simply bad luck that he found that red ink before you. But he must have felt like he'd won the lottery. He was the one man in the city who'd benefit the most from exposing the corruption it hinted at. He must have been salivating at the opportunity right in front of you. Standing in the blood without a second thought. You had taken a knife from Sosuke, hadn't even thought about it up until that point. You knew once the rest of the force arrived, there'd be no stopping the red ink from going onto the record. You had one chance to blot it out for good. That's all. It's all a lie, just smoke and mirrors, tricks and guesswork. The Hound of Akari is standing right there next to you. The Blue Bloods themselves even tried to kill him right in front of us. No, they didn't. Excuse me? I have it on good authority the Blue Bloods wouldn't want my client assassinated. Hi, honey. Hi, Moro. Oh, I'm sure. So considering where the shooter was and the direction he was aiming, the only person he could have been aiming at would be, well... you. What the hell are you talking about? Seems like the old guard wanted to make sure that there'd be a swift punishment for letting Prop 492 blow up. So you can take protesting your innocence if you want. It won't work out. So you can keep protesting your innocence, but it won't work out. And you might be able to avoid the next Blue Blood to come after you, and the next after that. You might survive just long enough to end up in the only casualty in a tragically unavoidable case of friendly fire. Who's coming after you from above and below? Who gets the first toss? Whoever gets the first is a coin toss, so let me... feeling lucky. Well... you... Any questions? You and Miss DA, you're... officer? You're both... You're all... out of your damn minds. Do you work for the Blue Bloods? Never thought of it that way. Even back when I was a kid, I thought they were just another institution. Like a neighborhood watch, people looking out for each other. Everyone's parents off working or enlisted or in jail for civil disobedience. Whole neighborhoods that cops, medics, goddamn firemen wouldn't set foot in. Didn't see it as transactional. Thought I was just lending a hand. My blood ain't worth shit. I wasn't useful enough to be a young blood, not good looking enough to be a host. But I kept going to school. They helped me pay for it. And because it was, in fact, transactional, they expected me to get something in return. They expected to get something in return. Police Academy, their man on the inside. Wasn't as exciting as it sounds. I made sure it wasn't. Test scores sucked. Aptitude sucked. Clumsy and boring. I made sure no one would want to give me anything important to do. Valuable enough that the Blue Bloods wouldn't out me. Not valuable enough that the cops wouldn't want anything that wouldn't give me anything worth passing on. The world's most double agent. The world's worst double agent. So bad at his job, he'd never be expected to double-cross anyone. Imagine the look on my face when my reputation was nothingness. For nothingness gets me paired up with the worst babysitting job in the office, on the force. Tariq Chopin. We were perfectly matched in a way. I didn't want to be near nothing, and nobody wanted to let him near anything. Nothing dangerous enough to get him hurt. Nothing real enough that he'd go blabbing to his dads. We went around the schools. Those are the jobs we'd get. Building security. Morning assemblies. Telling the kids what cops do and here's how to call for help. We were a goddamn joke. There are worse things to be. You think I don't know that? Ooh. Think I give a shit though that kids were laughing at us in the back of the class. That teens were throwing soda cans at our car. Good for them. At least they were having fun. Tariq was never having fun. He was just burning inside. Humiliation and bile, stomach full of it. If he hadn't found the code on tanks that day, I don't know. I would have either put in his 2 weeks notice or just drawn his gun and walked into the nearest Orca mansion. So when you two arrived at the building, happened like the defense attorney said. I told Chopin some bullshit about smelling contraband on the second floor. He started poking around. And I went straight to the third floor because that's where the bosses would hang out back when I was a kid. Where they give us a spare change to buy groceries and pick up their laundry. Never met this creek or his pod in my life until he stopped Anchor 10. Different gens. And I'd never seen anything like the bloodbath in that room. All four of the pod were dead when I got there. Believe me, don't believe me. I ain't no Hound of Icaria. I don't even think he could have done that either. Considering how he stumbled out of that water closet like a bloody water balloon. I did whack him on the back of the head, but my hand to God, I'm not convinced it did anything. Face down in blood, out like that. Couldn't have woke him up with a nuke. When the hound dropped, I searched him, followed protocol, found a knife in his hand. I called down, said everyone was dead. That blue blood bolted. Tariq called after them. And yeah, I opened a window and tried to follow. I guess Tariq didn't know the ladder was out. Figured I would chase him down, because by the time I stepped back inside, he was upstairs. And I walked up those steps expecting him to be puking, crying, shaking, I don't know. Instead, he started yelling down, happy, ecstatic. He can't believe this. Scoop of the century. And I realize I know what he's talking about. Your blue blood superiors let you know about Prop 492. Lots of people knew what the deal with Prop 492, even non-blood civies. Nothing wrong with any of that, so long as it stayed a rumor. As long as the state didn't know, we knew where the pillars were going to be built. It was a nice thing, believe it or not. People in the lower wards whispering about big money coming in. A little excitement to look forward to. Tariq was excited too. All he could see was forward, barely reading the words in front of his eyes, not giving a shit about anything behind him, not caring about what he was trampling over. He didn't plan on doing anything if that matters, if you care. I was moving slow, but I wasn't trying to hide. I just... After taking it off the hound, I still had that knife. That goddamn knife in my hand. You all seem like educated people, so... I take it none of you all believe in evil. You're asking the wrong crowd. We believe in evil, down in the lower wards. It's like a fog. Hangs around certain people, places. And it poured off that knife like a water fountain. The devil made you do it. Haven't heard that one in a while. If it wasn't for that dark card being there. You know, Tariq told me once. Said he wanted to become mayor. I just did this stupid fake laugh and told him he had my vote. I didn't know why I did that. I shouldn't have done that.
Laughed at him.
Shouldn't have lied to him.
So, Your Honor, the people will be dismissing the charge of homicide in first degree with prejudice.
What does that mean?
They can't charge you with Officer Chopin's murder again at a later date just because they found more evidence. And the 4 other charges of second-degree homicide we will be dismissing the 4 charges of second-degree homicide without prejudice.
So she's not quite convinced I couldn't have killed Creek's Pond.
Millie's blood having already been on that knife you used to get free in the first place was pretty huge. Combined with Rogers admitting that you basically stumbled out of a walk-in closet.
But
the way the state sees it, their murders aren't any more solved than they were at the beginning of this trial. Good for me. It's to be expected. Then the jury will be dismissed. The court will be adjourned. And you, Miss Arcaria, are free to go. Everything that's happened to you the last few days. How's that leaving you shocked?
I'm not shocked, I just... I'm just grateful, Counselor. You have my...
Your Honor, is there perhaps something else you wanted to say? Well, if you insist. I guess for some reason, even though the jury has been dismissed and it's actually their job to do this part and the charges were dropped, I have the strong, overwhelming urge to say, not guilty. No, that needs to be much bigger. Maybe I, cast ye innocent? No, that sounds dumb. I love her. 4:56 p.m. State Building. Floor 48. She wants to get it right. She wants to appreciate what she was doing. So, how do you plan on celebrating? Adonai. We won, in case you two somehow missed it. We won so definitively that the police and even the Blue Bloods can't hold a grudge.
Right. My apologies. I'm grateful to you, of course. It's just that I still haven't gotten an answer to the question that's been haunting me. Even more so than whether or not I killed Chopin. Someone slaughtered Creek's entire pod. Then they had my life in the palm of their hand
And framed you, Sosuke. I don't think they were doing you any favors.
And yet they did. They let me live. It feels strange owing everything to someone so unknowable.
Well, you have plenty of time to think about it,
spending the rest of your life hiding your head in the sand, ignoring the vast riches that sit untapped in the savings account across the sea. Adonai, he's made his stance quite clear. I don't need to hide, Morgan. The Blue Bloods can try whatever they like. Yet they can find me standing right where I've always stood, protecting my family. Seems there's someone who'd like to speak with you about just that. Stupid brat. Makoto, young master. Please forgive me, young master. I've failed you repeatedly. I'll accept any punishment. Very well. 108 years of manual labor. Oh. Yeah, that's about as merciful as I expected. At least you picked a good number. You're the horse. 100 and... Of course, young master. You'll need to spend the sentence serving as my head of security, so that I know you're actually doing it. And that means you won't be able to do other jobs anymore. Even ones that the others ask you to do. He's an ungrateful, like, spoiled brat. And way, way, way too pompous for his age. But no, Makoto cares about Sosuke. It's sweet. Even delivery messages. It's a punishment handed down by the heir to the noble house Akaria, Sosuke. Who could possibly overrule it? As you say. I'll start right away if you don't mind. That is probably wise. Grandfather is outside in a motorcade, and he's had nothing but criticisms for the current formation. The chairman is here. He came here? Probably just happened to be on his way to the airport. He is, Counselor Morgan. Surprisingly astute of you. Though he is leaving quite early, if he just wants to get to the airport. None of our private planes are even fueled. It seems to be a universal truth that old people like to get to the airport early. That sounds very wise. Sarah of House Paralegal. Are you quoting? Then, if you'll excuse me for a moment, Counselor. Yeah, feel free to. Take Sarah with you. Pardon? If you don't let her look at your tattoo now, I'll never hear the end of it. Yes, well, that's... Right then. I'll, find a corner in which to lift up my shirt. Un instant. What did you want out of this? Congratulations, Counselor. You succeeded on all fronts. Thanks. Not satisfied. Makoto seems to be in a good mood. If you ask him for a bonus now, shouldn't I just negotiate with my employer directly? You're the one who hired me, aren't you? At the very least, you're the one who put my name forward to Makoto. It's easy to see looking back. You're the one who's acted in Sosuke's interest this entire time. Who isn't a child. And what of it? Why me? Why does it matter? Because I value my privacy. I want to know why a woman with your resources would put an ant like me under a magnifying glass. Such cruel metaphors you employ. Someone who values their privacy that much should, in the future, avoid directly confronting the board of multinational corporations. Noble's board of directors. You were not among them myself, but when one woman shifts the opinion of a room that's stagnant, even by a millimeter, word gets around. My, you really are a shy little girl. No putting the genie back in the bottle, but I won't recommend you to anyone else if it bothers you that much. Thanks. Though, you can be pretty shy yourself, letting Makoto take all the credit. Quite a subterfuge. I've already overextended myself in this matter. A woman from my side of the family intruding upon the IFG's business. I don't mind that I'll have to rip out fingernails in front of the elders as recompense, but I thought I might spare myself the additional pinky or so. You're being literal, aren't you? Disobedience always has a cost, especially in old families, especially for daughters. But not flinching as you pay the toll carries its own kind of power, don't you think? Maybe I'm just trying to dress up my cowardice as dignity. Disobedience used to come naturally to me. It gets harder the older you get. Hard to believe your independence wasn't just immaturity. That's why I'm glad Makoto's such a good boy. I don't want him to feel any guilt later in life. Yes, Makoto certainly takes his responsibility seriously. Can't imagine where he gets it from. I was such a hellraiser. He must get it from his father. I suppose it's an interesting mark below Sosuke's eye. Looks like a mole, but it seems to be hereditary. Does Makoto know Sosuke's his father? Does Sosuke? I would be very disappointed in Sosuke's intelligence if he didn't. That's why Sosuke left the family to join the military, wasn't it? Why he asked to become the Hound when he came back. Self-imposed exile for interfering in your arranged marriage. Interfering. We were younger then, but he still knew what we were doing. We knew there was no stopping the marriage. If it didn't cover up the pregnancy, others would. Or just eliminate the problem themselves. Sosuke left behind the bridal shower. Left before the bridal shower. A sudden enlistment. Certainly, but I don't blame him for not wanting to be there on guard duty as I married another man. If Makoto is Sosuke's son, though, that means he carries his blood. If he stands to inherit both his father and mother, inherit from both his father and mother his worth. I understand this is going to be hard for you to believe, coming from a woman like me. But Makoto's already worth enough. He has his health. He has his mother. And his father will always be close by. Every moment we've shared as family is worth its weight in gold. And as you've now seen, when given the opportunity to choose between Makoto and the blue blood fortune, Sosuke chose the former. You, all of you, you could have it all. Why don't you want it all? We already have it. I see. You don't understand, do you? She doesn't. I hope you do. Someday. Let's get back to something I fully understand then. Bargaining. One blood test from Makoto could split your precious house right down the middle. Your husband will be infuriated, assuming he has a pulse, and whatever connections you married him for will burn up in seconds. So unless you guarantee me that I'm free to turn down any job... Don't make unnecessary threats, counselor. It makes you look weak. Take it from someone with experience. You're always free to leave the house. But if you find yourself slinking back, Don't be too hard on yourself about it. It's just what the house does. Now, would you excuse me? Sosuke seems to have satisfied your companion's curiosity for the time being, and it's very rare for him to have any time to himself. You don't understand, do you? Counselor Morgan. Emma, what's that look for? So that's 2 wins for me in a row, isn't it? After Rogers went nuts and perjured himself all over the place, you're calling that shitstorm a win? It definitely wasn't a loss. You're ridiculous. Thanks, by the way, for letting things play out as they did. I imagine you wanted to put the brakes on things a number of times back there. But now that it's all out, my client won't be getting knifed by cops or blue bloods. At least not for anything he didn't do. You'd think I was happy to let the Hound of Ikaria walk out of my courtroom. Your courtroom? I'll have to have a word with the adjutant. Please don't. But yes, I had my doubts. The OC unit had been getting a number of odd reports in the last 24 hours, truth be told. What do you mean? Bursts of anonymous tips about figures in red being spotted around Creek's place before and after the killings. Figures in red. That's right. The rust. Oh, right. The rust. I don't like the timing, but it's not as if OC can ignore the idea altogether. Someone killed those 4, and it wasn't Sosuke or Rogers. And you don't like that rust, and you don't like the rust for it. Where's your head at? Whoever Creek killed's pod did it with such unhinged brutality, and yet it was executed with precision so cold-blooded that they managed to virtually erase their presence from the scene afterwards. Yeah. Tanks and Creek were both shot from fairly close range, and near enough to their solar plexuses. I suppose. Bashing Trey's skull in was overkill, yes, but it was the safest way to erase anything in his mods may have recorded. And even if it was an afterthought, that overcorrection is in line with perfectionism interrupted by. Forget it. And seeing things that aren't there. First sign of obsession. Some people might find that hot. Obsession. I'm jealous. You seem like you never let anything get to you. It's unpleasant, you know? Feeling like you're possessed by something. Or someone. Well, if it was easy to wrest control back, it wouldn't be an obsession. Just puppy love. That's me. Gotta take this call. See you around, Morgan. Yeah, see you around. Just don't go tell anyone that was a win, or I'll have you arrested for spreading misinformation. Well, we can't have that. Okay, Morgan. I fulfilled my obligation to Sarah. Now, so now you can buy me a goddamn drink. Pardon? You can start your 108 years of sentence. Start your 108-year sentence tomorrow. I've got some paperwork we need to get through before then, and I don't want to do it sober. Oh, you're serious? Of course I am. Everyone knows it's tradition for a client to buy their lawyer a drink after beating charges like this. And in this city, they take them to this one special bar, Kensuke. I never heard of that tradition. Or that bar. Yes, well, you've lived a very sheltered life under the roof of House Ikaria, but I forgive your ignorance. Time for you to put that fat wallet you've been acquiring this whole time to good use. I suppose I do owe you a great deal. Very well, but first I must inform Lady Mirai and the young master. Go right ahead. Be my guest. What was that, Adonai? Did you want to get a look at Sasuke's tattoo as well? I'll take a rain check. Sasuke seems much more animated this afternoon, don't you think? Did you say something to him? No. No. I didn't do anything. I see. Then perhaps his injuries were just taxing him more than we realized. That must be it. It had been threatening to rain all day. Gray skies spanning a slate blue world. It was cold, and all the heaters were humming in their rush to overcorrect for it. At 3, raindrops started hitting the windowsills. Not a problem. She had her umbrella. At 3:15, the adults started leaning back their chairs. Watches and phones were being checked. They were preparing to leave. At 3:24, the topic is brought up. The gathering resigns themselves to a continuation. It's 3:45. By the time the girl is able to excuse herself, she has 15 minutes to get back to school. Hardly impossible on foot if she hurried, but she could have asked to be driven there. For some reason, the thought never crossed her mind. She hesitates at the door. She left her umbrella behind, back upstairs. It's not like her to be so absent-minded. The smart thing to do would be to go back up and get it. It's 3:49. At 3:51, she is jogging, a non-committal yet still undignified rush. When she sees the time on her phone roll over to 3:52, she starts to run. She hates running. A small part of her considers sending a text. She'd never been the one to text first. Come to think of it, she'd never been the one to text second. She only had one number in her phone's contacts after all. At 3:56, the school gates are in sight. Her eyes had been straining to see them. She wasn't looking down. Her knees stung in a shallow, sharp way. The palms of her hands were embedded with speckles of gravel where she caught herself. Rain-diluted blood ran faintly down her leg as she dripped water onto the mundanely tiled floors of the hallway. At 3:59, she pauses to at least catch her breath before sliding the door open. If her heart hadn't been beating so loudly in her ears, she would have easily heard the voices behind it. Where did you come up with this stuff? Hey, I can't promise it's going to be exciting every week around here, but... What are you... I thought you had a family thing. Shit, are you okay? What happened? You're soaked and... I thought, who are all... We're the Mystery Club. Name pending, I hope. I was told the name could change. You're right, Eve. I just went around to people on campus and tried being friendly, being myself, and people started signing up. But forget that, your knee. It's fine. It must be freezing. Let me give you my coat. Screw it. I'll just carry you to the nurse myself. Stop. Ma'am, this girl just showed up and she's bleeding. What? Bleeding? Everyone stand back. Where's she? Who? What's her name? I don't know. I don't think I've seen her before. You, girl, come with me. I'm taking you to the infirmary. Ma'am, she's cold. That's very nice of you, but it's not sanitary to share uniforms. Stay here and wait for the floors to be clean. Ew, don't worry about it. I can walk on my own. That's fascinating. And with a little sprinkle of salt just along the edge. And there you have it. Oh, that looks wonderful. Thank you. Of course. Let me know if you need anything else. I must admit, Morgan, this is quite a fine establishment. And so exclusive, the whole staff here on hand. The whole staff here on hand to attend to just the two of us. I can't imagine what the waiting list must be like. Right? Lucky for you, you've got a man working on the inside. I can assure you a table at any time, Sosuke. You or any of our housemates ever need a quiet spot to lay low from the judging eyes of high society. Now you know where to send them. I might do just that. And these prices, so reasonable. Shit. I knew I should have gone with digital menus. Hey Sosuke. That name they have for you, the Hound. That a title you were given, or just part of the mantle you chose to take up? No, I was called that long before I started delivering messages. Long before I got my tattoo. Truth be told, I'm not sure where it came from, or when people started using it. Childhood nickname, I suppose. Earned by following Mirai around like a puppy. I never... Who told you Mirai was the heir when we were... It's a miracle you didn't break under torture. You know that? The Hound of Ikaria. So everyone called you a dog when you were a kid. Jokingly. Lovingly. Mirai's right. I don't know anything about one of the many things I've long since acknowledged that I'm missing. But obsession, addiction, those are easy enough to grasp. I've rolled the dice plenty of times by now. There are no demons haunting me, no other drivers in the car. Just me, sitting in the dark with a hole in my chest. When it's hungry, I feed it. But it'll never be full. Because the hole was there first. And it built a girl around itself so it would have the place to hide. How could you tell? That they called you that lovingly? I suppose you never know. You just trust. And if you do trust, then that's your answer. And besides, what's insulting about being compared to a dog? Everyone loves dogs. Probably even you. For your information, I like dogs just fine, Sosuke. But I could never live as one. Everyone's already collared in this world. Tagged, labeled, classified, and put into a box. But even so, I refuse to sit at the end of someone's leash. Better to remain astray. That's episode 2. Art and art direction by Evil Little Bug. That's why he also, that also makes me think that he got that, she was not a puppy girl. That also makes me think that he got that tattoo definitely after the fact. 3D modeling by A. Renders, environments by Patrick MCF, A. Renders, with additional original tracks by Zachary Cabral, and featuring music by Lena Rain. Written, directed, and developed by Brian Mulholland. Volunteer playtesting by Anna, Kristen, Hugh J, Maxie. as done by Lena. Like, no, that track was great. That track is so strong. Like, she killed it. Kill Jill VT. Wait a minute. Special thanks to Daft Talk, Philly Game Mechanics, our friends and family, and you, the players. Full attributions available at ofthedevilcard.co. Made with Unity. Nenny Novel. Tween Pro Builder. A game by Ninth Circle. Episode 2 is due. Finn. Aww. That's so cute. She doesn't get the appeal of a family like that. His lock screen. He's a wife guy. Congratulations on clearing episode 2 on a high roller. Bonus charm earned. Ooh. I'm surprised you didn't come back up. I wasn't looking out for anything in particular. Russ give me and the others food and stuff for telling them where the blues go and who they talk to. My shoes have been feeling too small, and the blue guys in the building have been really busy lately. I thought if I hung around there, I might see something the Russ would give me new shoes for. But I never saw anything worth anything. So you gave up? No. I got scared. What scared you? You won't believe me. No one believes me. Everyone says I'm a liar. Everyone says I'm a liar too. Are you? I can't remember. You see somebody took something that belonged to me. I don't feel right without it. But I think you could help me find it. What'd you lose? My face. I saw the red hood. Except she was a lady, not a girl, and she didn't have her hood up. I didn't get a good look at her face, but she was all red. Red hair. What's this? Gold. Thanks. But are you sure? I wasn't any help. You've been a huge help. Now I know to look for red hair. I've tracked more elusive prey with less. To be continued in episode 3. Quoting scripture. Seven articles, 22 profiles, 34 key items, 28 pieces of evidence. Congratulations. You finished episode 2 with 371 credits. Your high score for episode 2 is currently 371. You unlock concept art, bonus scenarios based on the score. You also have a total of 456 remaining star credit to spend on phone charms and case colors based on the highest credit of which you finished with this episode. That's so good. Interesting. A deleted call and a received call. I need to that's the main thing I want to look at like right now. I'm not gonna actually read through this. I'm mainly opening this because I want to see. Oh my god, change. Move. Move. Aww. Come on.
She's so cute. Love her. And then that's also the Banii cheers. Now that's good. Yeah. The default one for Morgan. Fran, also my beloved bastard. my bastard baby. Let's go, Sarah. I kind of want to just keep the Sato one. But I'll probably swap it. I'll swap them around eventually. But for now, that is episode 2. That is episode 2 of The Devil. It has taken me a bit to finally do this. But oh my god, this is so good. This is genuinely phenomenal work. And now I get to wait very patiently, very normally for episode 3. Again, massive thank you to Ninth Circle for providing me with this key for episode 2. I still kind of feel bad that I wasn't able to get through it a little bit faster, but at the same time I think being able to play this like over like a few weeks has been just like a really good and fun time. No, this was so much fun. So much fun. Either way, I'm tired. I'm tired. This stream ended up going for longer than I expected. I'm going to raid into Feng Shi because I see FF rating. So yeah. Thank you for spending time with me. I hope you enjoyed yourselves. Again, huge thanks to Ninth Circle for this. Thank you, Lovely Lou, for the raid. Thank you, Zoe, for the raid. Thank you, Alina, for the raid. I'm going to need to snack quickly, then probably sleep. I allegedly have another stream in like 5 hours to read Limbus for like another 8. I'll figure that out. I'll make sure to put something up in the Discord, and maybe on Blue Sky. But like, I've been reading so much this week. And it's all really good. But yeah, no, damn. Unfortunately, Atelier is closed. You do not need to go home, but you can't stay here. But I can at least leave you in very slimy hands. Not in a discouraging slimy as in like bad, slimy as in no, just slime fox type of way. Slimy. Either way. Take care. Johnny.